you start off.
I know, I'm first. That's why I'm looking for my notes. Yeah,
I thought you were looking for it.
my vague notes.
It always changes anyway.
It does. This will be no exception. Okay, so we're going to do Basin Director reports. The first one is the Arkansas River Basin report. So that's me. And I just have a few things to talk about, I guess. First off, I do want to start off by thanking Director Anderson for his, well, I've been through 4 years with Steve now, and have very much enjoyed it and enjoyed getting to know you. And I've especially enjoyed when you have shown photos of your Jeeping. It's a great reminder to me, living in the midst of the mountains, to get off the valley floor, you know? So anyway, I've really enjoyed working with you, Steve, and really appreciate your dedication. And I wish you all the best in your retirement. Yeah. I also want to thank Robert, of course. It's been great working with you the last 3 years. And I know that we'll be seeing more of you. In fact, we're going to see more of you soon. I know that. So anyway, really just appreciate your impact on the conversation, and you holding everybody accountable constantly for our minutes and so forth. So appreciate that diligence. It also will mean, I guess, in March that we'll need to find another vice chair. This will be my third vice chair in 1 year. So it's sort of like being the drummer for for Spinal Tap or something. They just keep disappearing on me. So I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, we'll figure that out at our next meeting. I had the last 2 months. It's funny. People have asked me, how's it going back at Chaffee County? And I say, you know, it's kind of weird, but I'm spending half my time easily on water related stuff. And I don't know if my constituents appreciate that or not, but that's just how it's been. But it's funny, a lot of it's just been sitting at my desk, sort of staring into the middle distance and just thinking, because we've had some complex things to work on, both in my basin and also statewide, particularly the Shoshone conversation. It's just taken up a lot of mental space. I'm really glad that we did get to at least sort of a completed step yesterday in a long sequence of steps. But I'm just glad to quit thinking about it every day. It's kind of been weighing on me a bit. After our meeting in November, a week or two later, well, I guess I'll go sequentially. Thanksgiving weekend, it was maybe 30 degrees out, but sunny, and we did a floating ribbon cutting for the Lowhead Dam removal. I got to stand on the front of a raft while my wife just kind of canoe paddled me along and with these scissors and cut the ribbon. And I don't know if I was more scared of poking a hole in the boat with the scissors or falling into the freezing water, but we did. It was a small group, but we got it done. And I think it was Dan was asking me about it this morning. And honestly, the comment from the public is almost always the same. They say, wait, where was it? Because you really can't tell where this dam was. There's some areas that need to be revegetated with willows and stuff, but there's no, buttresses or anything like that. It's just a regular looking riverbed. And after, this kind of horrendous history of that structure, it's almost like in the boating community, it's almost like this cloud has lifted. People are just really pumped to see something like that get fixed. And it's a reminder to me too that, examples like that, it wasn't that big a deal, but it turns out it kind of is in people's minds. It's something that people just worry about. But when you deal with something like that, it reminds a community that they can overcome problems. And it just puts more weight on the side of the scale of like, we can be in charge of our future and fix things that need fixing and be successful. And everything doesn't have to be sort of political or divisive. I mean, there was not a political element to this whole damn thing, as far as I can tell, or this damn political, whatever. But it was really good. And then right after that weekend, we had the annual CCI, Colorado Counties conference. We have two big statewide conferences a year. And as I've been doing, pulled together a water panel. I worked with Jayla Poppleton and Water Education Colorado to do kind of a really sort of educational backgrounder for commissioners at that one. And we had a great panel. Dan was on it, Dan Gibbs. We also had Kathy Chandler Henry and Wendell Kuntz, who's commissioner from Delta County and is also the Gunnison Basin Roundtable chair. And yeah, it was a great conversation. It was completely packed room. And the feedback I got was, that was great, but way too short, not enough depth. You know, like we know a little bit more than that addressed. And so I'm working with Water Education Colorado now to try to develop more like a 201 or 301 type of curriculum specifically for county commissioners. But maybe we may also include sort of municipal type leaders. But I think we're going to try to do a standalone session maybe in late spring and just give people maybe half a day or maybe even a kind of a 6-hour day of just, you know, what do you need to know as a commissioner regarding water, and then how, you know, especially how does that apply to land use planning? So that's been a cool development, and looking forward to seeing that play out. We got a couple neat things coming up. You know, I said I'll be seeing Robert soon. The Arkansas River Basin Water Forum, which is a pretty significant annual event. We have, I don't know, 250 people attended or something, and it moves around the basin. It's in La Junta, early March this year. And it's a kind of a 2-day deal. And we have 2 keynote speakers. One's Kate Greenberg, and the other one's Mr. Cicada. So, and we try to sort of tailor, like we go to Colorado Springs, Pueblo, La Junta, and Salida. So sort of give it a focus based on which community we're in. So we typically focus in on agriculture more at the La Junta session, and which you can tell by our keynote speakers. So really looking forward to that. And it's always a great just sort of confluence of folks in our basin and folks from without. You know, I think the content's good enough that people come from other basins to participate in that. And then, as Kate mentioned too, on Thursday afternoon, I'm going to be on a panel with her at the Water Congress talking about unlikely alliances in agriculture and sort of innovative approaches to dealing with some of the headwinds and challenges that we've heard about at other panels at the Water Congress over the years. So I'm excited to try and put a little more positive spin on that whole conversation, and just share some thoughts from our experience in Chaffee County trying to be more supportive of agriculture. And then I think I'll just conclude by saying, not only, I guess, was I relieved yesterday to kind of be able to get Shoshone off my mental desk for a while, but I was also just really proud of our board and the amount of time and the many conversations that we've had on that topic, and also our staff and the way they pulled together, you know, really detailed, comprehensive materials, and pretty much had answers to all our questions. And also to Jen in particular with the AG's office. I mean, this is definitely an intersection of a number of different sort of threads of thought, but also agencies kind of having to come together to manage some of the questions that are going to arise and the steps we're going to have to take next. But anyway, I just really appreciate everyone's dedicated work on this, and I feel like we're on the right track, but in a very thoughtful, deliberate way. So thank you for that. And if nobody has any questions, we'll move on to the City and County of Denver Director's Report with Director Brody.
Thank you. And I think I had a couple slides if you're able to hold them up. Thanks. Well, I too want to just start by thanking my colleagues who will be cycling off the board. For me, it's a huge responsibility and also a privilege to be part of this board. On a personal level, I think what I enjoy most is just the relationships and getting to know folks from the water community from around the state and from different sectors of the water community. And I'm going to miss both of you, but look forward to hopefully staying in touch and maybe, at least in Robert's case, working with you in your new capacity. Congratulations to Kate Greenberg for snagging Robert for that role. Since we're going to be spending some time with our counterparts on the Water Quality Control Commission this afternoon, I thought I would focus my report today on a couple of water quality topics that are big deals for the municipal water sector. So the first, I know you've heard me talk about Denver Water's lead reduction program in the past. I thought I'd start by just giving a quick update on where we are at or where we were at as of the close of last year. We had already replaced over 22,000 lead service lines from 2020 through 2023. And in particular, last year, because we were fortunate to be able to secure some federal funding to augment our efforts and augment what Denver Water was already spending, we were able to significantly up our rate of replacement of those lead service lines. So previously, in prior years, we were aiming for about 4,500 to 5,000 lines per year. Last year, we were able to do almost 7,000 lead service lines, thanks to the addition of that federal funding. This year, we're going to try to go even a step farther. We're aiming to replace 8,000 service lines throughout our system. So that's a huge accomplishment. It's also a tremendous amount of work and coordination, not just within Denver Water, but obviously all of the contractors we work with, all of our counterparts at the City and County of Denver, who issue street cut permits and other permits for us to be able to do this work. There's a lot of coordination, obviously, with our customers, because even though we try to be as efficient and quick as we can, it still is a disruption, both to the customers and also to their neighbors as we're doing the work. And finally, believe it or not, city forestry is a big interface with us because the last thing we want to do is damage the mature trees throughout these older areas of our service area. And so we work closely with Denver Forestry to try to minimize those types of impacts. You'll also see on the bottom right, we added a new metric that focuses on how we're doing in disproportionately impacted communities, or EJ communities is another term, environmental justice communities, that you might hear. I know there's going to be some conversations around environmental justice at Water Congress later this week. But one of the things that we're looking at is how are we doing in terms of replacing those lead service lines in those historically underserved, disproportionately impacted communities versus our overall service area. And in our variance with EPA, we have a metric that actually requires us to go at least as fast in our disproportionately impacted communities as in our service area as a whole. And so you can see both in 2023 and also over the life of the program that we have been going faster in terms of those lead line replacements in those particular zip codes that are disproportionately impacted, which is great and something that is really important to us, that as we roll out the program, we do it in a way that is equitable and that also focuses on those areas where there's greatest need and greatest impact of having those lead lines in homes. So that's a new metric that we're watching. The other reason I wanted to point this out is that EPA is going through yet another rulemaking process around lead in drinking water. So you may have remembered a few years ago. So historically, EPA has had the lead and copper rule that's been on the books for many years. A few years ago, during the Trump administration, they did a new rulemaking to require utilities, public water systems like Denver Water, to be more proactive in addressing lead in drinking water. And then just a few months ago, EPA rolled out yet another rulemaking to even go a few steps beyond what had happened under the Trump administration. So fortunately, in Denver Water's case, because we've been proactive, we've been at this now for 4 years, we are well ahead of the game. And we're able to support other utilities around the metro area and around the country in figuring out how to maybe avoid some of the pitfalls we run into, how to do this as efficiently as possible. But you're going to see public water systems around the country have to do things like this in the coming years. But like I said, I think in our case, because we're a few years ahead, we're very well positioned to comply and be ahead of the game. And EPA has really looked at Denver Water and a few other cities around the country that have been doing this on a proactive basis to help form what that role is going to require. And you're going to see a lot of the elements that we've had in our program, including the outreach and communication, the inventory work. You'll see in the fall of this year, utilities around the country are going to have to publish their lead service line inventories. So I think that's going to be eye-opening for a lot of citizens around the country to maybe for the first time be aware of the impacts both to themselves and their neighbors and their communities of lead service lines. Another topic that I wanted to touch on, and I think this ties directly into some of the conversations that hopefully we'll have later with the Water Quality Control Commission, is opportunities for reuse and water recycling. And the reason I wanted to highlight Denver's on-site wastewater treatment system is that we are now fully permitted by the state of Colorado to use our on-site wastewater treatment system for irrigation and toilet flushing. That was a multi-year process. We had to go to the legislature. We had to go to the Water Quality Control Commission, work with the commission to develop new rules. And then, like I said, we got to be the guinea pigs and we were the first one to test out those new rules. And we are now successfully through that process, which is very exciting. As I've said before, this is not an easy path. You know, again, hopefully through our lessons learned and through the commission's lessons learned, we can figure out, you know, is this a feasible technology? Does this make sense? If so, you know, are there ways that we can still have the same level of protection and maybe make that process a little bit smoother for those that want to attempt this in the future. But as I'm sure we'll talk about later, increasingly I see overlap and potential tension between what we try to do, what we focus on this board in terms of making sure that we're both maximizing the beneficial use of our state's waters and also protecting and preserving that resource for future generations. And at the same time, the Water Quality Control Commission is very, very focused on water quality and making sure that systems like what we implemented here don't have an adverse impact either, you know, on our customers, on our system, or potentially those downstream. And I personally, I think finding ways to reuse and recycle water is going to be key for all of us to be successful. When we think about concepts like One Water and making sure that we're using the right water for the right use and we're using it as efficiently as possible. So just wanted to highlight that and look forward to further conversation later today. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Brody. You have a question, Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Director Brody. On this on-site wastewater, I know it was a pilot project, but do you have any estimate of how much it costs per acre foot?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm happy to look to get that information for you. It's not cost effective. I can tell you that. I don't think it ever will be cost effective. But that doesn't mean it isn't worth it.
Right.
And I think that's certainly a conversation, a policy conversation to have. You know, are we willing in the state to pay a premium, frankly, for recycling?
Exactly.
Because it is hard to do it at scale in a way that is just in terms of dollars and cents cost effective.
Yep, exactly. That was my point, is that it's so much cheaper to buy and dry right now. Why recycle? So we do need to look at that from a policy standpoint. Thank you.
Director Vasquez.
Yeah, thanks for that update, Director Brody. I'm curious if you can speak at all to the rulemaking that's going on around PFAS.
Happy to talk about it at a high level. So there are a number of different regulatory efforts right now around PFAS and related chemical compounds. The first to roll out is that affects public water systems, drinking water utilities, which is going to have an impact on not directly on Denver water so much, but on a number of municipal water systems around Colorado and frankly around the nation. And again, I think this is something we'll talk about later in terms of that area of intersection as those requirements around PFAS become more restrictive. And I personally would say for good reason to protect public health. That puts additional stress and additional pressure on our surface water. Already there are a couple of water utilities in the state that are having to look for alternate water sources because the groundwater on which they rely is at elevated levels of PFAS. So they might look to Denver Water, for example, for blending water to make sure that their finished water is below the regulatory thresholds that EPA is rolling out. So if they're looking to us, what does that mean in terms of, you know, where that water is coming from? And maybe at a small scale, it's a negligible impact, but when you think about it across water systems, it starts to add up, and it does start, I think, to potentially put pressure on surface waters on both sides of the divide.
I know in the Colorado Springs area, there's a demonstration project in a trailer with 9 sequential RO systems, and they're successful in cleaning up the PFAS, but the question of the economics remains to be answered, right?
Yeah, I think that the economics are challenging, just like they are with recycled water. But I also look at it as opportunity as we think about different ways that PFAS rules are going to influence how water is treated and used across the state. Maybe there's also opportunities for greater collaboration between the public water systems and the wastewater systems as we think about how to use all of our collective infrastructure most efficiently and effectively to go from essentially toilet to tap. So more to come this afternoon.
Any other questions for Director Brody? Okay, let's go to the Rio Grande and Director Combs.
Can you hear me? All right. So I also want to thank Director Anderson for his service. Every meeting I come to, you know, when you first show up, you realize you're just the banjo belly bucktooth Bubba, and you get out of the car and you don't know where you're going or why you're doing it. And I really appreciate Steve walking over and calling me by name and walking me in the it meant a lot. I really appreciate that, just camaraderie and help. And Robert Sakata, I knew him. It was just a year or two ago when we were both in the Young Farmer and Rancher program. And we took a trip to Florida and all kinds of things. And I can still remember he was the only one that had enough guts to try the alligator. And I still don't think you're over that. But appreciate being able to work with you guys and the examples. Attorney General Weiser went over quite a bit of what I was going to talk about Senator Simpson's bill for conservancy districts. There in the valley, we do have the Castilla County Conservancy District, who does not have some of the opportunities and privileges. And as the state is probably going to have to promulgate some groundwater rules, they're going to need some opportunities to be able to manage some groundwater districts and things. And so what he's trying to do is just clean it up so everybody can have the help they need to move forward. There was kind of everybody thought their hair was on fire about it, but he's not trying to overturn the whole system, just kind of equalize some of the playing field. He also talked about the Supreme Court. That's one of the things that has given us a lot of anxiety in the valley. And we'll go through this just quickly. The compact issues we have in the valley are significant, as they are everywhere. We're not special. But one of the things that I wanted to talk about is, as we look at where this right here, I can try to fix this where it's like an actual slideshow here. Sorry. Go to view. There we go. Okay. So this right here is just a simple representation of where we are on. Now this is the Caneos. Okay, so the Caneos, as a tributary to the Rio Grande, has its own compact obligation. If you look at that green line, when you hit the 100 on either side, either on the X or the Y axis, you realize that there's no obligation. 100,000 acre feet is basically without obligation. But after that, the line gets very steep. We max out at the green line. So we never can, within the Caneos, realize more than about 225,000 acre feet-ish as the snowpack increases. But what we have to deliver continues to grow. As you can see, our delivery obligation, we call it to the Rio Grande, just because it's the Rio Grande Compact, not that we owe another river in the state. So if you look at that, and it says in above average years, we don't get anything above the 224,000. That brings out a lot of trouble depending on how the rivers melt out. Our compact is based on forecasting. Okay, we owe a percentage and we don't even know what we're going to get yet. And so the forecasting is essential for us. And as was reported yesterday, we're also one of the 4 counties in our watershed that's in the drought is increased to D3 ranking. And so it makes a big difference. And the reason for that is all that water right there, you can only pay it when you have it. Okay. And so we can't wait till December 31st. While technically the compact says it's an annual obligation, there is no river December 31st. So we have to walk that narrow line of what head gates do we close to ensure we're meeting our obligation daily based on a forecasted amount. This is just an example of one of those challenges we have. And Tracy, I don't want you to think that this is not a bash on the division. This is their information, but this is one of the struggles that our division engineer Craig deals with. April 3rd, our forecast said that we were going to have a 66,000 acre foot obligation to New Mexico off of the Caneos. That was if we ran 235,000 total acre feet in the system. This is what happened that year. Who knew, right? Some of our subbasins were wetter, some of our rivers ran stronger, some of the ground moisture was a little higher, but 66,000 is a completely different number than 78,000. And so then what happens is we were not closing enough head gates early that year. So then we had to go deeper into the river to make up for what we didn't pay, plus now get back on track to meet our obligations. And so we have some of our, literally some of the oldest water rights in Colorado curtailed to 70, 80, sometimes 100% to try to meet our obligation. This is not a bash on the division or the compact. This is on our inability as a state to forecast properly. So I appreciate what's happening with the state taking a priority for airborne snow observatory and the LiDAR and just the advancements, because it has helped us a bunch. In the past, we would look at our SNOTEL sites. We would get, let's say they're at 80% of average. We would look back in history, find how many years we're at 80% of average. We would compile and make a composition of all those years. And using the past, we would forecast what our obligation would probably be. That works great if Mother Nature is the same, if you haven't had wildfires, if you haven't had beetle kill, if all these other things don't happen, which we've been seeing a variation in our ability to forecast, sometimes get into the double digits of error. And I'd invite anybody to come to my office on a good year, but my office sits right on an intersection, right on Main Street, glass everywhere. So everybody knows if I'm there or not. It's not a good year on years like this when headgates are off. You know, everybody wants somebody to talk to about it. So how do you collect the better data? We have done the radar, as if you're aware, I'm sure you are, we worked with CWCB, CDOT, everybody to get radar to help with forecasting and modeling, and we continue to do that. Yes, that is the elusive snow walrus right there. Off of his snowmobile trying to get back, but we would have to physically go collect data at these sites to start ground truthing our radar and did it. So we're getting there, but I appreciate what we've been doing in the past as a board. Forecasting is an issue for us as climate continues to change and Mother Nature is not as amenable as she has been in the past. This is, well, you can look at this picture all you want, but so in December for a round table, I didn't know it, but we had an ugly sweater contest. I won, and it was kind of hurt my feelings. That's not what I was going for. Just kidding. We had a lot of fun. We just took December and did that. And then in January, this is our education committee. Judy Lopez there in the middle, eye in the camera, giving the stink eye there. She works for Chinchera, and she invited the entire education committee. We also had Elaine Chick. She zoomed in, which was fantastic to be able to cross collaborate there. And American Rivers zoomed in. So we had a lot of opportunity to develop a strategy for the coming 2024 year. And one of the things that we decided is everybody seems to like the tours. We do a lot of local tours, and then we try to do out of basin tours. And Elaine had suggested that we could probably start going into the other basins and inviting those roundtables better. We've been to the Southwest, we've been up here to the Metro, but we've never tried to consolidate or coordinate with those roundtables. So I was impressed with what came out of that meeting of trying to, the tours is where we get people out, where they seem to learn the most, and then start doing a little more cross collaboration. So last thing, I think that's about it. So yeah, I better stop there. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Combs. Any questions for him? Yes, Director Vasquez.
I'm jealous of your meeting space.
That's pretty nice, wasn't it? Yeah. I wish it was common. That's
Director Combs, hats off to your roundtables. I've been able to observe them. You guys are amazing, the things that you do. I mean, you know, you started off just doing those kind of tabletop discussions, bringing people in on different topics, and then the touring you do now, it is really incredible. So I really enjoyed it. But I heard the last offsite tour you guys got sick though. Is that right?
wait, say that again.
I heard the last tour you guys had up here, you got sick.
I didn't pick that dish. So I don't
Okay. Sorry.
I'm not
Thanks.
sure. I'm a little more selective. I always go for the cheeseburger, you know.
Not the alligator.
Not the alligator. Yeah, that's it. So,
Okay,
thank you.
let's go to the Yampa White River Basin and Director Brown.
All right. First of all, I wanted to start by saying, I told Kelly I was going to do this, but Kelly and Dan and Lauren and Becky, I think it's been 2 years now since they started talking about creating this Colorado River Department, if you can call it that, section. And I know those of us that were on the board at the time were a little apprehensive of what that could mean for us and what could mean for the state and how that would look, but it's amazing. And I think it's one of the most important things that has happened to DNR in a long time. So I just want to acknowledge you and the hard work you did in creating that. I think it's going to be a big deal for our state and really allow us to make a difference in our negotiations. So thank you for that. Yeah. Also, Director Sakata, I was over here. I was going to say that it seemed like this position as a board member was just like made for you, right? You're so good at it. You have the time, the drive. I think you've spent more time with my roundtable than I have in the last year and a half. And then this other position came along and I thought, well, no, this position was made for him. So I don't know what that means for any future positions, but thank you for your service. And it's been a pleasure getting to know you and just really excited to see what you're able to do with the Department of Ag. I think it's going to be really cool. So thanks for that. Director Anderson, you hold the top spot. I've been here almost 6 years of your Taylor River tour. When you gave us the tour of the dam, I was very nervous because I don't like closed spaces, but it was my favorite. Don't tell Heather if she's listening because she's very prideful on her tours, but it's been a pleasure serving with you and good luck up there in the mountains in your Jeep. You could never do that. So enjoy it. You deserve it. Okay, so this picture is big news. This is the Loudy Simpson Park in Craig, Colorado. And this board, as well as many other funding sources, has put funds in to create a new Craig whitewater park and a new diversion for the city of Craig. And we've been talking about this for about 2 years. And they just received their permit to move forward. And so you can kind of see that there's equipment here. They were able to start construction with that. And if you'll, next slide, please. Just another little bit of a closer look. Melanie Kirkpatrick from the city of Craig, shared that they were able to get on schedule with their permit and with their construction. But, as you can tell in the Yampa Valley, you never know what is going to be thrown at you, but look at them go. So that's cool. And then I wanted, next slide, please, to show you what's envisioned there for the Whitewater Park. It's pretty amazing. This is a really neat stretch of river. And I know the folks down in Moffat County Tourism are going to be doing a tour on the boat this spring, probably a couple. So, if there's interest from this board in getting out and seeing it, the section of Yampa that runs through Craig has amazing bird watching opportunities. It's just a really cool spot and, underutilized for the most part because boating has not been a big part of Craig's economy in the past. And now, they've really gotten hit with a lot of folks that have discovered Northwest Colorado and there's not quite enough room for them all in the upper basin. And so they're starting to realize how amazing the lower basin is. And so, yeah, this is just a really great project. I'm really excited for them to have this and really excellent that they were able to put it all together and get the funding. It's been a long haul for them. So just really excited about that. I just wanted to share a couple things from the news of the area. So the Yampa River Fund, which Kelly was an integral part of before she came to DNR, we hit the $5 million mark in our endowment, which, it kind of goes up and down because of the stock market. So we've kind of dipped below and now we're currently above. And we're also rolling out a new project called the Ripple Effect, which is a 1% for the river, which is really great. So we're hoping in the next 5 to 10 years that we'll be able to double the amount of money that we're granting out, maybe to the tune of $400,000 to $500,000 a year instead of a little bit less than 200 that we're doing now. But that has just been a phenomenal project for us, and we've been able to help match a bunch of different projects in the basin. So that's been really cool. River closure, new guidelines. So the city of Steamboat Springs, we have a tubing hatch that happens every summer. I don't like it, but I'm trying to, be a bigger person and embrace tubing. My son likes it. But I think it's a pain for everybody that wants to use the river in a more normal manner, but but it makes us money in Steamboat. So, but there's been problems, as you know, we've talked a lot about releases. This board has been involved in releases. We don't have a dam to turn the river on and off. So we go into low flow pretty much annually. And that is annoying for the river outfitters, both fishermen and the tubing hatch. And so it is the goal of the city to, come up with some more predictable and smooth guidelines so that you're not, the river's closed, the river's open, the river's closed, the river's open. So they're working on that through the city of Steamboat Springs and the Department of Rec. And so hopefully that will get settled and, maybe we'll have a good year after all. But, our snowpack right now is 82%. It was as of yesterday. And last year at this time, it was 131% of average. So we'll see how this year, I always take this with a grain of salt. We have a lot more snowmaking time left in the season, and it could really go either direction. So, don't get too excited about anything to come this time of year, but it certainly is different. So, well, that said, I'll show you a couple pictures here. So this is my son, he's 12, and he competed in a mogul competition this past weekend. It was a beautiful bluebird day. We finally saw the sun, and he just doing awesome. So I had to brag that really. It has snow in it, so that's it. Next slide. Oh, you're good. So oftentimes we talk about the lower basin and how much water we're going to send them. And sometimes I'm shoveling on the picture on the left. I had finished my driveway and up to my door, and then the roof slid. And so I did some more. And then I thought, I'm going to go in and sit down. It'd been 3.5 hours. And then I looked out the front door. It's like, crap, I got to do that too. So the picture on the left is me looking out the front door and having to do that and thinking, the lower basin doesn't even know we do all this work up here. This is like 5 hours today of snow shoveling. And then I thought on the right, that's me skiing 2 feet of powder at rope drop. And well, they don't get to do this either. So I don't want anyone to feel too badly for me, but I did want to show you what it looked like when winter decided to show up about January 3rd, I think that was. So yeah, not too shabby for what I think was about 75% of snowpack that day. So also just wanted to note IWMP, this was the integrated water management plan that came out of the, what do we call it? Well, we changed the name to integrated water management plan, but it's a stream management plan. Through CWCB. We're on phase 2. We did that plan, and we're on phase 2 of the river going kind of door to door to talk to people about possible projects that touch the riverfront. And so that's been really cool. We've gotten a lot of projects coming forward for aging infrastructure. And thanks to our partners at the River District, the Yampa Fund and CWCB for helping match those. And our Basin Roundtable has a new chair, Steve Hinkmeyer. He's been on the roundtable for a long time and just done really great work with our grants program. And so I know he'll do an excellent job in that position, and look forward to, he's excited, I think, to use some of his free time in making improvements. I would love to go the way of the Rio Grande and do some more tours and have some more time together as a roundtable seeing the work we do. We don't ever do that. So that would be a really neat thing for us to do. And then I just had to do this, so sorry. Next slide, please. I went to Canada. And I just wanted to share with you that the picture on the right, that's me in the yellow. I have never been in mountains this big. They were so big that I got to the top, and I know we talk about crying here a lot, so that's why I'm sharing this story. I got to the top of this mountain, which is photo on the left, and I just wept because it was so beautiful, and the power of being up in, that high and seeing, it was a gorgeous day, which doesn't happen a lot, I'm told, there in Canada because it snows all the time. Just really breathtaking, and reminded me of something I had read before about us experiencing awe and how good that is for humans. And I just want to remind everyone who cares to be reminded of that it really is special. I pushed myself out of my comfort zone to take this trip, and we skied about 4,000 vertical feet uphill a day, and then whatever downhill, which was not 4,000 feet, unfortunately, but they don't have a great snowpack this year. But it was kind of a game changer. So if you're on the pivot point of saying yes to something that makes you a little bit uncomfortable, my recommendation is to look towards the yes and experience the awe. Also, in a funny note, there's 12 women on this trip. I didn't know many, only knew 4 of them. And I get to the airport, and one of the women, I had been on a Yampa River Awareness Project trip. She's a filmmaker, Dana Romanoff, and she just did the Colorado Department of Agriculture's mental health video series. And so that was kind of one of those moments we were talking a little bit about at dinner last night, where you just run into people, and it is a small world. So thank you for looking at my snow photos.
Thank you, Director Brown. Any questions or comments for her? Okay. Next up, we're doing the Colorado River main stem with Director Boucher.
Thank you, Chairman Felt. Hello to everybody. First of all, I wanted to say thanks, Director Anderson, for all of your service. It's been great to serve on the board with you, and not only do I appreciate your service with CWCB, but also with the Gunnison Basin Roundtable. Director Shikata, I'm incredibly excited for you to fill that position, and you have no idea when you're like me and you're doing like 16 hours of Zoom. Every time that every time the camera's off, this is going on. But I was thinking about doing it during the Shoshone vote yesterday, but I didn't think that was probably a good idea. Quick update, the roundtable, they just had their officer elections. So April Long is the new chair. Kirsten Caruth and James Dilzel are co-vice chairs. And then Ken Ransford, who spoke yesterday, remains our recorder. And then I deliberated over this a lot, but it's interesting because when you're speaking to Zoom, telling the world about your own personal situation. But I wanted for staff and my fellow board members to know it's been an odd period of time for me. I had some health stuff this spring. The wife went back to the workforce just as things were getting balanced out. I saw you guys all in November, and then I had another pretty significant health scare just before Christmas. The good news is that I'm significantly better. They know what's wrong, and we believe we have it fixed. And it's actually underlying what was the problem from the spring. So they think that they have it completely figured out. And if all holds to be true, I look forward to seeing you all in person a lot more in the near future. They wanted a little bit more time to make sure that everything continues to remain normal. But it's exciting time. So that being said, I figured that this was a perfect time for a series of thank yous based on my remote participation, because it's pretty neat to participate in meetings of this magnitude, virtually in a hybrid format, and feel like you're not missing a beat. And really it's allowing my lifestyle is like building this pathway to where I'm almost ready to write a country song. is the good news. But a thank you to the AV team, you know, because it feels pretty flawless and seamless to participate this way. I know in-person matters significantly, but I still feel like it could be part of the meeting. And to Viola and Anna for making all this happen. I wanted to say thanks to Commissioner Mitchell for being our fearless leader, and to know that we always have your back. I want to say thanks to Director Riss for keeping me plugged in and for all of your leadership of the agency. And I wanted to say thanks to staff. You know, I'm sorry, Tracy, but I might disagree a little bit, because I think what does make this the best water agency are the people that work in it. I'm going to get in big trouble with my water commissioner for saying that, but I'll take it as it comes. And that kind of ties into, you know, everything that happened. Counselor Mealy, I'm always grateful for you and the AG's office, but this one feels, especially with the preparation, you know, coming with the conversation of Shoshone, the way that the AG's office and you kind of walked us through the entire situation, gave us, I think, the tools to make quality decisions. And also to Rob and the in-stream flow staff, you know, same thing. And that's what I'm always so impressed, you know, with this agency, that, you know, there's so much going on and so many moving parts, but the knowledge and effort of all of the staff to keep us informed. And it's not only us as a board, but I really feel for those that want to be in the loop, you know, just the public in general about our precious water issues and what it all means to our lives. So a big thank you to all of you. And then also to my fellow directors, you know, and the conversations yesterday were tough. I'm really proud of the way that I think that conversations were navigated and how it went. And I think it kind of, you know, inspired me to think of really the vote on Shoshone was interesting, because Lurleen was a mentor of mine, a very significant mentor of mine. Ed Moyer was there, you know, yesterday to testify. And during the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement, Ed was the assistant county manager to Lurleen. And then now he's grown up and fills that role now. But I just think of, you know, significant water projects like this, that our state has had a good history of finding ways to partner. And I think that, you know, this one in particular, as we roll through, I very much hope that, you know, all parties kind of vision it that way, that we're moving forward for the best interest of the state as a whole, East Slope, West Slope, and something that, you know, as a West Slope resident, I know Lurleen must have a smile on her face, because I know that her two passions in life were the connectivity channel and Shoshone. And I think that with water flowing through the connectivity channel and the conversations yesterday, I'm hoping that these are huge victories for our entire state in being able to work together in that kind of collaboration and partnership. And in closing here, that was kind of my message of hope, but my other message of hope is 2024 is going to be the best year ever. So whatever plans we have and whatever we need to get done, this is the year that good things are going to happen. So thanks to all of you, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, Director Boucher. Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul, you are a rock star, and I am looking so forward to being able to work with you more in the future. So thanks for all your dedication and your vision of hope. I think it goes perfectly with Director Brown's comment of awe and hope. I think that's what we should all have in our lives. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Director Sakata.
Uh-oh.
Director Kozlov.
Our mic's not working.
No, I thank you for your remarks, Paul, and glad that your health also is going in the right direction. That's great news. And I just want to reiterate, I couldn't agree more that the staff at CWCB is amazing and the leadership. And I just can't imagine a better team to share this co-top water agency in Colorado term with. So, you know, I really appreciate being at the top of the podium with you guys.
Any
I
other-
agree.
Director Brody.
Director Boucher, I really appreciated your remarks. I want you to know your presence is felt on this board, even when you're not here with us physically in person. But so glad to hear that your health is heading in the right direction. And we'll be so excited to welcome you back in person because you make board meetings better and you make the water community better. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Brody.
Any other comments? Okay, great. Well, thank you, Paul. Okay, we next have the San Juan San Miguel Dolores. Director Cloud's in a UCRC meeting right now, I believe. So we'll come back to her whenever it works for her. She'll be back later on today. So we'll go to the Gunnison and Director Anderson.
And I thank the chair. You know, the drought map is just staying the same. The snowpack in the Gunnison is 89%, which is good considering where we are. We got a long ways to go. I noticed that the Rio Grande is the one that's really suffering. They're at 68. I did attend the Bureau of Reclamation's Blue Mesa operations meeting, and they project where they're going to be with releases and so far. The good news coming out of there is it appears that Taylor and Ridgeway will both fill, so that's a plus. It's an average dry year, which, you know, they go through the spill of how much water they're going to have to release for the whitewater gauge and so forth. But good meeting. It was interesting to see my old friend Ed Warner, who's the head of the Grand Junction office of the Bureau. I hadn't seen him since I left the water user. All good things come to an end, and this is my last meeting. It's been one of the personally more rewarding experiences of my life, and I've certainly enjoyed my time here. I do want to thank everybody for their kind comments, Dan Gibbs and Becky yesterday, and of course the ones I've heard here this morning. You know, one of the great things about serving on this board is meeting other water leaders. And I remember coming to Denver, I don't know, in the last 15 years or so, to my first Water Congress meeting. And one of my takeaways was the number of women involved in water. And I personally think it's great, you know, the passion and the views they bring to the table is really great. I do want to call out a couple people that it's been particularly interesting to meet is Becky Mitchell, and Becky's certainly in the right spot at the right time as far as I'm concerned. Of course, the other gentleman that I really appreciated my time with was Russell George, and he checks all the boxes for a public servant for me, and what a great history he has. It's been fun to be part of this board. I look back at the things we've accomplished in the last 6 years, and a couple of them come really out to me, and that was watching the work in the generation of the second iteration of the water plan. What great work, and it points to what a great staff the board has here. And the other one that comes to mind is our funding of the Arkansas conduit. And I remember Jack Gable from the Arkansas speaking about going to the county fair and everybody, including their animals, coming home sick because of the water that wasn't fit to drink. You know, this is Colorado. We can do better than that. And it sounds like we are. I understand that project's going along great. And so I guess I believe the Conservation Board set up very well for the future. I believe that the management team that's in place is here at the right time, and I look forward to following your efforts from a distance. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Anderson. Very much. Any questions or comments for him? Director Sakata.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think he deserves a round of applause.
Okay. Let's see. Next, we have the North Platte, Director Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a few comments that I want to make, but first I want to say I have had the opportunity and the pleasure of serving on this board in replacement of current Trick for the last 10 months. I have reapplied. I hope I get a chance to continue to work on this board, and I guess we'll see how that all works out. But in case I'm not here in March and I have been replaced, I want to say a preemptive thank you to all of you. It's been a pleasure and honor to serve with you and to get to know the staff better, as well as our colleagues in other branches of government. So hopefully that thank you can be repeated in 3 years, but I thought I'd better say it now while I had the chance. So back to the North Platte Basin, we were not blessed with nearly as much snow as Director Brown was. We are on the dry side of the park range, but we did get quite a bit in January. It popped us up off the very low end of median to about 90% today of median, but that storm was followed by very warm weather. So it really makes me concerned about climate change and concerned that the snowpack won't survive to spring runoff in ways that it has in past years. So to be determined, we see another storm coming this weekend, and we can only keep our fingers crossed that the dumps that we had last winter that had me snowed out for almost a month happen again. I want to speak to wolves for a minute. As we all know, Jackson County and the North Platte Basin have been the site of learning for ranchers and CPW on this cohabitation of predators and stock as well as wildlife. We now have new releases in the state. I'm personally excited about that. But in the North Platte Basin, the stock growers are really very concerned. They've had, like I said, 3 years of predation and interaction with CPW to deal with compensation and validation that it was indeed wolf predation. But in addition, we had a not-for-profit organization that worked for over 1.5 years with one of the most hard-hit producers. They brought in burros, they brought in dogs, they brought in noisemakers, they had range riders, and in spite of all of those tools being available, still had predation. So I know that my neighbors in North Park are increasingly concerned. And I know CPW made an eloquent statement about how valuable this is, not only for us as board members, but for the public. So she and I are on a mission to determine whether we have a large enough venue for board and staff and public visitors and broadband. So I would love to have you all in my basin. Remains to be seen whether we have the facility to support those hybrid meetings. A comment about aerial cloud seeding. I think this is the only aerial program in Colorado. Director Mealy was on a hearing that was held late last fall in a hybrid meeting with individuals in North Park, the Jackson County Water Conservation District, and the contractors for this aerial seeding. She confirmed for me this morning that the permit has been let. And so there will continue to be aerial seeding in the North Platte Basin, not only in the Never Summers, which are in the southeast of the basin, but potentially also in the Park Range. So it's very difficult to quantify the benefit of aerial seeding, let alone ground-based seeding. You know, whether there is really a benefit. The ranchers in North Park feel that they had a pop, that the Illinois and the Michigan were not on call for the last 2 years. But who knows whether that would have been true without the aerial seeding. So I think it's pretty, in my opinion, difficult to validate that there is a benefit. As I mentioned yesterday, I'm on the Produced Water Consortium along with Tracy, and we are on schedule to deliver our first deliverable to the legislature March 1st on in-field reuse, some guidelines, but it brings to mind the toilet to tap effort that Commissioner Brody mentioned. We all are challenged to look for new sources of water, and there tends to be what I believe is a misplaced enthusiasm that we might be able to take produced water from oil and gas and use it for something other than oil and gas. There was some press about New Mexico's governor talking about the state actually supporting financially treatment of produced water with a vision for use outside of the oil and gas field. And I personally just want to caution people, we are so far from even being able to figure out all the ins and outs of reusing it in the Front Range for oil and gas, that enthusiasm is pretty premature. One of the things I hear very often here and feel myself is how important the water family is in all the agencies and individuals that are involved. In the North Platte, we are losing a member of our water family who's been, for me, very, very important collaborator, a hydrologist with the BLM. Her name is Paula Belcher. She has worked for decades and knows our streams and rivers and our people and our landscape like the back of her hand, and she's retiring in March. So I will personally really miss her, and I think Roy Smith will miss her, and our in-stream flow folks will miss her. But I just wanted to make a comment that that was going to be a loss. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Director Vasquez, and certainly wish you success with your reapplication. And
We'll see.
have every belief that you will be here in March, but we'll see what happens, I guess. Director Combs?
Yeah. Do you know how are you funding in the North Platte? Who's funding the snow seeding, the snow cloud seeding?
The aerial seeding has been funded by CWCB. The plane comes out of Cheyenne, Wyoming. And so it's in a collaboration. The contractor is, I think, called International Weather. And so there are meteorologists who work with the operation out of Cheyenne. But another piece of information, the radiometer that helps inform whether a storm is a candidate for seeding. There's one in the state has been relocated to Walden for this snow season. So that's going to allow them to make better forecasts about whether a storm is worth seeding or not.
Well, thank you. I'll talk to Andrew then. I was just wanting some details on. No, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's go to the South Platte and Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but since this is my last one, I only have 52 slides, so. Hope you don't mind. I have a lot of people to thank, including yourself. Well, as usual, I always try to include a picture of our last location in Westminster. Really appreciated that. That was my spot there. Whoops. Next slide. Thanks. And as was said to everybody else, of course, right before our last board meeting, we had the C9 Summit. And I also heard great reports back for that. I see Ken's here in the audience again today. Thanks so much to you and Lisa and all the hard work that you guys did in planning that event. You did a great job. It was, I know it took a lot of effort, especially like on this panel that had all the roundtable leads, chairs up there. But I think it was great to hear from them. So, and Jackie passed along to Alden Van Brink, and really appreciate all his work in the past. He was a great chair for that roundtable. We really appreciate the efforts. And so glad that you're going to be doing it again. It has been a busy couple months. The Colorado Ag Water Alliance met in Longmont, November 29th and 30th. Corey DeAngelis did a great presentation. Just as you were saying, Chairman Felt, about water administration and water law. I think we all can learn a lot about it. At the Department of Ag, we're thinking about doing the same thing you're talking about, is doing a level 202, 201 program, because an area that some people have approached us is due diligence on water purchases, but a lot of farmers aren't aware of that. And one of the due diligences that we want to make sure they include is you don't have to sell. And there are alternatives, and you know, these water sharing agreements that we're trying to come up with. So we're excited about that. The Master Irrigators Program was a brief update on that. So that was exciting to have there as well. We had Brandy Bacara and Greg Peterson present on that. And then this reminds me too, that because the Master Irrigators Program has been incorporated in the Republican and the Rio Grande basins, I believe. I think it's been pretty successful. The growers seem to really have taken to it, mainly because it's a lot of peer-to-peer interaction. It's growers comparing to each other what they're doing. And that reminds me that for every meeting I reach out to Deb Daniels and Rod Lentz with the Republican River Basin. They really, Lauren, want me to pass along their thanks to CWCB for all the efforts that they have in trying to meet the settlement agreement on the Republican to reach that dry up of 25,000 acres. So they wanted me to be sure to pass along their thanks there. So Kawa had a great summit. One of my goals maybe in my new position is to get a calendar, an open calendar that everybody can post their water meetings on, because unfortunately at the same time as this, the next day was the South Platte Forum. And I think also the West Greeley Conservation District was having a thing. So it was hard to make it to all of them. But at the South Platte Forum, there was a great panel. I don't have a picture of this, but Dr. Welch, who was a co-author with Greg Hobbs on a book called The Confluence, the Story of Greeley Water, really had some interesting comments. And the bottom right-hand picture is one of his slides. And I thought it was so true that, you know, the 4 points there that he makes is, number one, what will be said of us 100 years from now? Number two, the value of cooperation. Number three, the wisdom of planning. And number four really is so important, is that the lessons of nature teaches us all, you know, that we can manage what we can manage, but really Mother Nature is who we really need to be listening to. The upper right corner was a panel. Of course, former board member Jim Yon was on that. Kyle Whitaker had a great story. Did anybody here attend the South Platte Forum? Raise your hand because I won't tell the story. Did you remember Kyle's story about the guillotine? So I'm going to share the story with you because I thought it was great. So there was these 3 individuals that were sentenced to death by this king, or, you know, whatever. One was a preacher, one was a teacher, and one was an engineer, I think. And so the preacher gets down there, you know, says his last words, puts his neck on the guillotine. The guy pulls the rope and nothing happens. He goes, oh my gosh, thanks, dear Lord. So the teacher gets up there, puts her head down on the guillotine. The guy pulls the rope, nothing happens. The engineer gets down there, looks up and goes, oh, wait, I see the problem. Let me fix it. Yeah. What relevance that has to water, I don't know, but I enjoyed the story, right? But as was said by Director Anderson, what's great about this opportunity is the people that you meet and the interactions that you have, and that's part of it. Bottom left-hand corner, I know, Ken, you're really involved in getting the word out about the activities of the roundtable. So is the South Platte. We have a booth that Casey Davenhill goes around and tries to go to different events to educate people about what's going on in the roundtable, and I think that's really important. Had the opportunity to attend the Colorado Association Conservation District's annual conference, December 4th and 6th. Just the picture, we live in an amazing place, don't we? I mean, I'd love to go to Canada, don't get me wrong. But just the view out of my hotel room was just incredible there. But again, Phil Brink, Greg Peterson were there talking about funding opportunities, about their drought resiliency program, and how to get really innovative ideas out on farmers and ranchers across the state. The next slide, I noticed a couple of my other fellow board members. I saw them there. I just decided to attend the Colorado River Water Users Association annual meeting in Las Vegas. I had never been there before. Wanted to take advantage of that opportunity. I thought it'd provide me insight in the discussions that we have. And it was a great program. These are a couple of the panels that were there. I mean, good Colorado representation there. Lorelei was the presenter. They had her running hard. She was going from meeting room to meeting room presenting. Chairman Hart was there, Ann Castle, Eric Kuhn, Andy Mueller, Dr. Perry Cabot made a presentation, and there were others there. So they had different panels talking about different topics, whether it was ag use, recreational use, consumptive, non-consumptive uses. But I think, and it was all great, the interactions there. I think, how many people did they say attended? Do you remember? 1,700 people attended. So 1,700 people were at this convention. So it was great to make those interactions. Probably the most interesting panel. Karen Kwan, of course, was the moderator for this. And this was all the different states representatives to the Colorado River Commission. So you see our hero, Becky, right there in the middle. And I thought it was appropriate in Las Vegas, right? That you go out on the floor and you see these gambling machines. So which things are similar? People gambling with our future, who is really trying to do that versus who was really trying to lead us quickly into the future. And I tell you, Becky was really straightforward there. She really said, you know what? The numbers don't lie. Let's look at the numbers. Where is the overuse really going? I really have to give her credit. Let's see, Emily, can I tell my story? Is that all right if I tell my story at crew? Thanks. So, and those of you that are on the roundtables, you've already heard this story too, because I've tried to tell it at every roundtable basin. Whenever I go to meetings like this, I always try to go share a meal with somebody I don't know, right? When you come home, you can have a conversation with people here. So I intentionally at meals went out to try to find somebody else. At lunch, the first meal, I sat with a group of individuals that were from the upper Yuma, Arizona irrigation ditch company. And the gentleman was real nice. You know how the pitcher of water is in the middle of the table, you can't reach it. So he grabbed it and was pouring water, filling our water glasses. And so I jokingly said, see, we're sharing water. And right away he quipped, well, tell Becky Mitchell that. And then the next morning at breakfast, I happened to sit down with people from the lower Yuma irrigation district. And I know a lot of vegetable growers down in the Yuma area, and also right away hit it off with them since we had that common interest. And it was really a great opportunity for me to share my experiences. We always talk about how we're living within our means. The snowpack really restricts what we're doing versus what the challenges they're facing. I mean, the upper Yuma Conservation District has dried up 4,000 acres of land, you know, and I didn't realize that. They didn't really understand how, you know, we don't put in the orders like the lower district, lower states do. So it was really a wonderful opportunity. I think that's really key. But really, again, this picture is really to emphasize again, and it was said here, how important it is for us to really support Becky and what a warrior she is for really fighting for all of us. But it is really weird. That town is so weird. So this is the view from, you know, compare that to Colorado Springs view, right? This is the view from my hotel room in Las Vegas. They have the sphere looking out at you. I don't quite understand the draw. That's the new entertainment sphere? I'm not too sure. It's a smiley face of sorts, I guess. Yeah, so it's interesting that the different environments that we live in. So I was happy to be able to travel home. This is my flight home. But again, looking out the window on the airplane really emphasizes, I think puts a emphasis on the challenges that we face. I mean, this is the Denver Front Range area, and you see houses as far as you can see into the distance. And at the same time was when the time on the farm that I have to make decisions about what seed am I going to order for this coming year. You know, and at that time, the snowpack was like as mentioned before, the snowpack was really looking awful. I always try to log into the, what is it called? It's not the water availability test, but the water conditions monitoring. I know yeah, so I always try to log into that. I really appreciate that. And I'm thankful that you have it posted on YouTube because a lot of times I can't go. I wasn't able to attend the last one, but I can listen to it later. So thanks for all your work on that committee. I really appreciate it. Because I think just as Director Combs was saying, these tools to help us determine how we're going to move forward are so important. And for example, I think that the piles of seed here for me as a farmer, that's about almost $100,000 investment right there. And that's a cheap part of it. It builds throughout the season. You know, once I start putting it in the ground, there's more cost and more cost and more costs that go in there. Maybe that's why I don't like Las Vegas too, is farming is gamble enough. But this is a wonderful place to live. This happens to be New Year's Eve in downtown Denver. Again, I think we live in a wonderful community, and I always try to share video, and that's the people here are just wonderful. It's a pleasure to really be able to serve them. Just a few of the other meetings I attended. This is actually upper left-hand corners, Director Mitchell or Commissioner Mitchell. She was and I were both presenting the Colorado Cattlemen's Association. Oh, and I learned this. The best place for, if you ever have to be a speaker, make sure they put you after Becky Mitchell, because you never have time for you after Becky. Right? It's a perfect place to be on the agenda. But that's a perfect place to be. I would agree with Director Brown that they're doing, having that separated now has been such a good idea to do that. And then, of course, I got to also present behind Tracy Kozlov at the 4 States Irrigation Council meeting. So that was a pleasure also to be at. You did a great job of explaining the complexities of water administration. So thank you so much. And the bottom picture is, did anybody attend the Denver Business Journal State of the Mayor's breakfast? Were you there? I didn't see. I wish I would have known that. Again, I always try to reach out to some things you go, why did you attend that? And it was really interesting to hear from the mayors of Aurora, Mayor of Denver, Lakewood, and Arvada speak about, you know, the issues they're facing, the challenges, and how they think they're going to overcome those challenges. In the past, there has been a lot of conversations about water. This year, I think Mayor Kaufman was the only one that mentioned water. Of course, what was the priority for most of them was housing. Yeah. Yep, exactly. So that was a big issue. But afterwards, I got to speak to all of them. So it was, and then even at the table that I was at, it was interesting. You know, people always ask, well, what do you do? I'm a farmer. They look at you, what are you doing here as a farmer? I go, well, water's pretty important for if you guys want food, right? So it's always, and then the person I sat next to was a broker of bonds that municipalities will invest in. So we started to have that conversation too about how that fits in development and the interaction with ags. He's going to actually, he's setting up some type of a seminar at the Spur campus. So he's going to reach out to me to see if we can connect and have a session on ag water. So you never know about the people that you're going to interact with. And I always love that. Other events that I didn't take pictures of were the Ag Commission meeting, the Ditch and Reservoir Company Alliance Board meeting that was at the Department of Ag. At the Colorado Farm Show, they have a whole day dedicated to water. I was able to attend part of that. And then a South Platte River Symposium was held in Fort Morgan, which I was able to attend. And then, of course, you guys remember this day, the Smart Act hearings. Yay. So Lauren Riss is up front. This was in I was presenting. You guys did a fabulous job. Bottom right-hand corner is the Department of Ag preparing. They're all busy taking notes. But I'm really excited about this new opportunity and new role. It's just really feel blessed. The timing is worked out this way, and just looking forward to working again with everybody. Thank you. A special thank you to Director Anderson. Really appreciate all of the dedication that you have to water and to agriculture around the state. So your voice carries a lot of weight because of your experience. I think, you know, I made the comment yesterday that there's too many of us with gray hairs or no hairs here. But also it's important to carry forth that knowledge and that experience, the breadth of experience. So thank you for that. We really appreciate your service. And then the happy crew, right? I can't tell you how honored I've been on this past 3 years. Thanks to Becky Mitchell. She really had to twist my arm to come on board after, and April would appreciate this, after serving on the Water Quality Control Commission for 15 years. I was saying absolutely never again was I going to serve on a board or commission. I had done my service to the state and there was no way. And so Becky had to really twist my arm to serve. And then there was a few times, as some of you know, that I felt like I was going to have to step down. And Becky twisted my arm and made sure that I stayed on board. And I'm so glad that I did. So thanks so much, Becky, if you're out there listening. Thanks to all the Basin Roundtables. You guys are wonderful. Thanks to the South Platte committee chairs. Sean Chambers is our current chair. You know, whether it's the grant committee chair, the environmental rec group, or the M&I group, they all do some wonderful work. Thanks to our recorder, Diane Kelty. She does an amazing job keeping us all organized, just as Viola does here. So thank you, Viola, so much. Really appreciate that. Thanks to all the South Platte Basin Roundtable members. Special thanks to CWCB staff. Oh my gosh, I know you guys are excited to see me go. All of my little questions, right? I'm so sorry, but you have helped educate me so much on so many different things. I had no idea you were involved in floodplain mapping, you know, the wildfire ready watershed program, the emergency planning. It just was incredible to see all the wonderful work that you're doing. And to be really perfectly honest with you, your inspirational work and your dedication to serve the people of Colorado is really what inspired me to take this next step to even think about applying for this new Ag Water Policy Advisor. I just saw the amazing work that you guys are doing and how you are just helping Colorado along in this process. I just said, you know what? I want to be a part of that mission even more. And so even though it's sad for me to say, you know, thank you. I mean, sad to say thank you and goodbye as a board member. Thank you to all my board members. Like Jackie, I remember when you were chair. I think when you were chair when I came on, right? And you got to serve through all the COVID times. Oh my gosh, amazing job. And Jackie as well. And then the great leadership we have now. I hope you don't mind me sharing this story. The real reason why I took this job. The real reason I took this job is because I didn't want to be chair after Greg. I had to figure out a way to get out of being chair. So it was like, get off the board. It was either get kicked off or to find something else. And I didn't want to get kicked off. But Greg, you've been such an inspiration to me. I have it written down in my office, both offices now, that we both are involved in occupations of hope. And that's so true. That really hit home with me. Your inspiration, your thoughtfulness. I want to carry that through in everything I do. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Robert.
That's it.
Any questions or comments, Director Vasquez?
Just, I love that question that you quoted from one of the meetings you were in, what will be said about us in 100 years? But that is asking about someone else's opinion. And I'm going to share what I would say there. Basically, I think it may serve you because you are an agent of hope. And that is, what kind of ancestor do you want to be? Yeah, turn it around. Yeah.
That's great.
Nice. Any other comments? Okay. Thanks.
Great.
We are done with the basin director reports and we're going to keep moving along here. We've got a series of, well, one action item, I guess, and then a series of updates. So we will move on to item 16, 2024 Species Conservation Trust Fund eligibility list approval with Kara Shield.
Hi, yes, thanks. Good morning. Kara Shield, for the record, CWCB's Endangered Species Recovery Program Manager. This is agenda item 16, the 2024 Species Conservation Trust Fund eligibility list approval, and this is an action item. So I don't have a clicker. Oh, thanks. So just to provide everyone with a bit of a refresher, this fund is really important for our recovery programs and for other activities related to the recovery of protected species. So each year, the Executive Director's Office requests recommendations from CWCB staff and board for projects that would be eligible to receive funding from the Species Conservation Trust Fund. And if this is approved by the board today, it will then go to the General Assembly for their review and approval. This year, the Executive Director's Office will be requesting in total $5 million for the Species Conservation Trust Fund, and these funds will be split evenly between the CWCB and the CPW, with CWCB potentially receiving up to $2.5 million. This year's staff's recommendations for the expenditure of the $2.5 million is this list of projects that you see on the screen and that were outlined in your memo. In years past, we haven't really spent a lot of time going into detail about these projects, but I thought today, because of our focus on water quality, that I would invite Natalie Day from the USGS to tell you a little bit more about the selenium management program in the Gunnison Basin. CWCB has quite a history of contributing to this project. We have dedicated SCTF funding since 2012. And partially due to the amount of funding that this program was able to receive, the group has made some significant contributions to the Gunnison Basin. So I will turn it over to Natalie now to tell you a little bit more about that and what they are proposing to do with their requests this year.
All right. Hi, my name's Natalie Day. I work at the USGS in Grand Junction. And am I able to take over the screen?
Yes, she has some slides. Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to.
Okay, now I think I can.
There you go. We can see them now.
Okay, great. Okay, so great. So I'll just do a brief overview of the selenium management program and the work in the Lower Gunnison Basin. Long story short, it's been very successful in reducing dissolved selenium concentrations in the Lower Gunnison River. The USGS has quite a few monitoring stations in the Lower Gunnison, and we've been tracking changes in the dissolved selenium concentrations for years and found that we are now in compliance with the Colorado Aquatic Life Standard that happened just before 2020. So yeah, worked really hard to get below that aquatic life standard and met it in the last couple of years. The next goal of the selenium management program is to improve water quality conditions to assist in the recovery of endangered species in the Gunnison and Colorado rivers. So we've achieved this dissolved standard in the water, but we need to make sure now that the water quality is sufficient for these native and endangered species. So there's been a couple of studies that the USGS has done and others have participated in related to selenium in the Lower Gunnison and the Colorado River basins. The first study, the first half of this slide, is a study that I led in 2020, published in 2020, where we took all the selenium and mercury. This study also looked at mercury concentrations, all the data ever collected in the Upper Colorado River Basin. It had data from 1960 to 2011. and we use linear mixed effects modeling to look at where are concentrations the highest, and are certain species more at risk? Do they have higher concentrations than others? And we found that the lower Gunnison, the Gunnison River Basin had the most exceedances of the selenium benchmark. And out of the whole upper Colorado, 48% of individuals exceeded the fish health benchmark. And there was also a study done specifically just in the lower Gunnison River Basin, this is the bottom half of this slide, based on data collected in 2015 and 2016 to better understand how dissolved concentrations in the water translate to concentrations in fish species. So it's not just a one-to-one relationship. You can't just measure the concentration of selenium in the water to know what the concentration is in the fish. There's a complicated series of trophic transfers between dissolved concentrations in the water to algae, to insects, to prey fish, to these predatory fish. And I'm not going to go into details on this study, but we learned that based on our model concentrations, the razorback sucker and Colorado pike minnow would be expected to exceed the fish health threshold in the Colorado based on data from these 2 years when it was collected. And we also learned that it was really complicated to predict how much would end up in fish. It depended on what season it was, if it was a big water year, if it was being irrigated. And so this really highlights, we have our two goals here for the S&P. So it really highlights that we don't know the answer to number 2 yet. We don't know if water quality conditions are improved enough to be safe for endangered species in these waterways. All the data published in these 2 studies, the data was all collected before dissolved concentrations fell below the Colorado threshold. We know that a lot of species and locations were underrepresented in previous sampling efforts. That database that I published with all the data that existed, no data has been published since, beyond 2011. So, and we identified that there was really a lot of missing species and locations from that data set. And the food web study showed that it's really confusing to try and figure out if dissolved concentrations in water, what the concentrations will be in the fish. So there's still a lot of unknowns regarding selenium in biota in the Gunnison River, but also the whole upper Colorado. I also want to mention that the EPA criterion is 3.1 micrograms per liter, which is lower than the Colorado standard. And it's likely that Colorado will likely have to adopt this or prove that the current Colorado standard of 4.6 micrograms per liter is safe for fish. So this brings me to proposed task number 1, and that's to organize and publish existing fish tissue data. So while I was writing the paper about, that had the whole database of existing fish tissue, we also received funding to go out and collect more fish samples. And I went out to the Colorado, Gunnison, White, and Yampa rivers and focused on filling in gaps for fish species that were underrepresented in certain basins. This map shows the purple dots are dots published already in the 2020 paper that I mentioned, and the red represent new data collected. So we really filled in some spatial gaps and some species gaps from the existing database. And we got way more up-to-date data. And these samples were analyzed for selenium, mercury, and carbon and nitrogen isotopes. So we're proposing to organize this data, publish it in a data release, and prepare a summary presentation. We'd probably give that at the S&P meeting where we could compare it to previous data. We could comparative health thresholds and regulatory standards. and explore possibilities for a more in-depth analysis. For example, could we, instead of plugging endangered fish, be plugging surrogate species? This is an example of the data collected as part of this effort. This table, this isn't all fish, but it's selected fish. These are the numbers collected in the historic data that it's already published. And these are the fish collected that I went out and collected in 2016 and 2017. This bar plot shows how many fish, so this is the number of fish collected in each year. So you can see that there's pulses of data collection. There was a huge effort in 1991 and 1992, another effort in 2001 and 2022. If we publish this data release, we're adding a ton of samples to the existing database and providing way more up-to-date information. I included these arrows just to point out that in addition to collecting endangered fish like the Colorado pike minnow, we also caught a lot more species that could be potential surrogates for endangered fish like smallmouth bass, northern pike, and walleye that were really underrepresented in the existing database. The Lower Gunnison River, which of course the S&P is most interested in, this is just a breakdown of the samples we collected there. And again, you can see huge efforts in the 90s, again in the early 2000s. And if we publish this data release, we would be adding a lot of information and up-to-date information about what's happening with selenium concentrations in fish in the Lower Gunnison River. And I want to emphasize on this slide, it's really, in order to link dissolved selenium concentrations in water to concentrations in fish, it's important to understand how they're changing over time. So how has policy changes and irrigation changes translated into what we're seeing in the fish? And it's really hard to identify those patterns when you have really sporadic data collection. There's no telling if certain species were only targeted during these time periods, or if you got a full representation of all the fish in the river at this time. And so through making these databases and publishing these previous papers, we really started talking about how there should be a dedicated monitoring program in the Lower Gunnison River Basin. So our second proposed task is to develop a long-term monitoring plan in the Lower Gunnison. So as I said before, historically, biota data was collected for specific projects. So there's big gaps in our understanding and big gaps spatially across the basin. And there's still a lot of uncertainty about how dissolved selenium translates into concentrations in fish. And so we're proposing to establish 3 to 5 sites along the Lower Gunnison for continued seasonal monitoring of major categories of biota: water, algae, invertebrates, and fish. We want to collect data for 3 to 5 years, publish this data in a data release and a scientific investigation report or journal article by the end of the collection time period. We'll use what we learned from this data collection to refine a long-term monitoring plan so that we can better understand if those decreases in dissolved selenium are in fact helping the fish, and if the 4.6 Colorado standard is sufficient enough to ensure fish health, or if we need to think about adopting the Colorado or the EPA standard, which is lower. And of course, we would coordinate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife to help with some of this data collection in the basin. This is a work plan timeline and our budget. So work would start on the database immediately and publication, hopefully by the beginning of FY25. We would start developing the monitoring program this summer. and start initial data collection and implement the monitoring program for the next 4 or 5 years with the goal of, publishing a report or a journal article by the end of the time period in 2030. The USGS would use community matching funds to match all of the funds received from CWCB. And yeah, we went ahead and laid out the budget for the entire length of the project just to ensure that, it actually does continue for 5 years to reap the full benefits of a long-term monitoring program. And that's all I have for this project. Happy to take questions.
But my last slide up there, just staff recommendation, and we can take all questions at that time. Oh, you'll have to stop
Oh
sharing.
yeah, sorry. I get a lot of screens. Okay, stopped.
Thanks. Oh, sorry. There we go. Yep, so staff recommendation is on the screen, and I'm happy to take any questions, or if you have any questions for Natalie as well.
Okay, thank you, Kara. And thank you, Natalie, too, for that presentation. Very interesting. Are there questions for either of them? Director Vasquez?
Yeah, just one question. Can you educate us how you actually address reducing dissolved selenium in the river? Is it management of irrigation return flows, or how is it reduced?
Natalie, I'll let you have that one.
Yeah, a lot of it is management of irrigation return flows. We have a monitoring program and sites across the entire Lower Gunnison, monitoring on and off farm activities associated with, BMPs that the NRCS, a lot of them are related to salinity reductions as well. Typically, when you reduce salinity, you can reduce selenium. So yeah, the USGS has put a lot of effort into studying these on and off farm reductions.
Thanks. With that, I'd like to move that we approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion in a second by Director Brody. I believe there were some more questions. I thought Director Combs maybe had a question. Did you, or no? Were you were just doing one of those hand jive things that happen? Yeah. All right, Director Brown, do you have a question? Then you have a question.
Thank you, Kara. Kara was a rock star too and is meeting, I'm not sure, with some endangered fish enthusiasts of the 3rd grade.
Yeah.
So thanks to Kara for that.
I met with them last week, and I was way more nervous for that than I am for this board presentation. So thanks, Director Brown.
Yep. I told those 3rd graders, I know someone you can talk to. So I know what happens when there's selenium in fish we eat, that's not good, but are we worried that this will reduce their lifespan, their ability to reproduce? Sorry if I missed that.
Yeah, it largely causes reproductive effects. And in the previous, I didn't go into too much detail on previous research, but yeah, it largely causes reproductive effects. A lot of times it's seen in birds, actually, but in the fish, mercury is, I'm sure everyone is familiar, like don't eat too much tuna because mercury bioaccumulates. And so like the top predator, or the older you are, the more mercury you'll have. But selenium's a little trickier. Selenium's tricky all around, is something that is a cool part of this project, is that like it's not well understood anywhere in the country, and the Lower Gunnison happens to have like some of the highest concentrations and a lot of endangered and threatened fish. So it's a really cool place to study it. But yeah, selenium doesn't necessarily bioaccumulate. It's actually released when fish are spawning. And so fish that spawn multiple times a year typically have less selenium in them versus fish that skip spawn or, don't necessarily spawn every year, which can definitely be fish like the Colorado pike minnow. They are more likely to have higher selenium concentrations. But when a fish spawns, some of that selenium is actually transferred into the eggs. So it gets complicated with predicting which fish is going to have, and even which species is going to have the highest concentrations, because we don't have a great understanding of how it accumulates and how it's released.
Thank you.
And just to add a little bit onto that too, this was one of the management actions that we've committed to in the Gunnison Basin PBO. So the recovery, it's a recovery program action.
Okay, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Chairman Feld. Natalie, to kind of follow up on what Director Brown's question, I know when I was on the Water Quality Control Commission, we were also, I think, helping to fund some bioremediation projects. At that time, I was actually a vegetable farmer, and there were studies showing that broccoli would actually take up selenium. And so I think there was some studies going on. And it was interesting too, at the fact at that time, for Water Quality Control Commission meetings, I had to take a lot of energy drinks, and energy drinks at that time, at least, actually had selenium as one of the ingredients. So it was interesting to note that.
Yeah. I mean, we need selenium. All critters need selenium, but too much is not good. Mercury, on the other hand, we don't need any mercury to live. But there's an interesting relationship between mercury and selenium, where if you have enough, this is a theory that's being tested extensively. And the Colorado is a really cool place to test it, because we have a lot of mercury and a lot of selenium in some places. But there is a theory that with enough selenium in a fish, it can actually negate the negative effects of mercury. And in places in Appalachia, they actually add selenium to waterways because of all the mountaintop mining and high mercury concentrations. And so based on this theory, they add selenium. And we found that in the upper Colorado River, there's not a ton of mercury in the Gunnison, but in other places in the upper Colorado, there's a lot of mercury, and but there's also a lot of selenium. So based on this theory, the fish in the upper Colorado could be protected from the negative effects of mercury in the basin, but it's definitely not a proven theory. But this basin is a really cool place to test out these ideas.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you.
We will keep moving along. Next up, we have a series of updates from the water supply planning section, Russ Sands and Kat Weissmiller, starting with water plan scenarios, water quality, and land use modeling.
All right, thank you so much. Russ Sands, CWCB staff for the record. I'm actually here just to set up and introduce Mazda Karabi. I think I had some slides, but they may not be teed up. But just as a reminder, as I think you're all aware, but in kind of a precursor for some of the water quality discussions we're going to have later this afternoon, the water plan scenarios that we have 5 scenarios. They contemplate a lot of things. They don't specifically contemplate water quality. And so I'm really excited about some of the work that Mazda is leading. And I'm going to turn things over to him to talk you through that.
Hold on, I think you're muted still.
Here we go. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mazda Karabi. I'm a professor of civil and environmental engineering at Colorado State University. And I also direct the One Water Solutions Institute at CSU. For this very brief presentation, I thought I would share with you some thoughts about a systems approach to water management across Colorado, which includes also water quality control and water quality considerations. And I will provide some updates about 2 specific information management systems that we have developed in collaboration with state and local agencies, as well as other partners in academic and non-academic research institutions across the states. And these tools are the Clean Assessment Dashboard for Water Quality Control and the Polaris tool. Both of these tools are designed to provide statewide access to all communities with different management and financial capacities to allow seamless and integrated approaches to water management. To just provide some information with regard to the need for integrated assessments, I thought I briefly discuss the physical and other aspects of water quality control in any system, including river basins across Colorado. Of course, water quality in our river basins and watersheds are influenced by background nutrients and other water quality constituents from forested and rangeland and other areas, but also urban wastewater, stormwater, agricultural runoff, and other human activities also contribute to nutrient and water quality conditions in the state. Of course, we have to also consider policy and institutions that govern water systems, including water quality. And I'm highlighting here the regulations 31, which are the interim targets for total phosphorus and total nitrogen in the streams and rivers across Colorado. We have also conducted many studies on social, behavioral, and economic components of water systems, things such as trading across sectors, whether it's water quantity or water quality, behavioral considerations, adoption of technologies, and things like that that fit in that system view. Let me start with just showing you the concepts here in the Poudre River watershed, which is located in the South Platte River Basin in northern Colorado. As Poudre runs through the system from its upstream forested and rangeland sub-watersheds in the Rocky Mountains, it passes through a gradient of elevation, land use, and soils conditions. And quantity and quality of water is influenced by a variety of human activities, such as wastewater treatment facilities, as I mentioned, urban stormwater, and agricultural activities. So you can see here in these slides the estimated amounts of total nitrogen and total phosphorus in million pounds per year that are contributed by natural background, whether it's forest, surface waters from forested and rangeland, or contributions from groundwater, both to total phosphorus and nitrogen. As we notice here, the share of human contributions to water quality constituents, and in this case, nutrients, increase as we move downstream. So we built a lot of our tools and assessment capacities for the Poudre River watershed as a part of several projects funded by EPA and some local agencies, but then in collaboration with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, we have expanded these tools to the entire state, which I'm going to introduce to you during this presentation. Also, what I would like to highlight in this specific case study is that as the human activities increase through the watersheds, as we move downstream, the concentration of nutrients are elevated as we get closer to the confluence of Poudre River with the South Platte River Basin. So we can see here in the at the mouth of canyon, in the area where it's mostly dominated by forested and rangeland land cover, water quality conditions are below the target or proposed and interim targets for total nitrogen in this case. And then as we move downstream, these concentrations tend to exceed the desired targets. So as a part of our study, for expanding these capacities statewide, one factor that we considered was it would be very useful for integrated assessment to conduct scenario planning that is 100% fully consistent with the Colorado's water plan plausible future scenarios. This is commonly known as scenarios A, B, C, D, and E. So the plan provides a very nice basis for integrated assessments in a comprehensive and holistic fashion. So what we have done over the past decade, we have taken these scenario descriptions and data sets that are provided in technical reports in the Colorado's water plan. And we have worked very closely with the technical staff at Colorado Water Conservation Board to obtain this data. And we have created high-resolution data and analysis tools for all of the facilities, agricultural fields, and regulated MS4 systems across Colorado. These systems include 323 wastewater treatment facilities, 64 regulated MS4 areas spanning approximately 820,000 acres and nearly 77,000 irrigated fields in the 7 divisions. So again, the task that we have pursued and completed so far includes, again, taking the data products that are available from Colorado's water plan and make them detailed for every facility or every regulated MS4 or every irrigated agricultural fields. These data include climate data sets, population. So for example, in the scenario plan E, we say that population of Colorado will reach 9.4 million people by year 2050. What does that mean for the service area of a specific wastewater treatment facility? These are the type of high resolution data sets that we have created. So we've done this analysis and we have created very robust and rigorous analysis and models for every facility and field and urban region to be able to conduct assessments at the field to watershed and to river basin scales. So the type of results that we can get from this, the information we've created are, for example, what are the contributions of various components or physical systems that influence water quality, in this case, nutrients. So you can see, if I only look at the share of wastewater treatment facilities, MS4 systems, and irrigated cropland, and aggregate the information for Colorado, you can see that total nitrogen and total phosphorus are dominated by wastewater treatment facilities, and agricultural sector contributes to this nutrient loss as well as urban stormwater runoff. And you can we can conduct analysis, and we have completed this analysis for the entire state, that, for example, implementation of Regulation 31 and technologies that are required to reach those target levels will reduce total nitrogen by approximately 57% from baseline, which was established for the 2010 to 2050 conditions. Of course, these observations and these trends and patterns vary across regions and river basins. So I thought I will highlight another example where in the Gunnison River Basin, where nutrient conditions are dominated by both wastewater treatment plants and agricultural sector for total nitrogen, and primarily by agricultural or irrigated agriculture for total phosphorus levels. Again, what happens when we implement agricultural conservation practices or improve technologies that are required to reach Regulation 31 targets? We can see that we can achieve substantial amounts of reductions of total nitrogen and total phosphorus in the basin. So we have incorporated all of the information in a dashboard for statewide applications called the Clean Water Quality Control Dashboard. All of the water plans scenarios are embedded in this dashboard, and communities at various spatial scales and size can access the information seamlessly and conduct scenario analysis. So technology upgrades, incorporation of agricultural conservation practices and stormwater practices are available in the dashboard for use across the state seamlessly in all of our watersheds. There is another project that I thought I will highlight here that is in the spirit of integrated management of water systems. And this is a project funded by Colorado Water Conservation Board to link land use planning and urban planning or regional planning in general with water supply planning. The tool is referred to as Polaris. It's a web-based, cloud-based computing system that measures various water use intensity metrics, including gallons per capita per day, or million gallons per acre of different land use types, or gallons per meter type per day, as a function of a variety of land use measures and metrics such as population density, household density, number of people per household, and GDP and employments and so on. So a very critical factor here I want to highlight is that this tool can be used to answer questions such as land use intensification, impacts on water use. The tool was developed with several utilities in the Front Range of Colorado, and now we are making the tool available for up to 50 communities across the 7 river basins in Colorado to forecast how water use will evolve and will change in Colorado, and how we can conduct water supply planning in a consistent fashion with Colorado's water plan scenarios. So I'm going to stop here in the interest of time, and if there are any questions, I would be more than glad to answer. Again, I just want to highlight one of our key goals has been making these tools available to all communities across Colorado. And we think that this is a very important approach because, of course, these type of systems enable regional approaches and regional learning across communities in Colorado, and hopefully they can contribute to improved management of our systems.
Thank you, Mazdak. Are there any questions for him? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, you have a question? Director Sakata.
Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Arabi. Good to see you, Robert Sakata. Does any of this modeling effort or the planning effort take into account quality of land for agricultural purposes? I mean, I would hope that some of the decision-making goes in, if we're going to take some land out of ag, that at least maybe it's the least productive type of ground.
Well, Robert, first of all, good to see you. I always love your anecdotes. I'm an engineer and I enjoyed that specific example that you mentioned. Yes, so these models build on data sets that incorporate soil characteristics, land use, cropping systems, and productivity as a set of agricultural measure in that fashion. So I think your question gets also to some of the projections of loss of agricultural land in the Colorado's water plan. And as we assess these, obviously our tools can be used to inform where do we get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of retiring land, or even other strategies like leasing agricultural water, or other mechanisms that are referred to as alternative water transfer methods. The tools that we have put together enable that kind of assessment across the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Vasquez.
Yes, good morning. I'm curious whether there's any opportunity for bioprocessing the wastewater treatment facility effluent before it's put into streams to reduce the nitrogen and phosphorus load?
Thank you, Director, for the question. Bioprocessing and land application of wastewater treatment facility biomass is a part of the data sets that we have. So, for example, I didn't mention this, but manure production from CAFOs is also included. We have algorithms that allocate the manure levels and also biomass from wastewater treatment plants in lands adjacent to these facilities or fields. And they are a part of the nutrient budget and nutrient cycle that are represented in the models. But there are considered, and we have a very robust data set of what facilities are doing with regard to these operations.
And do you take the message of opportunities out to rural wastewater treatment facilities for an education opportunity?
I think we can do a lot more. Director, with regard to making our capacities and data and information available for improved decision making, but also educational and training opportunities for rural communities to understand how investments, whether it's in management actions or actual technology upgrades or conservation practices, can help them achieve their desired water quality targets, as well as contributing to reliability of water supply. Obviously, water quality and water supply planning are also highly related. We are working very closely with Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to develop training programs. We do a lot of stormwater training, but we can do a lot more with regard to wastewater treatment activities and so on. We take your point and definitely will pursue those more rigorously as we go forward.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, we have item 18, turf replacement and landscape change updates.
Good morning, Kat Weissmiller for the record. This is agenda item 18, landscape transformation and turf updates. It's informational, no board action is required. A fun board action though would be to wish Russ a happy birthday today because it's his birthday. I'm going to cover 3 topics today. An update on the state turf replacement program, which has been requested. I'm going to touch on some revised exploratory analysis results on the costs and benefits and savings from turf replacement efforts. And I'll talk about the work of the Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force, which is possibly the hardest acronym we've come up with. Just looking back at where we've been, I kind of want to review the landscape so far. So in November of 2022, we held the Landscape Summit that was in Denver. That was kind of a first opportunity to really start talking about transformative landscape change in a meaningful way in this circle. And then in January of 2023, we released the first exploratory analysis conducted by BBC Research and Analysis. And we also launched the water plan and the turf program at the same time. At that time, the Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force was announced, and they held meetings throughout the last year from April to December, and actually I think into January of 2024. So that group has been meeting all year. In May and June of this past year, we held the Drought Summit. And then over the course of the last year, $2 million in program funds were allocated for the turf replacement program. $2 million in new funds was requested for the turf replacement program. And you all approved a water plan grant for turf replacement to Resource Central, which was one of the largest grants for this kind of work that's ever been awarded. So we're really excited about that. That totals about $6 million in funding. In January of this year, in fact, today, we've released the task force, the Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force's final report. And we've also released the updated BBC turf report with some new data. Oop, hang on a second. My talking points don't want to move here. All right. Turf removal efforts have supported projects statewide, though those have been more heavily weighted on the east slope. You can see this map of turf removal efforts statewide. Some are site-specific and others are more programmatic efforts. A reminder that the legislation just charged us with supporting existing programs as well as creating new turf removal projects. So you see a mix of those there. You'll also notice that many of these projects are on the Front Range. As I said, the work that BBC has recently done showed that we have more turf in the Front Range, and so that's sort of to be expected. It follows from that. How much water savings can we expect from turf replacement? We're really trying to get a sense of that. It's something that we know is going to be a bit of a slow process. New landscapes typically take 2 to 3 years to become established. And in that time, they actually may use more water. So we're kind of in a waiting game right now on some of that data. There are also several efforts underway to get a better understanding of turf replacement efforts. For example, Resource Central has a grant that they're working on that's looking at water savings from Garden in a Box. We also have a number of estimates coming through from Bureau of Reclamation grants. And of course, CWCB and others are doing additional analysis that's a little bit more Colorado specific. Trying to get a sense of the big picture estimates of water savings. There are some things we know and then some things that we're really still trying to figure out, which is part of the reason that we've been focusing on research and bringing together experts on this topic. From the Colorado Water Plan, we know that 7% of state water goes to municipal use. While this number might vary locally from the tech update, average municipal outdoor water use is just south of 40% of municipal use. So it follows that our municipal outdoor use is about 2 to 3% of total state water use. We also know from the MOU from 2022, when we're looking at non-functional turf, maybe a goal of about 30% is a reasonable thing to look at. So we think that potential savings from non-functional turf is probably around 1% of total statewide use. And the reason that we think about it in terms of statewide use, because there's a lot of ways that you can frame this, is that as CWCB, we're really thinking about how to close that municipal gap that we're looking at in the future, that extends up to 740,000 acre feet by 2050 in the hottest scenarios. So it's important to understand this in the statewide context. But it's also important to recognize that outdoor water use represents a small fraction of statewide use, but it also for local communities is a much bigger percentage of their water use. And what we do with that outdoor irrigation water has really meaningful implications for resilience for local communities, especially in the face of climate change. So we continue to dig into exactly what outdoor use consists of. We know that not all outdoor water use is irrigating turf. It's also irrigating trees, shrubs, gardens, and both functional and non-functional turf, as well as cooling towers, car washes, fountains, swimming pools. So we know that there's a lot of uncertainty around exactly what our outdoor water use really represents. And I just want to point that out because that's an important component of trying to get our heads around the uncertainty in this area. The initial exploratory analysis conducted by BBC Research and Consulting helped to reiterate that research and comparison to other states isn't a one-to-one comparison. They did note that a maximum of 20,000 acre feet in water savings could be achieved in Colorado by replacing non-functional turf, but that probably would take about 10 years to achieve. And at the time of the first report, the range for those costs was 1.8 to 3.5 billion. We have been working to refine that research through this, this next round of reporting that was just released today. We've refined the costs a little bit. We're really kind of narrowing in on what the costs will be. So we're looking at up to around 2.5 billion for the full cost of turf replacement for that 20,000 acre feet over 10 years. And then as far as the turf acreage that we're looking at, we've also narrowed that as well. Initially, the turf estimate that we had to remove was between 50 and 150,000 acres. Now we've narrowed that to a more specific number around 170,000 acres. And the analysis revisits and expands on other ecological benefits and factors of turf removal. The more research will be needed to quantify those benefits. This research is really important because there are significant returns on investment from benefits outside of water savings, and there may be opportunities for funding from various sources. So turf replacement efforts are an important part of the work that we're doing to meet our water supply gap in the future, but they're not really a silver bullet. We'll need to continue to pursue these efforts as part of a multi-pronged effort to transform landscapes and save water. With that in mind, I want to pivot to the Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force. As I said, today their final report was released, and I have a copy here for you if you're interested in checking it out. We should have some later tonight at our event as well. This group of 21 thought leaders was convened to help advance transformative landscape change, understanding the need to start building the landscapes of tomorrow today, and more closely aligning land use plans, water use, and conservation. They worked over the last year to produce a report and 10 recommendations, as well as additional areas of research and parallel efforts to watch. They discussed a range of issues, from the impact of turf replacement efforts to defining non-functional turf, building resilience in the face of climate change, ecosystem benefits of landscape transformation, pollinator support. One big topic that we dove into was equity and heat island impacts from landscape transformation. And really the values that drive this work are a really important part of defining the success of those outcomes. So that's the update on them. Landscape transformation has a myriad other values and benefits that are equally or in some cases more important than water savings alone. So this is a 2-pager that we'll be sharing at Water Congress, and I think we'll have it again tonight at the event. So if you want to pick it up and check out some of the recommendations, you'll find them all there. And I just want to pitch that both the Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force's report, the BBC analysis, and the Climate Change in Colorado report all came out this past month. These are all really related in important ways. In particular, what I want to highlight is that climate change will continue to affect Colorado. It's going to get hotter and drier, and the savings and work that we need to do in turf replacement and transformative landscape change will become harder, but also more important. So with that, I will take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Kat. Yes, Director Costa.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Kat. I just had one question, and I don't know if it's a question or a statement, but DWR does a lot of that measuring of diversions, and you had a slide about diversion percentages for different sectors of water use. And one thing that I always kind of take note of is when we're comparing diversions and consumption around water. And I don't know if it makes any difference in this topic of turf removal, but it does seem to me to maybe in certain contexts to point out that, maybe municipal use is 7% of our total diversions, and then outdoor use, I think you said, was 40% of that, right? In our yards and that kind of thing. But in our yards, we're consuming most of that water, but what's going through our homes is going back to the system. And so I just wanted to point out that distinction and just ask to say, maybe depending on the context, does it make sense to highlight that? And does it make any difference in the benefit we see from turf removal or not, to kind of focus on how much that outdoor use is consumed?
And I don't know that I have an answer for you, but I do think that's an important question. It's something that we discussed in the Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force to a certain extent as well. And I think that has important implications for the water that goes back in the river versus the ecosystem benefits of putting it on our landscape. So I think that's something that we need to continue to explore. And I think what most of this research is telling us is that we need to continue doing additional research. This is a really fast evolving space.
Thank you.
Dr. Brody.
Thank you. And thank you, Kat, for your presentation, and to the whole team for the amazing work that's coming out of this effort. I think it's really exciting. Obviously water savings is the primary driver, but to me, this is really about so much more than just the drops of water we save. It's about, how do we make our landscapes more resilient in the face of climate change? How do we create or build upon an ethic or an ethos around conservation and around water-wise landscaping, and around making sure that everybody gets to do their part? And this is one way that a lot of Colorado residents can make a small contribution. So I hope the group will continue to think about not just the water savings, which is already obviously very important, but also about, how does this fit into our future as a resilient, adaptable state?
Thank you. I think that's a really important point. When you were discussing the Denver water facilities earlier, you're talking about the cost versus, the benefit of that. I was thinking about landscape transformation, and it has there's so many other drivers for it beyond just water savings. So I'm glad you pointed that out.
Director Vasquez.
So this program is focused on turf replacement. Is there a parallel component to prevent requirement of the Victorian lawn in new developments and to drive the implementation of xeriscaping in those new developments?
Thank you, Director Vasquez. That's a really important question. That's something that the Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force talked about extensively. One of their recommendations sort of aligns with that question. We know that if we are putting in new turf, paying to take it out really it doesn't make a ton of sense. So it's definitely something we're aware of, and I believe that there's legislation moving forward on that topic as well.
Yep, Director Brown.
I was just having this conversation with Julie Baxter from the city of Steamboat. And she said that they're working on ensuring that there is an ordinance where you can't put new lawns in before they can justify spending the money to take the lawns out. So I thought that was interesting, you know, something I don't think about in my industry, but makes sense, right? You don't want to tackle a problem when somebody's just putting more problems in, right? So I hadn't thought about it from that perspective yet.
As a follow-up, I have family in Arizona. I've been spending quite a bit of time there lately, and the new developments all have these requirements for lawns, and we're talking about upper basin states versus lower basin states. And so it seems insane that they are driving that outdoor water use in the face of shortages, primarily on the shoulders of the farmers in Arizona. So just a comment.
Director Romero.
Thanks. You know, just to kind of build on that, Governor Polis really wanted the state to be a leader on landscape transformation. So he signed an executive order last September directing DPA to integrate waterways landscaping standards into the development, redevelopment of state facilities. So what that translates into is reducing non-functional turf for new state facilities, but we're also looking at opportunities to take out non-functional turf, particularly around the kind of the Capitol complex where our office is and the Sherman Street corridor. You know, I think that there's, you know, the work of the task force, the work of the turf replacement program that has just been wildly successful is really kicked off this movement. And of course, last week, the Senate Ag Committee had its first hearing on a turf related bill that would ban non-functional turf for like commercial, industrial, institutional properties, among some other categories. So great work, staff. I think it's going to translate to landscape scale change in Colorado.
Thank you. I would be remiss not to point out all of the work that Jenna Batson has been doing, and she couldn't be here today because she's presenting on this at another conference. So I wanted to make sure to highlight her work.
Okay, any other comments on this one?
Sitting between two microphones. Yeah, I just might add to that, while this board, we all know, doesn't take positions on legislation, our staff was very integral in providing some feedback to the non-functional turf ban that Kelly just referenced. And thanks so much to Kat, to you, and to Russ, and to Jenna for providing some technical input on that. But I just wanted everybody to know that we've been involved in that conversation and have been, you know, providing our expertise to that process as it goes forward. So.
You have a comment? Anything else? All right. Let's thank you, Kat.
Thank you.
Very helpful. Let's move on to stormwater analysis update.
Good morning, Kevin Reedy for the record, CWCB staff. I'm just going to introduce my next two speakers. I'm not presenting anything, so good stuff. But actually, Director Brown, I was in the room with the team from Steamboat during our Growing Water Smart workshop in Grand Junction when they were coming up with all those ideas. So I'm really happy they're going forward with it. So good stuff. So all this stuff works great. I'll talk to all of you later about all these comments. I have a lot of good comments later on, but so I'll kick this off first with Shannon Spurlock with the Pacific Institute. So you may remember that you all approved a grant, I think it was in September 2022 in Durango for the investigation of stormwater potential. And so I won't read the long title, but it's a long title, isn't it? But anyway, Shannon Spurlock's here from the Pacific Institute to talk about this with some of her colleagues are online as well, and talk about the progress in this. They're almost done with this study. So it's nice to see this stuff come back. So take it away, Shannon.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate being here, and thank you to the Board of Directors. I know several of you were here in September 2022 asking a few questions, and I hope to answer some of those today. I will be providing
a broad level overview of this project. And again, some of my colleagues are online. And so for kind of specifics for some technical matters, we can wait to the end, and I would love to kind of point to them for them to kind of fill in some of those gaps. And actually, so this is an overview of our key team members. Pacific Institute, Right Water Engineers, and One Water Econ came together to look at the topic that was, I would say, that was brought up but not well understood. And that is, do we have a baseline understanding of the volumetric and economic potential for stormwater capture and use in Colorado? What does that look like? What does it look like if we think about that within existing water rights? What does it think about if we kind of look at the gray area or opportunity a little more, right? And say, could we expand how we view that? Could things be broadened? And I'm going to actually circle back to some of the comments that were made on the prior presentation that talk about an ethos of conservation and what does it mean to be a water steward in Colorado for some of the recommendations that have come out of this. So you all know this, you live this. The Colorado Water Plan outlines our existing water challenges. And when we think about the diversification of our water supply portfolio, it seeks to address some of these water challenges. Can stormwater be a meaningful way to secure a reliable water supply to look at not only our current demands, but future demands? This analysis is statewide and it is focused on urban areas. And so predominantly that supply demand gap within municipal and industrial. So as a refresher, here's our scope of work. And essentially it's kind of restating some of the things that I have already talked about. Two of the things, number 4 and 5, we're going to get to shortly. But that expert review panel number 4 was a core component of this research and analysis. And everything we looked at statewide, we wanted to know, are we getting it right? Are we asking the right questions? What do we need to consider or build out that we may not be doing without their guidance? And we are eternally grateful and have gratitude for the expert review panel that stepped up for over a year and has just finished providing feedback and comments for our initial draft of the final report. When you look at this expert review panel, you can see it represents Colorado broadly, national representation, and then multiple state representation. In there, we have representatives that look at everyone from like land use planners to end users, to working with some of our initial pilot programs at Sterling Ranch. So we really try to build out the expertise and inform this to be a solid, credible project that can help inform how we move forward and opportunities that may exist. So I'm going to highlight some of the key findings. And again, this is a broad overview. And then if at the end we can come back and a couple of, like I said, colleagues are online and we can delve in deeper if we would like. One of the key findings is that scale matters. And I don't think that you will find that at all surprising. But our current limitation within existing water rights for rainwater harvesting is 110 gallons or 255-gallon barrels. What actually, I think what's interesting that also came out of this is that functional capacity is more like 88 gallons. It's not 110 gallons when you look at that dead space and actually what can be collected and stored. So even if we look at initial estimates, it's lower than that number. Also, we looked at, when I talk about what's legally allowable, that 110 gallons or functional capacity 88 gallons, we said, well, what happens if we think about a 500-gallon cistern, right? We're like, we're not moving it too much, but does that make a difference? Well, it does. And so in here and throughout the report, you will see that the averages span across a variety. We use a dry year average, which is 10% of annual precipitation. Wet year average, 90% of annual precipitation, and then of course that average year. So we try to give a span of what that impact may actually look like. And here, when we look at different adoption rates, I also want to say in the report, we make assumptions, right? And this is what our expert review panel has also helped to inform. What are the best assumptions to make when we're writing this? If you want to make a dent in that water supply demand gap and think about like, well, my home or my resident where this is rainwater harvesting is legally allowed, how much potable water can I actually offset? So that kind of seeks to answer some of these questions. If we move away from that 110 allowable rainwater harvesting amount to 500 gallons, but then we also look at an adoption rate of 10% to 50%. And I would say that 50% is very aspirational. It is highly unlikely that at any point in time, you are going to have 50% of the population adopting rainwater harvesting strategies at their residence. And actually, because of that, one of our recommendations that we will come back to at the end is maybe looking at the centralization of harvesting abilities. So this here specifically looks at the South Platte and Metro Basins and says, well, what does it mean? What's the potential for rainwater harvesting versus the amount of stormwater that is running off in urban areas? How can we actually collect and make use of that? And so without a water right, which is the legally allowable 110 gallons, and we're going to compare that to 500 gallon cistern, you can see that there's a significant difference. And one thing I'll point out is that one of the primary kind of constraining factors is the size of the cistern or collection device that you're allowed to use. It's not a roof size or another element like that. So actually, if you did want to look at offsetting potable water supply in urban areas, you would be looking more at the size of the cistern, not necessarily, again, roof size or something like that. For these numbers, we used average roof sizes across the metro area, around 1,500 or so square feet. And then really, Janet Clements is also on the line, has looked at our monetizing elements. But again, scale matters, right? That cost benefit ratio, you get, even though the costs are relatively low, you get greater benefits even at a lower cost when you are able to scale. And so with this, we highlighted some of the multiple benefit outcomes that can come from rainwater harvesting and stormwater capture and use. And this is one of our partners in this actually is the US EPA and the Water Reuse Action Plan. Just a side note, the work that we're doing at the state of Colorado has relevance in other water scarce states. And so this has been adopted into the federal Water Reuse Action Plan and looking at the methodology for understanding under the volumetric potential and monetary potential for stormwater capture and use to be able to be applied in other water scarce states. So it's just worthwhile noting the applicability of this work goes beyond the state of Colorado. So here I want to highlight some of our key recommendations, and that these are the kind of the big picture headings for the report. And so in this, when we talk about building on existing legal pathways to allow stormwater and rainwater to meaningfully contribute to and diversify water portfolios, one thing that we highlighted as a recommendation actually has fairly low volumetric consequences, but that is to expand the existing legislation to allow academic and scientific institutions to be able to harvest rainwater for the express reason of promoting an ethos of conservation, water stewardship, and a water scarce state. What can we demonstrate to students? What would it mean if an institution like the Botanic Gardens could demonstrate that and people could learn in that scientific setting? Another recommendation is that expand legislation to allow new developments to consolidate 110-gallon residential rainwater harvesting allowances to more centralized locations for irrigation of community spaces. What this really looks at is that we talked about the adoption rates. We have 10% and we, which is fairly doable with effort. 50%, which is really aspirational and likely not going to happen without, being built into a new development. So what would it actually mean if you could understand that potential and centralize that instead of having it individual residences? Say you have community space in the middle and that you're capturing the equivalent of what would be allowed at each individual residence. So that is an example of what that could look like. Let's see here. The next overarching recommendation is to provide guidance to land use planners and housing developers on how to include stormwater and rainwater as alternative water supplies to offset potable water use. That's about outreach, engagement, and new developments. So in those new developments, really thinking about, again, being responsible water stewards and doing our best to make the most of what we have before tapping into potable water supplies, diverting them from existing uses. Within the create the enabling conditions to advance stormwater capture and use and rainwater harvesting as strategies to contribute to safer, more water resilient communities. One thing that we looked at is that if you are allowed to collect a greater amount of rainwater, looking more at the 500-gallon cistern, for some areas where there may be more fire prone, it is a strategy to create a greater defensible space. And so that was really what it was looking at, was hazard mitigation and the ability to enhance that property and that property value. And finally, the last one really looks at, when we look at alternative water supplies and comparing, we do our best to compare apples to apples, right? What does it mean to consider stormwater capture or a water reuse project or water efficiency? Really looking at integrating a model set of co-benefits to understand those outcomes across different water supplies and what they mean to the communities that may benefit from them. So that is an overview. I've tried to keep it really high level. And if there are questions, I'd love to take them. I also would love to be able to, if Jane Clary is online and Janet Clements, Jane Clary of Right Water Engineers. There we go. So Right Water really led the efforts on the volumetric potential, and Janet Clements of One Water Econ really led the efforts of to monetize that the potential for stormwater capture and use. And so with that, we'll take any questions.
Okay, are there questions? Director Brody.
So first of all, thank you very much for the presentation and all the analysis that went into it. I mean, to me, I talked to my director's report earlier about how on-site wastewater treatment is probably not a viable solution for most because of the complexity and the technical capacity you need to run it. Rainwater capture, on the other hand, is probably one of the simplest warm water solutions that we can look at, but the barrier is really the water right and the challenges of going through that process. I've often wondered whether there would be a way, instead of each individual property, having to go through that water rights process, could you look at it more on a system scale? Could you, for example, allow water providers to set up systems that would essentially augment or offset, any losses to the stream, and then run a program that would be administratively much easier for individual property owners to be able to apply into and have the water utility offset the depletion. So I don't know if you've looked at anything like that on a system scale. Obviously, it would take a legislative change here in Colorado, but to me, that would open up a lot of opportunities.
We did a few case studies that included augmentation plans, including from the Denver Green School, the Spur campus, and there are ways to actually to work around it. I would actually I would say though, it's a significant lift. And I think what you're talking about is lower barrier, right? How do we lower those barriers to make that more accessible, you know, for an institution be able to take that on? So I don't know if Janet or Jane, would either of you like to speak to that?
I think Jane actually had to hop off, but I don't have any additional to
Okay.
add. I don't know if Rachel's on, if she could address that. It seems more like a water rights question.
Yeah. Okay, that's okay. So actually, Rachel Pittenger, I think, might be on as well, who really worked on the water rights element of this. So that we can come back to that. But that is something that there are specific recommendations around that. And even I would say going beyond what you just said is the centralization aspect of it, right? If you were to have a new development where every house is allowed 110 gallons, but the adoption rate's very low, what would it mean to think about offsetting the potable water supplies that housing development would use and concentrate that at a community space, right? Because you wouldn't be going beyond allowable water rights, you would just be changing the siting of it. So it's a question, right? Yeah.
Other questions? Yep, Director Kozlov.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Just these questions around more of a system scale approach to capturing and getting to beneficially use that stormwater. It just does make me think about that Sterling Ranch project. I think you mentioned it as well. And I think they are now getting to a point of construction and implementation of some of their capture. And it'd be pretty interesting, I think, for this group to get to hear a report of how that's working after it's, you know, working for a couple of years, because it's been a long process they've been going through. And so maybe just a plug that it would be great to get a report from them in a year or two, maybe when they're operating.
Or I'd say
Thank
even
you, Kevin.
Yeah, and so even before then, I would say huge kudos to the whole team at Sterling Ranch and all the work and time that they've put into this. They're the only pilot program in the state of Colorado, and I think their work behind historic depletion factors actually shows up really nicely in this report, and it talks about that, right? How much water, if you have an impermeable, a permeable space, right, before it becomes impermeable, is actually making it back to the stream. What does that look like? So when we talk about redevelopment, you know, and new development, what does that opportunity look like? And I will say Mark Midisek and Dr. Ryan Gilliam were part of our team and informed the analysis and results and recommendations from our team as well. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, before I go, I want to say thank you to the board for approving this project. It's been a great labor of love, and we're looking forward to delivering the final report in the next month or two. And just to acknowledge that your support also came along with support from Denver Water for this project and the Water Research Foundation as well, and Gates Family Foundation. So there are a lot of people who want to see the outcomes, and we thank you for your initial investment in it.
Thanks.
Okay, on to agenda item number 20. Kevin Reedy, CWCB staff for the record. So we're going to talk about One Water. So this all fits really nicely with what we've been talking about the last couple of presentations. And I've got Dave Jula right here from City and County Denver, the Department of Transportation Infrastructure. Some might call him the One Water Czar for Denver, but I don't know. Those are just rumors. But he's going to talk about what's going on there. And we're going to have another grant coming in from this group, and it's a really great group. He'll go into more details on that, coming in for your decisions in March as well. And I just always have to stress, these kind of projects are not like, you know, these are social science things, right? We're talking getting people together, coordinating missions of organizations. And it takes a while to do this kind of stuff. You know, it's not like putting in a diversion structure where you've got a pretty much, you know, finite timeline. This stuff takes a while. So he'll talk about all the good stuff that they're going through right now.
Thanks, Kevin. Hi, my name's Dave Jula. My official title is Senior Director of Water Services at the Department of Transportation Infrastructure at the city. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our One Water program that we've been partnering with your organization on since 2020, and appreciate all that help, and excited to share with you what we've accomplished so far and where we're going. So, all of these things have been hit on. I think we've all seen historic floods, drought, wildfires, mudslides. Who knows what's next? All in the last 10 years. And I think we all recognize that just can't wait to see what Mother Nature throws at us next. And now's the time for us to get aligned regionally and stop working in our silos in a real One Water philosophy. So if you're not familiar, I'm sure almost everyone in this room probably is One Water is tearing down the silos that people have traditionally worked in the water industry, whether they're focused on flood management or water supply or treating wastewater. It's all the same water. It's just where it is in the cycle, in the urban cycle. So how it works in the city of Denver is the city and county of Denver has responsibility for stormwater and floodplain management, and also some conveyance of sanitary to the Metro Water Recovery mains, which Metro Water Recovery is our wastewater treatment provider. And then we also have the Greenway Foundation that was created after the 1965 floods, along with the Mile High Flood District. The Greenway Foundation is a nonprofit that's been a steward of the South Platte River and other waterways in the Denver metro area. And Mile High Flood District is a super valuable partner to the city and helps us manage our flood risk and do really cool projects. And then Denver Water, of course, provides us our potable drinking water. So what we did in early 2020 was bring all of these entities together with the help of a grant from CWCB to create the first One Water plan in the state, an official One Water plan for the city and county of Denver. And I'm not going to go too much into it, but give you an idea, right? It was about a 2-year process of visioning. We came up with many goals. We reached far and wide across the region and the world to get other experts, stakeholders to weigh in and help us come up with best practices and align our goals. We have organized the plan into 5 goals with a lot of communication and educating people, providing a framework to work together between those entities to align our goals and find multi-beneficial projects, and getting ahead of climate change, and also just having that integrated water management solutions. But what really I want to focus on today is where the part of the plan that I am most passionate about is the supporting strategies and implementation actions that align with those, because that's really where we're getting things done. And how are we doing that? How are we facilitating that? The plan set out a framework for having it not just be shelf art and having a nice plan that has really pretty pictures and great ideas that everybody agrees with, but how do we actually implement those actions? So since the end of the plan, the completion of the plan, we've had the One Water Leaders Group, the OWL group, we like to call it, have met monthly since then with all these entities. We've expanded some of those, like for example, the airport. We heard about what we were doing in the city and said, we want in. Like we all have the same challenges and the same issues. We have bigger problems than we have resources, and it's just everybody's coming together on that. So that's really the vehicle to advance the plan and a program in the city. And I'll get into some examples of that. We do have, I think there are 55 implementation actions. So we are being very, thoughtful in how we're focusing on those. So everybody got together and decided on some different areas to focus on. And that's where we have been in the last couple of years. And I'll get into some examples on that. if you're not familiar with the project in the city and county of Denver, we called it the Platte or the Park to Platte Hill, or sorry, Park Hill to Platte, P2P. That was before I joined the city. I butchered that one. So P2P project was a 100-year conveyance system, and this the picture here. This is more of an inspiration for the One Water plan in the program, because it's the direction we are going of finding multi-beneficial solutions to manage our flood risk. And this was a alley, you know, the bottom picture there was an alley in an industrial area. And now it's a vibrant linear park with playgrounds for kids, green infrastructure surrounding it, and conveys safely a 100-year event. And we all know how much rain we had this past spring, and it functioned just great. I mean, just awesome. The National Western Center campus, another one that was happening as we were getting into the One Water plan. You know, some of the exciting things there, if you're not familiar, there were 2 7-foot diameter sanitary interceptors above ground on the bank of the South Platte River between the campus for National Western and the river. So you could literally like step out of the stock show and you wouldn't even know there was a river right next to you. Those have been moved away from the river, put underground under the new National Western Drive, good couple 100 feet away from the river now. Another exciting thing is their use of sewer heat recovery from those interceptors to heat and cool their whole campus. So those are some of the One Water concepts in that one. This is one that we're right now, this is purely out of the One Water plan to have what we are calling the Healthy River Corridor Study. Most of you would refer to it as a river buffer. We have no setback on the South Platte River through Denver. And we are in the process right now of drafting the rules and regulations to start that process and ultimately getting into zoning to have restrictions with a 50-foot riparian zone plus another 150-foot amenity zone that will control and not let people turn their back on the river. Face it, don't put your dumpsters and your parking lots back there to just run straight into the river. And, you know, we're working through those details as we speak, and we hope to have that done in the next quarter or so. Another big one that's a real benefit to all the partners in the OWL group is the Water Resiliency Program, which is a $350 million appropriation we got in the IIJA bill from the Army Corps of Engineers. And we are working with them to restore over 6.5 miles of the South Platte River through downtown Denver. This is a transformative project, generational project for the city and county of Denver. And we're really excited about it. And this is also a big reason why we're doing the Healthy River Corridor implementation, is because if we're gonna, you know, that's 350 from the feds. In today's dollars, I mean, people are talking upwards of $1 billion. We're going to invest in that section of the river after local match and everything. And just to not protect that is just not wise. One that we're working on very closely with Denver Water, it's some infrastructure that has passed its use in life for Denver Water. It's no longer used to convey water to their customers, but it is a very loved amenity because of the trail and the mature trees for the citizens of Denver and the surrounding communities that it also goes through. I think it's 71 miles long, and we're working on how, you know, what the future of the Highline Canal is going to look like from that perspective. So really repurposing some old water infrastructure. And I think those are what I wanted to hit on. Hopefully I made up a little time for you. Do you have any questions?
Are there questions on this one? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Drought Resilience Project Selection Overview. Nora Flynn.
Okay. Great, thank you. Hi, I'm Nora Flynn, CWCB staff for the record. I have Greg Peterson from the Colorado Ag Water Alliance with me today. We're giving an information-only update about this project, which was first funded by a water plan grant and then further supported by the Basin Roundtables with WSRF grants. Part of approval of that WSRF package was that we would bring Greg here to give an update about that project. So that's why we're here today. This project implemented lots of projects last year in 2023. This is a map of where all those projects took place. It's highlighted on CAWA's website and linked on our website as well. There will be one-pagers produced by Wilson Water Group about the results of every single one of these projects. So we've learned a great deal in the first year, and all of that's going to be made public for everyone to read about. Greg is going to give a small sampling today. We'll try to go fast. Greg is also going to be reporting out at Basin Roundtable meetings. So if you like what you hear today, continue tuning into Basin Roundtable meetings to hear more. Last week, the advisory group for this project met at the CDA headquarters in Broomfield, and we reviewed something like 45 projects for applications for to be implemented in the next growing season in 2024. Just as a reminder to the board, these are small projects in terms of, the size of CWCB grants, sometimes, like $5,000-ish, but that dollar amount represents a really large hurdle to agricultural producers in trying something new. And so with some of our goals being around supporting innovative agriculture, accelerating adoption of new technologies and alternative crops, I think we're doing a really good job in that in supporting this project. So I'll turn it over to Greg to provide some more details. Yeah, you can just go down.
Okay, just down. All right. Great. Well, thank you. I'm Greg Peterson with the Colorado Ag Water Alliance, and I'll try to be quick here. I know everyone's hungry. So in 2023, we really asked what's going to help you be profitable during drought. And we're getting really creative ideas. We're getting lots of great projects, and we're essentially paying for farmers and ranchers to take risks. I mean, we've been asking them of use less water, be more efficient. And they're already taking many risks, and we're asking them to take a few more with this program. We had 27 projects around the state this past year. Innovative projects range from alternative crops, practices that we know work but are not adopted often throughout the state, or just unique practices that are entirely new. From the CWCB Water Plan grant, we were just given a bit over $183,000. And so far this past year, we spent over $363,000 and still have about $26,000 to go. And you're like, well, Greg, you're either in debt, Greg, or your math is really bad. Like I said, we got great projects, and using the money that you had and the projects that came forward, we were able to leverage that for significant other amount of money so that we could fund all of these, most of these projects that we wanted to do. And so we were really fortunate to do that. And we're looking to do that again this year. So I went around Basin Roundtables, and we were able to get just short of $1 million in WSRF grant funds to continue in funding new projects and scaling up successful projects from this past year. And we're going to be looking at 26 new projects this year, just a bit over $300,000. And you can see the breakdown in the basins and why the difference. You're like, well, why? What about my basin? And there's different amounts of ag in every basin, but also I've learned you don't push it with these communities, and it takes time to develop projects. And already I know I've got a long meeting in Walden in a week and a half, and just about this, because just with their schedules and that they have, I'm not worried about this, and that's what we're going to be looking at in the next year is planning for then 2025. We also are going to have 12 continuing projects that we're looking at continuing to support throughout the state with just about $350,000. And I'm going to touch on a few of those just to give you an idea of what's a continuing project and what are we looking at. And this is where they are throughout the state, those 12 projects. So I'll just out of time, we're going to skip that first one. So for example, we've got a rancher in Delta County who they've designed using a 3D printer, this connection for low pressure drip to gated pipe. And this year they're looking at how to mass produce that and scaling up. Are we going to do industrial 3D printing or an injection mold process? And over the next 2 years, they're going to have quite a few farmers in their area experimenting and using that fitting so that they can easily convert their gated pipe to low pressure drip. Autonomous pivot, we've got that. That's on the Mitchell farm in the San Luis Valley where that uses radar to determine soil moisture. And I mean, they've been experimenting on that with potato crop, and the next year looking at 3 different crop pivots, 3 different cropping systems. And really the goal of that is how much can they dial down their pumping, and where can they push it on some of those crops, especially those cover crops and some of those small grains. How much more can they reduce their pumping rates, and how much will that help them? I mean, alternative crops. We've got, a seed company that down in the Southwest, this past year, they tested nearly 50 small grains and legumes. And in 2024, 2025, they're going to be bulking up about 10 of those varieties and contracting with local farmers. And it's great because, again, we ask farmers and ranchers to try different crops, but if there's no one to process, package, produce those, it's not worth their time. And here we've actually got the middleman with Pueblo Seed and Food Co. and Ute Mountain Ute Farm and Ranch, because they also have a mill on their farm, and they've been experimenting with Sandfoin and Kernza. And we're asking people to try crops that we've never grown here in this state before, and it's taking time to learn of just weed suppression, pests, just irrigation, and they're doing that for us, and we're learning quite a bit. I'd say probably a group area where it's really expanding is down in the Southwest off the Dolores River, where we have farmers, they're planting alternative forages in older alfalfa stands. And on average, they're saving about an acre foot per acre. And sometimes they're going to need this payment, what we're paying them to do that. In other times, they're not. It all depends on hay prices, which, if you'll know, has been pretty erratic the past few years. But what's really exciting is that this is an area where in just last year, we had 3 farmers with 125 acres. This year, there's going to be 10 with nearly 1,000 acres just in our program. And I believe there's another 6 farmers with another 800 acres doing the same exact practice, applying for system conservation. So, you're talking about almost 2,000 acres. And we're learning a lot from this, and they're learning a lot from this. We're asking them to take risks that they normally wouldn't be able to do, and they're growing different crops, they're finding new markets, they're building new relationships. So what is 2024, 2025 looking like? So, we're going to be working and implementing these projects, these new projects, collecting data on new and continuing projects. And then next fall, we're going to be doing a request for proposals through much of the state. Due to the demand, we will have pretty much spent the money that the Arkansas and the South Platte basins gave us. So at the moment, are we going to be funding new projects there? No, but we'll see what those basin roundtables want to do. And I'm busily working on trying to find federal and other sources of funding so that we can fill in those gaps. So I think that was it. Hopefully that got you some time. Any questions?
Thank you, Greg. That was concise, but very informative. Are there questions for him? Okay. Well, thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Director Boucher.
Thank you, Chairman Felt. I apologize about my camera right now. I'm having a makeup debacle, but Greg, I just wanted to extend my appreciation for you and the work done here. I think it is awesome. I have gotten such great feedback. Nora, thank you for your involvement. I think that these kind of programs develop projects that can really move the ball, and it's going to take some time, but with Greg's motivation and ambition teamed up with Nora. I'm just very excited about this work. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, Director Sakata?
Greg, it might be good too. I was able to see you guys. Thanks for inviting me to lunch. I know it took all day. It might be great to let everybody know who was on that review panel because I was impressed by the diversity of people you had there.
Yeah, so we had representatives from Colorado Department of Agriculture, Nature Conservancy, American Rivers, Colorado Ag Water Alliance, cattlemen's, pork producers. And so, yeah, we had a lot of great representatives from ag, environmental, water world, all really discussing and these projects.
Okay, any other comments? All right, thank you, Greg. Thanks, Nora. Is that it for you, Nora?
Yep,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so that concludes our scheduled agenda for this morning. Director Cloud is going to submit her basin report in written form. And Director Sakata is going to redirect his pig project in some fashion. So but I know we're also proud of our drawings, so you have to at least collect them.
Yeah, okay, so everybody that hasn't drawn a pig yet, please draw a pig. And maybe while you guys are sitting in the lunchroom, I'll interrupt you guys while you're eating lunch and I'll go through what that means. So be sure to have your pigs at lunch.
Okay, so yeah, bring the pigs. And we're going to change the structure of things a little bit here. And I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn here in just a minute so that we kind of finish with our formal business and then we can meet, in a more level way, I guess, with the.
Their fingers are on the trigger.
I move to adjourn.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn. And the second, Director Brody. Before we vote, what I was going to say is we're going to head to lunch now. Let's rein it into 40 minutes rather than an hour so we can recollect some of our time. So whatever that'll be. Viola, you can post that because we will continue to broadcast the workshop. And then we have lunch just down the hall. Everyone's invited and we have lunch for all of you. We're really appreciate everyone's patience, especially the Water Quality Control Commission folks. We're looking forward to having lunch with you. And then we'll resume and make up the time. So if you're on the Water Quality Control Commission, the nameplates are set around the tables and you, maybe you don't have everybody, or do you?
Missing a couple, I'm not sure. Couple stragglers, I think.
Okay.
Lunch still. I'll go see where they're at.
Okay, all right.
I was trying to see who we were missing.
We would have laughed at that, Jackie.
Yeah, there's Nicole. I'll go see if I can.
Okay, we'll give it a couple minutes then. With the Ag Commission, and that was really helpful. And so I don't consider this just another in a series by any stretch, but I do think it's really important that we connect, and the water plan certainly calls out agency actions and partner actions. And there's a number of those partner actions where the Water Quality Control Commission is specifically identified. So it's it should be self-evident, I guess, that we need to come together now and then and talk about things and hopefully to the extent that we're allowed to align our missions as much as possible. So thank you all for being here today, and sorry about our slow start. We do think we can catch it up, and we've got mostly a facilitated meeting today. So the chair roles are relatively minor, I think, and probably just mainly apply to getting things rolling. So Mike, I know Mike from the Arkansas Basin Roundtable and his work at the lower Arkansas district. So it's really neat to be sitting here with him. And I'm going to hand it over to him to talk about the introduction process, and we'll get rolling. Yes. Yeah, he's got the plan.
So, yeah, but before we do introductions, just a quick little story. Greg and I actually, he got on CWCB the same time I did the commission. So it's kind of reminiscent of both of us to be sitting here at the same time after being appointed at the same time. So it's kind of a cool full circle timeframe being from the Ark Basin. And again, I just would reflect on, we've been wanting to connect and see how we can work together. And I hope that out of today, we can really start working towards a sister agency kind of program where we can start working together on things. I know there's some things we can't, but maybe we can get to a common goal out of this facilitated event. So with that, just introduction, so everybody knows who everybody is. I know that some CWCB board members don't know commissioners. So we're going to start with our Commissioner Bach over here on the right. Just a quick introduction, a little bit of background on yourself, and then we'll just go around the table and end over here on the left.
Thanks, Mike. Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Bach. I serve on the Water Quality Control Commission about 2 years now. My day job is as Assistant City Attorney for the City of Steamboat Springs. And in my previous lives, I used to come to CWCB meetings representing nonprofits and working for the Oil and Gas Commission. So it's just really cool to come full circle and be here with you all and see what you're up to.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Zeringer with the Water Quality Control Commission. My day job is I'm owner and laboratory director of an environmental lab in Alamosa, Colorado, SDC lab.
Hi, my name's Troy Waters. I'm on the commission. I guess my day job or my real job, I'm a western farmer on the western slope.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jenny Art. I'm commissioner. We got in the same time, so 2 years. And I was formerly chair of ag in the legislature and chair of the water committee. And served on the water committee for 7 years. And now I'm the mayor of Fort Collins, still working on water stuff though.
And I have the pleasure of serving as staff to both the CWCB board and now the commission. So what a great privilege to be here today. Thanks, Tracy. You bet.
Hello, everybody. Tracy Kozloff. I'm the acting state engineer.
Hello, everyone. I am Kelly Romero Heaney, Assistant Director of Water for the Department of Natural Resources, and I am sitting in for Executive Director Dan Gibbs. He sends his regrets that he couldn't be here for this joint meeting this afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Barbara Vasquez. I'm the North Platte Basin representative to CWCB, and my day job is more of the same.
I'm Nathan Combs. I'm the manager of the Caneos Water Conservancy District, and then also on the CWCB is representing the Rio Grande Basin. So.
Jessica Brody, I'm the Denver representative to the CWCB. In my day job, I'm general counsel at Denver Water, but actually my background is more in the environmental law space. So really excited to have this joint conversation.
Hey, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for taking the time to come today. My name is Robert Sakata. Our family has a farm in Brighton, Colorado. We used to be all vegetables, have transitioned away from that because of the crisis of really being able to find enough houses to house our seasonal employees. We used to have to hire upwards of close to 350 employees for a couple months, and the housing situation was just one that we couldn't find enough people to do. So this is my final CWCB board meeting. I'll be transitioning away to my new day job, which will be working for the Colorado Department of Ag as their ag water policy advisor.
Mike Weber, Water Quality Control Commissioner. My day job is trying to bridge the gap between water quantity and water quality as an engineer with Hazen and Sawyer, also working with the Ditch and Reservoir Company Alliance and a few other nonprofits throughout the state.
Greg Felt, I'm the Arkansas Basin rep on the CWCB. It just actually dawned on me just now as I was listening to people. I'm starting my 40th year as a guide and outfitter on the Arkansas River, fly fishing these days, but I used to be whitewater too, a company called Arc Anglers in Salida and Buena Vista. And, but I've been on a detour for the last 7 years. I've been serving as a Chaffee County Commissioner. And I serve on a couple of Water Conservancy District boards as well in the Arkansas Basin.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lauren Riss. I'm the director of the Water Conservation Board as of August of this year. So I'm happy to see so many of you around the table, some familiar faces and some new faces. So look forward to the meeting. Thanks.
Mike, Nuniaga Kopseed, Marigania, Lorelei Cloud. So hello, everyone. I am Lorelei Cloud. I've been on CWCB in March will be a year. I'm also the vice chairman for the Southern Ute Indian Tribe. I am also on the Water and Tribes Leadership Network. I'm also a board trustee for the Nature Conservancy, and I'm also the co-founder and co-chair of the Indigenous Women's Leadership Network.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Brown. I am the CWCB appointee from Governor Polis. It's my 5th year serving for the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable. My day job is I am the Senior Water Policy Advisor for Tri-State Generation and Transmission.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Rowan. I'm the Director of the Water Quality Control Division, and we implement the regulations that our Water Quality Control Commission develops.
Hi, I'm April Long. I am on the Water Quality Control Commission in my 4th year. I was previously the Stormwater Manager and Clean River Program Manager for the City of Aspen for the past 15 years. I recently moved out of that position and am a full-time consultant now. I'm also the Executive Director of the Root Eye Water and Power Authority, which is a consortium of the local governments in the Roaring Fork watershed. And so I do consulting on water management, water quality, watershed management, and strategy. But I also am now consulting in affordable housing and working with a local consortium of affordable governments on affordable housing issues.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nicole Poncelet Johnson. I'm on the Water Quality Control Commission, just appointed last year. I'm the Director of Water Quality and Treatment for Denver Water, and I have a lengthy background in building, constructing, managing, and operating water treatment facilities along the Front Range. And I'm really excited to be here as I see water quality and water quantity as two sides of the same coin and really intertwined and important to discuss.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sonia Chavez. I am the General Manager of the Upper Gunnison River Water Conservancy District. Wear a couple of other hats, including being a Water Quality Control Commissioner. I was just also recently appointed to the Colorado River District Board of Directors. I've spent my entire career kind of bridging and really focusing both on water quality and quantity issues. And I did a lot of work in the Gunnison Basin on the salinity management program. So.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Landis. I'm from the Colorado Attorney General's office, and I am legal counsel to the Water Quality Control Commission.
Hello, I am Jen Mealy. I am also from the Attorney General's office, and I am board counsel for the Water Conservation Board.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rob Harris. I'm the Water Resources Section Manager at Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and I'm sitting in for Director Jeff Davis, who sends his regrets that he can't be here today. For those of our Water Quality Control Commission colleagues, I supervise a couple of familiar faces. We've got a great water quality team, including Mindy May, Ashley Rust, Megan McConville, the River Watch program, and also John Erickson. And maybe our CWCB friends don't know that. So anyway, we get to see both sides at CPW, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you all today. Thanks.
Okay, and I think we each have a board member online. So for CWCB, Director Boucher, would you introduce yourself?
Hello, everybody. Thanks, Chairman Felt. So sorry to miss so many of you friends in the room today. I'm Paul Boucher. I represent the main stem Colorado River for CWCB, and I am a rancher in Grand County.
And from the commission, we have Commissioner Rogers online.
Good afternoon, everybody. Commissioner Jason Rogers. I, during the day, am the city manager for the city of Commerce City.
Okay, well, again, Director Sakata has a comment.
Again, I know, sorry, again, we're not much longer. You don't have to put up with it much longer. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, as an ex officio member of the CWCB is our Commissioner of Agriculture, Kate Greenberg. So it's really a pleasure to have her involved. She also was unable to attend this afternoon and sends her regrets, but really appreciates the opportunity that we are meeting together. So today I am, as not serving in that capacity, involved with the Colorado Department of Agriculture. I'm here on my own behalf. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
So quite a crew. That was great. I think we want to hand it off to Russ Sands now, who will He's our cruise director for the day.
So, well, thank you all. I guess I'll just say Russ Sands for the record, CWCB staff. I don't know if we're still record. We're trying to switch things up a little bit. I think some of the wisdom in ending the formal meeting and kicking things over into more of the workshop phase is to free you up to not have to worry about Robert's Rules of Orders and just have a better conversation. And also, as Director Felton noted, kind of put everybody on the same playing field as equals in the discussion. So I think I have control of slides here. There we go. Perfect. So in putting this together, we got some great input, I think shared maybe across a few staff members at CDPHE and with us, and we've done our best to accommodate that. Some of what was on that proposed list of topics included presentations a little bit about the water plan and a little bit from CDPHE, so that's going to be teed up. Also in this first kind of tranche, this first hour, we'll also hear a little bit from Director Sakata and then Patty Wells, and Tori Jarvis is going to lead that discussion. So that's kind of first teed up, and then we'll take a quick break and move into more of that workshop discussion where happy to have Stacy Bowe here with Strategic by Nature to facilitate that. So briefly, I will just cover some elements of the water plan, and I won't go into too much detail because we actually presented to the Water Quality Control Commission in the lead up to the release, and not a lot of things have changed much since then. I will say tonight, I know we're going to say some words and honor Barbara Biggs, but at the time we presented, I want to at least recognize that John Ott was also on the commission, and that we still keep him in our thoughts. So there are 4 major action areas of the water plan, as you know: vibrant communities, robust agriculture, thriving watersheds, and resilient planning. These are 4 areas that really integrate everything that we appreciate about water, from our forests to our farms, to our cities, the urban corridor, and of course, our environmental aspects and recreation as well. We also have this 5th set of kind of administrative actions, and one of those actions, 5.9, I'll speak to in a little bit, actually speaks about, you know, us getting together and talking more with CDPHE and this group about how we can envision the future, specifically in context of climate change and how things are shaping up and how we can be more proactive for the water quality and water quantity side of the equation. Also want to say, would be remiss not to say, as we were drafting the water plan, we worked very hard with CDPHE staff who were a great help across a number of fronts. Some of those folks are in this room, some are not, but continue to be great partners with CDPHE staff. The water plan looks really to define our roles at CWCB, staff, the board, but we also struggled a lot in this rewrite from the 2015 plan, this update of, you know, what are our limitations and maybe what are our opportunities? It's the flip side of that. So we recognize that CWC can't regulate. We're not a regulatory agency. That's probably a key difference in Water Quality Control Commission and you being more explicitly focused on regulation. We're a policy group. We can't direct the governor and legislature. That's probably more of a commonality. We're not, you know, we're a board of appointed officials and we are appointed by the governor. So we are also not, you know, leading that discussion necessarily so much as in maybe more of an advisory role. And we can't direct other agencies. I remember Nicole Rowan said explicitly to me in this write-up, do not give me an unfunded mandate. We're partners, and that's certainly never the intent, that we want to work together. So that's what we did. And in putting together this plan, we really focused on where we do have more authority, and specifically thinking from the CWCB lens. Our strengths are really where we can drive progress through our grant making. That is a huge aspect of what we do. And of course, that's not something we do alone. That's something that we do with many partners across the state. We heard several of those projects even this morning. We can create tools and advanced research. I think about, you know, whether that's something like wildfire ready watersheds and the mapping associated with that, or the grant aspect of that. These are tools that we're putting out there that are really helping drive change at the local level. And we can embrace partners and dream up things and kind of drive change together. And that's certainly, I think, a testament to what we're trying to do today. We also recognize that there are many other plans across the state. Some of those, I would argue, are water plans. This is the image that's from the water plan that kind of seeks to strike what's the difference between the water plan and many of these other plans that are out there. And I would say the water plan most similarly tracks with the resiliency framework of the state, where it's led by a single agency, but really trying to incorporate or integrate across multiple agencies, or even more broadly, thinking about the local level. But there are, of course, other plans that are out there that really touch on water. And as we were drafting this, I think our original draft might have had like the water quality roadmap in there, which I know Nicole is going to speak to here in a little bit. But instead, we put in the CDPHE water quality, the policy 98.2, which is more of the guide on how the Safe Drinking Water Act and Clean Drinking Water Program work together in there. And Nicole will speak to that a little bit more. So again, to the spirit of we do it together, it's really a 50-50 approach, and that's how we've lined things out. So these 50 actions that I just spoke to in the plan, and then really through our grant making, a litany of many other actions that we are really hopeful that will be taken up at the local level. That's really where the work happens. We're a local control state. We can drive a lot of that through our grant funding. And this is, of course, the grant categories for the water plan grant. CDPHE obviously has many grants. A lot of our partner agencies have grant programs that they can help us drive this change forward. But this is really that kind of partnership that we approach the plan with, recognizing that, we're only so successful from a top-down level. And that we hear that a lot is don't talk to me from top down. It really should be grassroots. And I think when things work out best is when we really meet in the middle. And I think that's what the water plan is calling for, is really inspiring people to take action at the local level, hopefully laying out the tools and maybe areas where we can coordinate, but then also saying where we're going to try to show leadership. And certainly CDPHE is listed as collaborators on many of these actions. One thing probably important to note that we had to wrestle with when we were doing the water plan, and this is not something maybe in the lead up that we called out a lot, but we do have a specific mandate in legislation. So when we start to think about, well, what could the water plan be, or why doesn't it include certain things? At the simplest level, and this is kind of the exact language, but it's really to identify the optimal level of conservation and development of Colorado's water resources. So we talk about what's the opportunity for water conservation in the state. We have up to a 740,000 acre foot gap by 2050. We think that 300,000 acre feet of that could be shaved off through continued conservation efforts. We talk about storage broadly, and really based on some of the analysis and the technical update, that number potentially could double. I'm not sure that anybody is advocating for that number, but these are the areas that we continue to try to refine and dig in. Obviously, the plan is more than that, and especially building on the legacy of what the previous plan is, we're kind of, trapped between that maybe somewhat black and white language that's in legislation and the more aspirational approach that we wanted to take. And so I think, speaking to this, how these plans integrate, it really is this opportunity to coordinate with other agencies and other stakeholders who are working on similar plans at state and local and sometimes federal levels that we can collaborate with. So I talked about action 5.9, and that is the action that we put in that's really speaking to this meeting today, but also what comes next. And I think I have a quote in here, so I won't waste it now, but I think some of the discussions and the points that I've heard brought up is we can see when we just released the Climate Change in Colorado report update that was funded through this board, we know that the future is going to be potentially up to 4 or 5 degrees Fahrenheit warmer. If it's 1 degree warmer, that's going to have a lot of impacts. If we're still trending on that warmer track, which we are, warmer and drier, we know a little less about the crystal ball of precipitation, but things have been trending warm and dry, certainly warm. There's strong agreement across all the climate models that we're getting warmer. That will have major impacts for water quality and water quantity. And I think it was put to me in some of those early discussions, and perhaps even when we met with the Water Quality Control Commission, is if we can see that train coming for us, how can we work to get out of the way of that train, right? If we know that's the future, how can we start to think holistically about quantity and quality and maybe put tools in the hands of local stakeholders so they're thinking similarly? So that is really the thrust, and hopefully I'm very hopeful that out of today we're going to get some good ideas of things we could run down or might get us farther down the track of actually starting to develop this action and come up with a list of things that we could do for local stakeholders, or at least maybe elevate some conversation around that provides more options than perhaps the status quo or the fallback decisions they might otherwise make. Oh, I knew I had a good quote coming. So Commissioner Long, in some of these conversations, I think it was put, we had a drought summit. And I remember somebody on this board, somebody that might be exiting this board, said, maybe we should do another water plan. I almost cried in that moment because we had just gotten through 7 years of planning in total. But I thought, and I quote this because I think it's important, is, we don't need an additional plan. We need the plan to include water quality future as well. Let's not separate things any farther. Let's combine them. And I like that so much because I think it speaks to the opportunity. Again, we don't have to live necessarily just in the strict bars of the black and white of what we're given from legislature. We can think outside of that. And there maybe are some strategic ways that we can do that. And that's why I was really happy to hear Mazdak Arabi present this morning on some of the good work that he's doing about taking the scenarios in the water plan and saying, what does that mean for water quality? Again, we can see this train coming for us, but I think that work that Mazdak is laying out is starting to express what that actually might look like, boots on the ground. And if we could start to maybe think about how we could integrate that potentially in the next update or incorporate some of that, maybe that starts to get us down this road of combining more and separating less. So these are our scenarios. And as you might have heard, I think many of you were here early for that presentation. If not, certainly could go back and listen, or I would encourage you to continue discussions with the good work that I think CDPHE and CSU are kind of collaborating on to drive this forward. But we do not look at water quality explicitly in these scenarios. These are a snapshot. There are some other things that are inherently behind the scenes in this, but water quality is not really one of them. A regulatory environment is broadly, and some of the narrative around these scenarios may speak to that. But I do think we have some potential opportunity here. If our scenarios change, we'll need to kind of rethink how that might impact some of this planning. But I think we do have a real opportunity to maybe think about more integration as we move forward. And then to be fair to this equal playing field, I will also quote Director Brody, who said, I think that what we're really trying to do is how do we maximize the use of our limited water supply in a way that doesn't degrade our watersheds, lets us be engaged in systems thinking instead of siloed perspectives, and be proactive in envisioning that future and working to create it, right? And that's really what we're doing. Luckily, we had both Commissioner Long and Director Brody and Director Sakata on this panel, and actually, sadly, was also led by Barb Biggs. And it was a great discussion about thinking about the integration of water quality and water quantity. So I'll put these up and we can bring these back up and leave them up on the board. And I may not have nailed this, but I tried to just listen. I went back and listened to what was said at the Drought Summit, and I got some input from each of you along the way. And I said, what are the kind of main categories, just to help kind of launch our discussion and maybe allow something to be pointed to if you didn't come into today with something that you wanted to bring up. Maybe this helps spark some thinking, or even if something is not correct on here that you want to elaborate on, we could do that as well. But these are kind of the just maybe 6 main categories, and arguably there are many more, or there are subsets of these that seem to come up again and again as we're talking. So 1, reuse. If recycled water, gray water, DPR, direct potable reuse is going to get more cost prohibitive, some of that being driven potentially by regulation. What does that mean if the fallback is not doing reuse? What pressure would that apply to new supply? Is that what's right for Colorado when we're trying to think about both things? Or is there a way that we could envision a future where we don't make that the outcome, that we keep things moving on a track together that are both supportive of quality and quantity? PFAS, I think we heard Director Brody speak a little bit about this morning eloquently about just the need for blending or how we're going to do this treatment. Again, there's some cost implications here. And if the timelines, I think was another aspect of this, are too tight to implement some of these changes, if there's any room that could be allowed for a greater window of time to comply, that might take off some of the pressures needed to otherwise augment supply. Flows, this is one strikes home for me because it seems to me the heart of the discussion. And I remember in drafting the water plan talking with Commissioner Long a little bit about this, but if the opportunity is that a wastewater treatment plant has temperature issues in stream and they're trying to cool down their effluent, there are solutions, whether that's a chiller or something else that they could put in place that maybe has a cost implication, but that may meet the need immediately. It may not meet it in the future. If we know things are going to get warmer, are we planning for that future heating temperature is maybe one piece of that. But the other piece is, are there just other solutions that we could be thinking about either in that immediate stream reach or outside of it to incorporate things like nature-based solutions or deepening a channel or doing other things that would provide maybe better benefit, not just for water quality and water quantity, but really to the community? And are these kind of things that we could explore together today and maybe moving forward that we could talk about? These other areas are maybe kind of catch-alls because you could fit any topic in here, or even arguably the topics that we just talked about. But I think that the issues of siloing that Director Brody said in the quote, happen at a local, regional, and potentially at a state level. I would also argue that I do think that we are good collaborators with our sister agencies and certainly CDPHE being among them, but arguably there's always room to get better. When we think about local silos, I think it's not lost on me that when we think about something, and we heard Dave Jula speak to the One Water Plan, the reason that that works so well is because you have buy-in and a commitment to do that across local stakeholders. And that maybe that's really what you need to make that change, is an investment, a commitment to do it together, and that jurisdictionally, you're even working together across a group like a Denver Water or the city of Denver, or Denver Parks for that matter. So when green infrastructure, One Water planning is embraced and supported, holistic solutions coordinated to support ecosystems, public health, conservation, land use, reuse, climate, water quality, and water quantity. So we can really think about these things holistically. Just to keep it short, as we scale up, these things also bear out, right? At regional scales, we can coordinate together again across agencies that maybe open up some opportunities for sharing infrastructure even, or sharing resources. I could think about something even like the Keep It Clean partnership in Boulder County that is working to share resources across a group to comply with regulation. And then at the state level, I think just, you know, and I've heard this morning even too, but just to make sure that the Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act aren't at odds, and that we're really thinking holistically, and maybe even more so now than ever, to make sure that those things aren't at loggerheads, and that we're really coordinating to make sure that the best interests of water quality and water quantity are represented, and that the decision makers have both of those in front of them at the same time. So again, we can put this up there. This is really just to kind of launch and kick off your discussions later today. And I will pause there if there are any questions from me. Otherwise, in the interest of time, I'm happy to also move along. Okay, hearing none, I will go ahead and pass things over to Nicole Rowan, who's going to come up and present. And then after that, just for point of order, Director Ciccato, I think we'll just have you stay there, and then I'm going to invite Tori and Patty Wells to sit up here, and then we'll just kind of manage that with this microphone from there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Nicole Rowan, and I just want to thank you all for letting me share a little bit about what our division does today. We coordinated it kind of as a staff level team before, and I think what I really wanted to do today with my time is cover a little bit of overview of our division's work, just to provide you in way of background, but also cover a couple of hot topics that may be relevant for your discussions later this afternoon. I do plan to be here for the rest of the day, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation. So we wanted to cover a little bit about what our division does. I think to really highlight a point that Russ brought up, our agency is a regulatory agency. We are staff to our Water Quality Control Commission as they develop rules that conform with state and federal law and federal regulations. The state law that we implement is called the Colorado Water Quality Control Act, and the federal laws and regulations that we implement and again set regulations around are the Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act. And then our Water Quality Control Division, which I have the honor of leading, then implements these laws and regulations to protect our classified uses of water that our commission set standards to protect. And those are really focused on drinking water supplies, agriculture, recreation, and fish and aquatic life or aquatic insects. And then our commission also sets regulations that implement the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act. And our team is really focused on the quality and complying with that federal act as water comes out of the taps in our homes. So just some numbers to kind of understand the scale of what we do. There's over 2,000 public water systems in Colorado that we oversee compliance with the Safe Drinking Water Act. And on the clean water side, we regulate over 11,000 entities, discharging substances into our streams, lakes, and groundwater. We also have a large role in providing funding for drinking water and wastewater entities across the state. And this funding is used for planning and also infrastructure, building infrastructure and making sure that critical infrastructure meets those laws that we are working so hard to implement. In this funding, we partner with the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority to issue the State Revolving Loan Fund. And we also, another key partner in that funding is the Department of Local Affairs. There are many sources of pollution in Colorado that aren't regulated, and we call those non-point sources of pollution. And where we come into play with that is providing funding that's mainly provided through the Environmental Protection Agency, where entities that can be part of a grant program to help to voluntarily reduce those non-point sources of pollution. Some big examples of non-point source pollution in Colorado are, runoff from abandoned mining areas, and then also agricultural areas like runoff after a rainfall event. I think one key thing to note is even though we are a regulatory agency, we do really have a deep understanding of how the regulations that we support our commission in developing and that we implement on a day-to-day basis really do fit into the planning that our local communities have to do across the state. And that planning work and that building that infrastructure is just critical to providing clean and safe water for our communities in Colorado. Just wanted to provide a brief overview of our division's organization. We have 3 major programs. We have 250 staff. We implement the Clean Water Act with our Clean Water Program, the Safe Drinking Water Act with our Drinking Water Program, and then we have an operations program that supports both of those programs. Russ spent some great time highlighting some of the things I think that you'll want to talk about today, but our staff have had a big role in implementing reuse and gray water regulations here in Colorado, I think that have come from previous state planning efforts. Our permits section on the clean water side and our engineering section have been really key in making sure that those reuse regulations get developed with our commission and then implemented. Our engineering section has also been really instrumental in making sure that the first direct potable reuse regulation was passed with our commission, and that was a great effort. I think one of the things we'll probably talk about today is wildfire and resiliency and watershed response. We oftentimes get involved when things are at a crisis and we're working with drinking water systems across the state to make sure that those systems are safe again for the public to be using, but also provide funding and some support and funding through our non-point source program to help that restoration after fires occur. We're happy to talk as much as you would like about per and polyfluoroalkyl substances or PFAS. We could probably talk the rest of today and into tomorrow about that. That really has been something that our drinking water team has been working on, but our clean water side has also worked on that. And our commission as well has adopted a policy related to that, specifically for clean water discharges. And then funding, this is again a huge part of what we do. Our community development and partnership section, again, works very closely with the Power Authority and DOLA to implement funding. And our non-point source funding is on the clean water side with our watershed section. I just wanted to highlight real quickly some of our division priorities. We are constantly trying to reduce public health and environmental threats to our water systems across the state. We do a fair amount of responding to federal initiatives, and I'm going to highlight one of those here in a minute. We have been doing a lot of work with the leadership of our department to try and make sure that our division is adequately funded. It's a big priority of mine and Executive Director Ryan at CDPHE. And then, we also have done a great deal of work at the department to advance environmental justice, and it is really becoming part of the day-to-day work that we do every day. So I just wanted to focus on a couple of those priorities. I think, again, that Russ had asked me to focus on. This is the 10-year water quality roadmap. This really is focused on nutrient reduction across the state. And we have been working on these efforts for a long time, for the last 20 to 25 years. But in 2017, we did put together kind of a roadmap to help really provide, I think, some planning certainty for when these regulations may come into place. Again, as a way to help communities across Colorado understand when those regulations could occur and can plan for those. So while that roadmap allows for kind of an understanding of when the regulations may take place, we've also focused on some really creative solutions that are kind of unique to Colorado and nowhere else in the country, with the control regulation that was really focused on making progress on nutrient reduction, prior to what the commission typically does, which is to adopt those scientific standards to protect those classified uses that I talked about when I first started. And really trying to take a staged approach, really taking into account, I think, the economics of treating for nutrients. And then in 2017, the commission also adopted a policy really focusing on voluntary reductions of nutrients. And we are about halfway implementing that policy and have a lot to do once kind of that 10-year voluntary program is completed. So one of the federal initiatives that we have been working a lot on over the last many years is a response to the federal definition of waters of the United States. So I think there's a couple of ways that when things happen at the federal level and it impacts us, one is increasing regulation at the federal level. So I think a really good example of that are the drinking water regulations that we will be tasked with implementing here in the next few years. We do anticipate a PFAS regulation this calendar year yet at the federal level that will have a certain amount of time to implement. And then lead and copper rule improvements as well will be probably, that rule will be finalized, we think, towards the end of this calendar year. On the clean water side, specifically when it comes to waters of the United States, there's been a great push, I think, over the past many years to be more limited at the federal level. And so then states are left with figuring out how they're going to potentially react to less federal regulation at the state level. And so that really, I think, is where the Waters of the United States example comes into play. I do understand that a few months ago, you had a presentation that kind of detailed what the Sackett versus EPA decision did. So I'm not going to go into detail on that. But I did want to talk a little bit about what Colorado has done to respond. And we really have taken a whole of government approach. We've worked very closely with Department of Natural Resources, the Department of Ag, and the Colorado Department of Transportation, who has a lot of experience with receiving 404 and dredge fill permits and has a lot of technical expertise to bring to bear. And we've also had a lot of help from our attorneys at the Attorney General's office as well. So early in 2023, recognizing that the Supreme Court was likely to issue a ruling that would greatly narrow the definition of waters of the United States, Governor Polis facilitated the formation of a task force to discuss options for Colorado to address this pending decision that happened in May. And that task force included representatives from industry, construction, state agencies, local governments, water right holders, agricultural interests, and environmental justice and conservation groups. The group met 7 times between February and July of last year. And the groups discussed examples from other states that have done things to protect their wetlands and seasonal streams and came up with 4 potential options to address the Sackett decision. In the short term, what was discussed in the group and then what our agency has done to kind of shore up a short-term or stopgap measure, protect our wetlands and seasonal streams, is to rely on the enforcement discretion and enforcement portion of our Water Quality Control Act to protect streams and wetlands. And so we developed a policy called Clean Water Policy 17, which is a division policy. And that became effective in July of 2023. And it really is focused on how the division will exercise enforcement or not for discharge of dredge or fill materials into state waters that are no longer subject to 404 permitting following the Sackett decision. And it's obviously there's a lot of conditions that are involved with whether or not we would enforce or not. And then the group also talked about long-term solutions, which would require legislation. And there was three things that were talked about from the group. What we call the Gap Waters program, which is really focused on protecting the status quo of environmental protection that existed prior to 2015 and the Obama regulations. A Colorado program that would cover all state waters that don't have a federal permit or are not considered waters of the United States in the future. And then full assumption, which would be the state seeking full assumption of the 404 program, which is a very formal process and could not be accomplished really in a very short time frame. So the group, I think, really did center in on trying to do some sort of gap permitting protection in the future. And with that kind of conclusion from the task force, the governor convened a series of sector-specific meetings in July to receive feedback on the division's policy that I talked about earlier related to enforcement, and then to discuss those long-term options. We continue to receive written feedback from stakeholders over the summer and have integrated those into a legislative policy option document that has been discussed with stakeholders at a meeting last week that we hosted with Speaker McCluskey to really get feedback on these options moving forward and to try and craft a solution here as we move forward into this legislative session. So I think, we very much are still on the point of getting feedback on those options and are continuing to work with the speaker to chart a path forward on how to protect our wetlands and seasonal streams. We also, just a few other key priorities, and then we'll wrap up, but I'm happy to answer any questions, is we are implementing a piece of legislation, again, focused on division funding that is going to be working closely with our commission to set our fees that we assess to permittees and public drinking water systems across the state through regulation. Those fees for the last 40 years have been in statute and have been challenging to increase through time. And then last session, the legislature did pass a piece of legislation focused on drinking water quality at mobile home communities. And so we are working very hard to staff up to implement that piece of legislation and to be working very closely with those communities across the state to address some longstanding concerns that they've had with their drinking water. So I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, hopefully this gives us a little bit of areas to talk about later today as you are diving into your conversation.
Any questions for Nicole? Okay, all right, we will. All right, another request was to have a little bit of just a discussion with some past members who have been on both the commission and the board. And so I will turn things over to, really, we're here to hear from Patty and Robert, but if you've ever heard either talk, you're always humbled at how knowledgeable and amazing they are. And I bet if I just wound them up, they talk for an hour, but they were both like, I don't know what I would say. I was like, really? Like, you're just always amazing. So Tori has agreed to kind of run through a series of conversation questions just to help kind of facilitate that dialogue. But I'm sure, as always, you will be impressed. So thanks so much. Yes.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Tori Jarvis. For those of you that do not know me, I am with the law firm Sullivan Green CV, and I'm here today to have a front row seat to listen to Robert and Patty. So I'm very grateful for that. I'm also here today representing the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments Water Quality and Quantity Committee. With me today is my law partner, Barbara Green. Barbara Green's general counsel to Northwest COG and its Water Quality Quantity Committee. She's also the vice chair of the Sonoran Institute, which I believe some of you heard about yesterday, runs a program in partnership with the Colorado Water Conservation Board, Growing Water Smart, which trains local government, staff, elected officials on all things that local governments can do to regulate both water quality and water quantity. So getting at those missing regulators who aren't here in this room who do who do similar work to regulate water quality and quantity. So as you can hear from the name, QQ, the Water Quality Quantity Committee, has been calling themselves that and recognizing that link between water quality and quantity since the 70s. And they're a group of about 40 local governments in the Gunnison, Yampa, and Colorado River basins. So the headwaters region of the state that has experienced low flow conditions, both by being part of the headwaters region, having these really small streams, but also having the most diversions in the state that remove additional water from those stream systems. And so for them, the linkage has been clear since those projects, those Trans Mountain Diversion projects came online, that linkage between water quantity and the ensuing quality problems that came along with those low flow conditions that have been part of that headwaters region for a long time. And so these local governments work to address those quality and quantity issues through their own regulations, and then also are addressing quite often addressing these issues in concert with you all, the CWCB and the Water Quality Control Commission. And so we really appreciate you all taking the time to talk about these issues together. This is the first time in my more than a decade that I've gotten to listen to this conversation. So with that, I'm excited to dive in. Patty and Robert, hopefully you all can do a short introduction of yourselves. I mean, you've already done some, but for those who don't know you, and then respond to the first question, please, which is, given your experience on both the commission and the CWCB, what are the areas that both boards should be thinking about to support both quality and quantity together? We'll start with Patty.
Okay, well, don't pay attention to anything Russ said because we're sure to be disappointing. But I'll nevertheless do my best. My name is Patty Wells. I spent most of my career as general counsel for Denver Water. And during that time, I served 12 years on the CWCB in two different, one in the late 90s and one in the 2010s, and 6 years on the Water Quality Control Commission. And actually in 2013, Barb Biggs and I switched boards. I came from the commission to the CWCB and she made the opposite trip. So that is why I'm here. And I think I'll take the first dibs here. I was interested to know, one of the things I wanted to talk about was WOTUS. And so listening to Nicole, it's gone much further than I knew. But what I'd like to suggest is, because the Supreme Court has told us that these streams and wetlands are not subject to the Clean Water Act at all, then maybe you all could think of it differently. What if, for example, a wetland could be protected with a conservation easement, or a stream, a small intermittent stream or something could be improved with a stream restoration project with money that the CWCB has, to try to look at, I think probably the worst thing would be to have a mini 404 permit program, because as all of us know who've ever tried to get a permit, it's ridiculous. And so to try to say, here's a stream or a wetland, what's being proposed to be done to it? How can we protect the values that it presents? And that also would include, is this really an important wetland or an important arroyo? What benefit does it provide generally? And are there ways that we can protect that benefit without necessarily having a 5-year permitting process? So on to Robert.
Thanks very much. Robert Sakata, so again, a farming background. I didn't mention earlier that I had the honor of serving for 15 years on the Water Quality Control Commission, and So when I got to know Nicole, she was just a baby. But it was an amazing experience, I'll tell you. Paul Frohart was the administrator at that time, and I don't know, I give you commissioners a lot of credit because when I first joined the commission, I had a standing appointment with Paul. After every meeting, he would sit down with me for an hour and a half and we could go over everything so I could figure out what was going on, right? It is an amazing lift, and I really congratulations to all of you in what you're doing. Something that I did not write down, but I thought about, Russ, when you were just standing there talking, was that, do we have representation here from EPA? We're missing out. This is a great first step that we're talking together, but we really need to get our federal partners here because I think we have a lot of collaborative efforts going on. But my experience with the commission is, gosh, you're bound to the limits of what they are doing. You know, during my time on the commission, we were so thankful in the sense, one of the proudest things that looking back on my time on the commission was that it was so frustrating because we would pass a regulation and it would get sent off to EPA and they'd reject it after we spent months at developing that regulation. So over time, at least we got EPA to come to the table and at least talk with us in the beginning. Do you still have the water quality forum going on? Yeah, so at least they started to come to the water quality forum discussions and talk to us in advance so we could discuss with them, you know, because they're not too crazy about temporary standards, you know, and they like it as they have it coming in from DC. And so I think one of the biggest things we can do, and I guess this is not the right place to, this is not this question, but it came into my mind that really right away we need to invite our federal partners so they can join us and understand the dilemmas that we're facing, the challenges that we're trying to overcome by working together. Because to build some of these water projects, to still protect the uses, it's going to take some new ideas. And then also too, I think it's that we build into our budgets to do this. Collaboration can be expensive. I think, you know, in the beginning, for us to get together, we'll need to be able to support our staffs to do that. You know, we'll need to be able to have those FTEs that can be working together to present that. And so I think we need to be building into our budgets the capacity to develop those one water plans, because I've heard comments in the backgrounds of the one water plan, how much time and energy it's taking to do it. Yes, long term, I hope that there will be valuable returns on that. I believe there will be, but it's going to take some smart investments up front to do that. Sorry, I didn't answer the first question, but I just came to what was my mind. Thanks, Tori.
Do you have anything? I can ask the second unless you have anything to add. Okay.
I'll throw in whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, great. We'll move on to the second, which also, Robert, you can go back to the support if you want, because I think I heard some roadblocks in there. But conversely, what areas should both groups, both boards be focused on and be cautious about so they don't create roadblocks for quality and quantity unintentionally? And maybe Robert, do you want to go first this time?
Yeah, I think, again, this is the great first step, just being aware of what's going on. And then, you know, being able to communicate that if you see, whether we see a regulation on the water quality side that's impairing our ability to serve our mission, or whether you guys see a policy that we've developed that's impairing your mission, just to have that communication that we can move forward. Because we definitely don't want to create barriers to the work we're doing. We're both kind of have the same goals. Like you guys said, yours water quality is so regulatory and ours is so policy driven. I would suggest to you that for those of you that haven't served on the CWCB, it is the best. It is the best in the state. Ooh, I can look at that. Crazy. Yeah, I know. Exactly. I know. No, thank you.
Tori, if I may, really quickly, just to follow up with what Robert was hinting at, I think it would be really helpful for Robert and Patty, or Patty, to talk about the differences between these two entities, what we're assigned to do, what's possible for us to do, and what we're not able to do, and the differences between these two boards and commissions. Okay.
First I'll deal with roadblocks and then I think that would be an interesting, I can do that too. The roadblock that we all face, both boards and everyone on the planet, is rising temperatures. And I think that so for example, there are temperature standards in reservoirs and lakes, and they were set at a time when the ambient temperature was different. In the water quantity, water rights, volumes of water diversions were established at a time when there was different water, more water in the stream. Now, I realize this is heretical in the water law context, but this is the case, so that we can't apply the same standards and the same diversions and the same, all these things with numbers in them, where ambient temperature is going to change the physical qualities of the water or the volume of the water. It occurred to me that, you know, how some monetary things get automatically increased or decreased by the consumer price index. What if we had something with regulations that automatically adjusted when the ambient temperature went up? Because we know the hotter it is, the more the water turns into vapor, and it's not there for us to regulate or to float on or whatever else we want to do with the water. So that, I think, is climate change adaptation, I think, is going to be the biggest challenge. Now let Robert do the.
Thanks. April, that's a great question, because I know, again, when I first joined the Water Quality Control Commission, I was overwhelmed. All of a sudden, I felt like a judge. I wasn't prepared for that, you know, that. And then when I came over to CWCB, I drove them crazy because I kept asking them, where's the statement of basis of purpose? And don't we need to put the language in there so people are aware of why we did this? It was so great. Paul had me trained so intently that I came over here and CWCB was going, back down, Robert, back down. And it's because, again, the requirements that you have to meet for the statutory requirements, and you are a rulemaking body. But I think my piece of advice for your chairperson, if I may, is that I had the opportunity when I was chair of the CWCB, not the opportunity, they actually required me to sign this letter of intent to sue the EPA. I was really nervous to sign that, you know, thinking, are there going to be repercussions from me doing this? But I think we really have to challenge the system. I mean, we have to say, you know, what we're doing, because just like the creative idea that Patty just suggested, I saw some shaking heads over there in the background, the creative ideas that we can come up with if we're meeting the goals of really protecting the environment that we have in Colorado. I think that's what we should be pursuing and not caught up in the numbers. Does that kind of answer your question? On the CWCB side, it's more policy. You know, I found out that it's a lot more fun to pass out money than it is to pass out rules and regs. All of a sudden, going from the Water Quality Control Commission, where I was everybody's enemy, now I'm everybody's friend. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the difference is that the Water Quality Control Commission is a regulatory body, but maybe not just regulation. One of the things that I think would be helpful is the Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act ought not to be in silos. There could be a water treatment technique that in a drinking water supply plant that would have adverse quality impacts on the stream and the wastewater treatment plant receiving, because that's where the water ends up. And so it's so it's hard on the commission. I am neither a number nor a science person. So I just kept looking for little gems of policy and whatever it was that we were talking about. And on the CWCB, it's all about policy. But I do think that for both entities, and maybe there's a joint mission statement that these two committees could do, and then figure out what do each have to offer toward getting there. And I think sometimes that would be good, because you can kind of get into the nutrients and how much phosphorus or whatever and forget what it is that we're trying to do. And so maybe that would be a way to meld the difference. They're clearly different, and, you know, too bad it's hard to be a regulator. So policy is way more fun.
Yeah. Great. Okay. So last question is turning outside of just the CWCB, the Water Quality Control Commission. What are the ways that that both boards can help support local governments, local leaders? As I mentioned, local governments who regulate land use impacts related to quality, quantity. So local leaders needing more support to make better decisions related to water quality and quantity. What can both boards do to support those other entities?
When we had a preliminary discussion about this, I think Robert and I both agreed that the single most evident thing is stormwater. Stormwater is water quality, it's water quantity, at least we're trying to learn to think of it that way. And so from the water quantity side, an example would be the state engineer has a 72-hour rule that if you store stormwater, if you keep it for longer than 72 hours, I think there's still the rule, right? Then you have to get a storage decree. So, but treating stormwater in bioswales is equal eventually for quantity, but it's hugely important for water quality. So if you have a really big storm, if that bioswale can't get rid of the water in 72 hours, then they just have to dump it and with its pollutants. So there's some ways I think that stormwater is absolutely both things all the time, and to see what we could do to make that better. And local governments need help. But I think Robert has also a point of view.
I'd actually like to open the question up to our commissioners and mayor here to see what their answers for this would be.
Yeah, the local government piece is a challenge. You know, it's been interesting to learn it from this, where I sit now. And I think I mentioned last year, I know I did at Water Congress, that we have 6 water districts in our city, 1 municipality, with Fort Collins Utilities being the largest and having the most water rights, and having 50% of them from the Poudre River and 50% CBT shares. So the other 5 districts rely on CBT. So I think that that's a problem coming to local municipalities, is your water source, your different water rights, those sorts of things. And now I'm just talking about quantity, but if you're talking about some of the faces that local government, things that, the other thing is, I was joking about collaboration, but it is hard to collaborate at the local level. People really feel like, well, we're secure here, so, you know, should have looked ahead, Severance. Sorry. You know, I don't think that's the answer. Those are some of the things that we're facing. Yeah. And then I took a picture of that slide. So regional silos and local silos. You know, it's whatever anyone thinks about NISP or GLADE, and people around the state think differently about it, but you know, it has their 404. So that is a regional project that we need to collaborate with that. And, you know, you can't just dig in and not do that. So I always say, or I think, I don't know, I'm not a technical water person, but I don't think there's any net new water except for the water we get from collaborating with each other. That's where we find the new water.
I want to chime in just for a second on local government and put my steamboat hat on and say that I love the idea of the joint mission statement, particularly even when it comes to WOTUS. When we were talking about that, I was thinking about, well, what role does local government have in our land use regulations and protecting wetlands? We're looking at that already in Steamboat. And also you guys working together on temperature CWCB has been talking a lot about temperature, and Steamboat, we have a temperature problem. And to see these two groups work together, I love the idea of starting with the mission statement and devolving from there. So thank you for that, Patty.
Could I add a few things too from the local perspective, I guess? I was thinking the exact same thing, Patty, about the 72-hour stormwater retention as a obvious place where we intersect. And it made me think too that, in a way that's a sort of miniature version of what a reservoir does too. Reservoirs were mentioned earlier in the context of water temperatures getting too high, but just as often reservoir releases, particularly if you have the ability to tailor your release to the water temperature in the reservoir, in terms of the vertical water column, you can cool the stream with reservoir releases. So, and when I think about in the Arkansas Basin, the Arkansas Valley Conduit, and that's in large measure what we're doing is getting away from both contaminated groundwater and a river system that has both human-caused and geological contaminants, and instead settling water in a huge, what's basically a rainwater, snow water retention pond, cleaning the water significantly that way, and then sending it on down the stream and providing clean drinking water for the lower basin. The other thought that I had, being in the upper basin and being in a quite an agricultural community, but within a more or less an arid high desert environment, is the importance of agriculture to our water supply. So much of our water supply is groundwater because a lot of people live in the unincorporated areas, don't have access to a treated water supply. And the way the water is taken from the streams and spread across the land through just an incredible network of ditches that all have their water loss elements that are recharging groundwater. And then certainly the flood irrigation, to a lesser extent, the sprinkler irrigation, is recharging groundwater and also improving water quality as it's filtered through. So I don't know, as I sat here, I appreciate the question about the local governments, because I think there's a lot we can do, partly how we frame it. There's a lot we can do in terms of what we are encouraging or incentivizing in our communities, with an eye back to this intersection of quality and quantity.
Yep, great. So we probably have time for one question directly for these folks, because I think then we'll turn it over to you all to start brainstorming with your facilitator. But we do have time for one more question for Patty and Robert, if you want.
Just one comment following on yours, and that is, in addition, flood irrigation delays return and provides flow late in season. So there's another benefit there. But I had a specific question, Patty, for you, and that is in your first response about no mini 404D, let's not do that. What do you suggest that would be preventative rather than mitigating after the fact to protect ephemeral streams and wetlands without a permitting process? Because as we all know from the Sackett case, money can change decisions. And I'm looking for a solution that would be more preventative of harm rather than a solution to repair harm.
Well, I don't know that I have the right idea, but one of the things I mentioned was a stream restoration kind of thing. In other words, so for example, taking a stream that's too warm. Okay, so there could be more water added from tailwater from a reservoir. There could also be trees planted and the stream channel deepened. So to try to, if it's an ephemeral stream, it's hard to know what to do because it only runs when it rains, and then what do you do? But to look at land use, for example, if the idea is to protect it from development or encroachment, maybe land uses in that. You know, I wish I had an answer. I just think if the proposal of a development, if the first thing isn't, oh, let's go do a permit, but instead, what kind of impact has it had? What can the developer do that will avoid that impact? And that to think preventive first, maybe. So that's about all I can do.
Thanks. That's what it's looking for, is the prevention rather than after the fact remediation.
Yeah, and I feel like right at the answer of the first question about being supportive of water quality and quantity efforts together, flexibility is something that I heard you kind of maybe suggesting. And I remember at the drought summit, that was a big kind of takeaway for that panel that also presented on water quality and quantity is flexibility and solutions that really are aimed at fixing a specific problem in the stream. And sometimes regulation feels like it's so prescriptive that it doesn't necessarily achieve the goal. So anyway, flexibility, full circle. So Patty and Robert, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with these boards. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all, and thank you for your patience. Thanks again, Tori. Really appreciate you moderating that session as well. I am going to turn things over now to Stacy Bowe. Stacy is with Strategic by Nature. She's facilitated discussions with our board before, and I'm excited to bring her up here to facilitate this conversation. And now is the time we turn things over and really open it up for you all to speak. So I'll let Stacy take it away.
Yeah, my first order of business is it's break time. So we're just going to take a quick 5 to 7 minute break so we can get set up and everyone can get back here ready to talk. Thanks.
Recording stopped.
So that should be good. We're gonna test a couple things right here. And I'm actually, that's too much. Bring it down, good, right there. Let's make sure that we're not gonna get any squeals right here. Bring it down even just a little bit more, Nick. Just a little bit more, bring it down. Bring it down just a little bit more. Come on, Nick, not too much. Don't bring it down that much. Bring it up a little bit, right there. That's it. Leave it there. Mute.
Can everybody hear me? All right, we're gonna get started.
Recording in progress.
Hi, everybody. I'm Stacy Bowe with Strategic by Nature. I'm testing out my new Super Bowl halftime mic. So forgive me if it feels kind of weird, but I'm excited to be here today to help facilitate this discussion amongst both of your board and commission. I was able to have the privilege of helping the Water Conservation Board with a couple of their water plan discussions and helped with the listening sessions during the development of the water plan. So it's fitting that I'm back to help you discuss this action 5.9. So a couple things, let me find my slide clicker. That I want to just cover before we get started. The first is our purpose here today, and Russ teed this up very well, as did Nicole, to say that we're here for the Water Plan Action 5.9 to identify opportunities for integrated water quantity and quality efforts to better mitigate future risk. So keeping that in mind is our end goal of today. This is really going to be a big discussion, brainstorming session. Like we discussed, this isn't a formal meeting, it's a workshop. So we want you to be able to be here together to learn and listen and just initiate this planning effort together as a group across your agencies. And then we want this to be fun and motivating, and we want this to position all of you to be able to maximize the impact of the water plan. So as we go through today, just think about these discussion purposes as the grounding point for our discussion. Workshop format, like I said, we're just gonna really be talking. It's not a formal decision-making discussion. We need to work within your board or commission's boundaries. We're not here to change the legislature or get those topics on the docket. We're here to talk about what you can do as the Water Conservation Board and as the Water Quality Control Commission. I do want to hear from everybody, so I will, at one point, we will go around to hear from all of you, and you can obviously say pass if you don't want to add anything, that's totally fine, but we are here to hear from all of you. Listen to understand, we have some really amazing cross-pollination between the water quality and quantity worlds, and that's been great to see so far. But there might be things that we need to ask clarifying questions for. We also have public listening in, so if you can make sure to explain your acronyms, that's always really helpful as we go through this. And be hard on issues, soft on people, and we're all here with good intentions today, and but we also want to ask the hard questions, so make sure that you're not shy to do that. And then we also have a hybrid setup, so we have Commissioner Rogers and Director Boucher on Zoom. So I have Director Felt helping, watching, monitoring the hand raise or the chat in case either of you have something to add. So please feel free to do that. Thank you. And with that, does anybody have any questions on the purpose or the agreements as we go through today? Yes, April.
Can you explain why working within the bounds of the commissions and boards and having legislation topics are off the table? Why is that an agreement?
Yeah, and maybe I can direct this back to staff. Do you want to take that, Lauren?
Sure. I'm happy to, at least as far as the Colorado Water Conservation Board goes, we are not a body that recommends legislation or takes positions on legislation. All of that goes through our cabinet member, through Dan Gibbs, the director of the Department of Natural Resources, and is coordinated through the governor's office. So that's just something that we don't engage in as a board.
And I'm happy to answer on the Water Quality Control Commission side. Similarly, it's not within our jurisdictional statutory ability to do that. I know we talked a little bit about that during our workshop. And so really to kind of maintain our ability to speak as one commission, and because there's no actions formally taken today, that's the reason why. Does that help, Commissioner Long?
It does. It just feels a little bit like if there is something that needs to happen on a bigger level, we're not able to discuss that. That feels a little restricting.
Yeah, any responses to that? Just go ahead, Director Brody.
Thank you. I had the same thought, even if it isn't our job
per se to recommend legislation. I think I would like to see us at least be able to identify challenges that might lend themselves to legislative solutions. Because frankly, I personally think that is a barrier that puts us all in boxes that make it harder for us to collaborate and to think strategically and proactively.
Is there comfort with us being able to brainstorm things, even though we're not making formal recommendations?
I think it's fine for this group to talk about challenges and opportunities. I guess I would just encourage us all, given the fact that, you know, we're sort of all in governor appointed positions, to, I guess, you know, respect the authority of the governor's office in terms of coordinating legislative efforts across the executive branch, because that really is how we operate as an agency, and kind of all need to coordinate collectively our positions across the executive branch when it comes to legislation. I mean, I think just from a practical standpoint, if you think through, if there's a piece of legislation that comes forward from one agency that another agency is not on board with or has concerns with, that puts the governor and the entire executive branch team kind of in a difficult spot if there are competing positions on legislation.
Anything else to add there? Does that sound good? Okay. Anything else? Yes.
Just kind of thinking I got off the hook when you started talking again, that maybe I shouldn't say this, but Director Sakata had us all draw pigs, and then he explained what the pigs meant, how you drew it. And then it said that I'm a realist. So I'm just going to say that
Just going to be
well, I'm here for the discussion. It does really feel like the restriction is that as a regulatory body, when you talk about the great ideas that Patty had, I mean, that would be a regulatory change within the commission and not something that our board would touch unless that happened over in your world and we were able to provide funding for it. So, you know, I just wanted to highlight that in my mind, as a policy board, the work to, you know, kind of step away from the very narrow regulation work that you do is within your purview and not, you know, at our direction. And I just want to see if we're in agreement on that or if I'm missing something. And again, like I want to have the discussion, whatever it is, but I see that as a major burden.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're onto something there, Jackie, but like going back to the specific example of what Patty recommended may require legislative change. So are we not talking about that because it may require a legislative change? Like, is that, you mean like, I just hate that ideas like that might come off the table completely because they might require a legislative change.
Good, Lauren.
Yeah. I think it's fine to talk about opportunities and concepts, but I would just encourage us from, I guess, making explicit recommendations around either, you know, budget needs, budget items that might, you know, need to be funded in subsequent legislative years, or specific changes that would require legislation. But I do think it's okay to talk about opportunities and, you know, potential paths forward.
And I don't want to belabor the point, I'm sorry, but if this isn't the place to talk about that, where is it?
I mean, again, I think legislative positions and proposals are generally coordinated through the governor's office, through the cabinet members of departments primarily. So I think that's the appropriate place to have the conversation, is with the governor appointed cabinet member and their team that then has close communication with the governor's office and their legislative staff.
Yeah, and Commissioner Long, you know, I know you and I have worked together on this, and I'm happy to kind of continue to work with you on this. I think I agree with Director Riss that, you know, we can talk about these opportunities. I think that certainly sparks conversations. I think for the purposes of this workshop, you know, we wanted to make sure we didn't get stuck in the weeds of that specificity, especially because this isn't, you know, non-decisional items today, but certainly I think those opportunities can be discussed, and we will certainly rely on our lovely facilitator to help us through if we're getting stuck on something or going down a rabbit hole, to kind of keep us moving on the conversation.
And Kelly, go ahead.
Great. My apologies, I step out for a few minutes, because it is, legislative, the legislation session and season. But I also just want to make myself available, as a representative of the Department of Natural Resources and also as part of the governor's policy team. Each of you also represent entities or regions that may also have an interest in pursuing legislation wearing that hat, but not necessarily as the commissioner of the board. And so always, you all know how to find me and how to find Director Gibbs. So please don't hesitate to reach out if you want to talk through legislative ideas.
And I'll just add too, the first part of this conversation is really like, what are the opportunities you see, brainstorm. And then the second part of the conversation is what's actionable for you as boards and the board and the commission. So that might be where we start to tease out, well, we can't really do that, but it's out there, someone else could. Okay. Anything else on the agreements? Is everyone square on that?
I just like to follow what Kelly said as my new role as the ag policy water advisor.
I have an excellent thought partner over at CDA.
Excellent. Okay, great. So these are the three parts of the conversation. We will take a break at one point as we get toward number 3, but the first thing I wanted to start with is just what you want to tee up for the conversation. Like kind of what are the considerations that you see important for everybody thinking about as we have this discussion? We've heard some of them already today. I added them up here. This marker isn't super thick, so if you can't see, I'll read it. But having a common goal or a shared strategy to come out of this. I heard mission aligned, and you can't change your missions. Those are also set up by the legislature, but you can create shared strategies and common goals. And so that might be where to think, like, what are these opportunities to really collaborate and work together? And then think holistically was another thing that I've heard multiple times today about how do we really take this and think really big picture about how we solve this challenge as we face climate change and other challenges into the future. Are there any, before I get there, then we're going to go into greatest opportunities and we're going to brainstorm. What are the things that you see? Build off of what we just heard from Patty and Director Sakata and be able to really just identify all of these ideas that you have. And then at the end, we'll sort out what's the most actionable, what's something that you all can come together around as implementing this action in the water plan as a group. And this is really the start to the conversation. We're not making decisions today. We're just trying to get a feel for the room and what you all are thinking. So keep that in mind as we're having the dialogue. So, excuse me, as we start, are there any other like big picture things that you think are important for everybody to be considering in today's conversation? And building, again, I'll repeat, like, you'd like to see a common goal or a core strategy. You want to think holistically. I heard systems thinking earlier. Are there any other like big picture, just like guideposts that you'd want to put in place before we move the conversation forward? Director Vasquez.
Yeah, just de-siloing.
Okay. Any others? Director Brody.
I think it maybe goes along with thinking holistically, but think broadly about the range of tools in the toolbox, as opposed to just assuming that we need a regulatory solution or some other specific type of solution to a problem.
I think I'm piggybacking on the de-siloing, but sort of looking at each other as partners, where if we've identified a problem at the commission, there's an opportunity to hand something off to the water board and something that you can do with it.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts on this? Go ahead.
I love the brainstorming. I just, now that I know that I'm a realist, it's really, I'm just over here having like mental trauma about my whole life. But I mean, I also like, that'd be great if we had that kind of budget, but our staff already struggles with the workload that we have right now. So I want to be really careful about, having this conversation and then some policy person taking it away and saying like, look what happened. Now we want you know, something else to come from it that our agency can't handle. And, you know, I just want to be real about that we have only limited staff and it's hard for us to get more staff. So we need, you know, how do we acknowledge that we're not making recommendations? We're talking about solutions without setting somebody up for failure in the future.
Great, thank you.
Wasn't Nicole quoted as saying something about unfunded mandates?
Any other considerations for this conversation that you want to put out there? Okay. Well, if you have more, we can add them. I'm going to start making a mural on that wall over there. So while I do that, the next question is, what are our greatest opportunities for water quality and quantity? And you have some paper if you don't have it, but I just want you to spend a minute jotting down silently on your own what you think the opportunities are. What are the places that you think these two can be integrated to support Colorado? And then I'll be back in a minute.
All right, my go to slide. Don't hurt stuff, don't hurt stuff, don't hurt the baby.
So while you're finishing up writing, there's a couple things that are already out there. So we have the 6 themes that Russ put on his slide earlier. And then I also took notes from
that. Where do our goals fit together?
Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's a great comment, Mr. Buckman. I was going to bring up the fact that maybe there's I can't remember at CWCB, the process that we have with the roundtables and the Interbasin Compact Committee, whether we couldn't integrate more water quality in those discussions so that the local citizens that are there talking about quantity can also be talking about quantity. So, because I was always involved in the water quality forum, you know, that seems really localized to the rulemaking hearings that are always going on here. But again, whether CWCB has the capacity to take on that much more would be the question, but there may be an opportunity to engage the public on the local level through that process.
Great.
And
oh, who was that? I heard someone and then I saw you, so.
Were you talking? Okay.
Go ahead.
So I manage the Kness Conservancy District, but my background is agriculture and nothing will clear the table of participants like saying water quality. And so we have found that in this integration of bringing kind of what CWCB has to maybe bringing in this, Patty Wells's discussion brought it up, is getting a third party involved has helped us a bunch. Working through like the Restoration Foundation, including an irrigation structure. We found out that the 404 permitting is a little softer that way. It brings in money and then we can do some restoration work on it. It's kind of I don't want to get anybody into trouble here, so I'm just saying partnering can bring about a lot of opportunity and constructive work. Doing low flow channels for temperature. We've worked with Trout Unlimited on that and we've had great luck of changing the reservoir releases, but with that low flow channel, we gain about 10 CFS of water at the bottom end because it's consolidated flows. So we've gained in the quantity and the quality has been improved. So I think there's examples out there where there's success and like I said, we haven't promoted them well, but I think there's the options are there, but it seems like it takes a third party sometimes to be able to blend those interests from the different entities.
Great.
Or to the fear of it, right? So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, piling on, I think, I would say something along the lines of supporting or funding ag and municipalities to solve the hardest problems that are yet to be fully regulated. So thinking of an example would be along the Front Range, where we are seeing food manufacturers and municipalities that have to conserve water and need to do their part to conserve water are now having to rely on technologies such as ion exchange or reverse osmosis. And yet that brine, that salty brine, cannot really be discharged to the streams because it impacts subsequent downstream users. So Nicole Ronan and I were talking about this after having a conversation with some Front Range partners. And I think it's just really key if there was a way to identify those things that are not fully regulated, where the commission or CDPHE and CWCB could identify those projects or those partners, fund maybe some studies and give them support to solve problems that before they become fully regulated, where it's already too hard to, change the boundaries on them. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Over here.
Commissioner Zeringer here. I come to the table with a lot more water quality experience, quantity or policy making, but I'd like to say water quality grants is one thing, and then a quality incentive program. I know that I'm hailing from a really rural and economically depressed communities. Quality data and following those guidelines to produce quality data is really expensive. And I'm really glad that both sides of the table have done such a good job in at least trying to outreach to these minority communities and small communities to help them realize that there's grants available to help them with tests. And then, as Nicole was saying, upcoming regulations like PFAS. So I think, we're all here for the greater population and people. And I think just that continued outreach for municipalities and, public water, IDs, that they do realize that there are grants and that we're all here for them and to support them.
Thank you. Director Felt.
I'm wondering if there is an opportunity here for us to jointly and formally recognize that upstream of the water quality infrastructure that you all are quite familiar with, and upstream of the diversions that and reservoirs and across all of this human-built infrastructure is the forest. And really, none of our infrastructure is worth a damn, or never mind that, is of value or utility without a healthy forest. And so 4 years ago, when I came on this board, I was, forest health, and we agree, but that's not what we really do. And we are doing some of that now. I don't know about the commission, but I do think that together we might be able to put an even finer point on this in terms of not directing legislations or specific legislation, but building sort of recognition and momentum within the legislature and the governor's office, and frankly, federal funding sources too, that this is a really core problem throughout the state. And it's questionable whether it's going to heal itself.
Thank you. Can you further explain the problem that you're describing? Is it the threat of wildfire or?
It's interconnected, right? We have terrible infestation issues going on in parts of the state, and, you know, loss of diversity within the forest. But then we are also certainly seeing these massive wildfires that are resulting from our forest health issues. And I think stream restoration got mentioned earlier. You know, that's one sort of preventative piece, I guess, is strengthening the forest in that way, but also looking at ways to, like with our wildfire ready watersheds program, you know, looking at ways to proactively protect all this infrastructure. That again, our efforts, regulatory or policy, aren't going to be very successful if our infrastructure is rendered, you know, of little use.
Thank you. Commissioner Chavez.
Thank you, Director Phelps, Chairman Phelps. I'm right in line with you, and I was going to comment on the same things. I would say that programs within the CWCB, including the wildfire ready watersheds, have really helped the Upper Gunnison Basin do some of those things. So we've done wildfire zones of concern assessments, followed up by geofluvial assessments and identification of projects that we can do to protect our communities and our infrastructure, identify where our infrastructure is at. And that's been incredibly important. And I wanted to thank the CWCB for helping us with those kind of things. I think also related to this conversation with forest health is I believe that we need to do more, maybe jointly, to support each other to do projects and carry out scientific studies and research that help us gain a better understanding of what's happening within our forested systems. For instance, the Upper Gunnison is working with Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratories to do a study in the Taylor River Basin that's going to look at the effect of vegetation management on hydrologic processes as well as biogeochemical processes, so that quality and quantity side of things. So what happens when you have a pod and you maybe clear your forest in a certain way, or what happens in a pod when you thin it? What happens when you thin it and then you burn it? You know, what kind of things do you see with regard to quality and quantity? How does it change the timing of snow melt? On the quality side too, LBNL has done a lot of studies within our basin that talk about just the nitrogen inputs that are happening within the forested water system due to leaf litter. But then also, if you have forests that are dying and they're not taking up those nutrients, that affects water quality as well. So I think there's a lot of overlap in that arena of forest health, but also I think helping us gain a better understanding of what our future is going to look like when these forest systems change. I think it's not only change in terms of beetle kill and stuff, but I think we're going to see a transition in terms of species that occupy our landscape. You know, are we going to see more oak scrub kind of vegetation within the system versus, you know, our pine and conifer or Douglas fir, things like that? Some of the studies that they're working on, I think, are trying to get to that. But I think while science is great, I think science also needs to lead to tools. And that's something that I'm really working on with LBNL, is just, you know, how do we get from science to helping us develop tools as water managers?
Thank you.
I was going to bring up forest health as well. I'm so glad that this is on the table for discussion, even though it's above our human infrastructure. One of the things I fear will have some unintended consequences is there's a huge flood of federal money coming in to Forest Service and other agencies for wildfire mitigation, i.e. logging. So we're reducing the carbon uptake by the live forest if we're cutting live trees as opposed to dead trees. But there's also studies that have already been done by the research arm in Colorado of the Forest Service on leaving a rough surface after logging, retaining more snow, slowing the melt. So as you're suggesting, there are a lot of tools in the toolbox that aren't necessarily being employed because it costs more. It's more like a service project rather than a revenue generating logging project. And yet, if we don't spend our money wisely, we're going to have some pretty awful unintended consequences. And one of the things that woke me up to that is 3 or 4 years ago, I think CWCB authorized their first grant for prophylactic logging of a steep slope above a reservoir with the argument that if it burns, the ash is going to fill our reservoir and harm our infrastructure. I was shocked to see that because, I mean, you could do selective logging, but to do a clear cut above the reservoir is kind of like, I'm going to cut off my arm because I might have cancer, right? So I think there are unintended consequences to things that appear to be positive moves to support our infrastructure that aren't truly supporting forest health. So thank you for your work, Sonia.
I would add that one of the tools in our toolbox is outstanding waters designations. Mostly those come high up in the watershed these days because those are the pristine waters that must be protected. So that is a tool that we do have. Yeah. I don't want to get out over my skis, but I would say, so outstanding waters are usually pristine. They don't, just like any water quality designation, they don't impact agriculture or water rights. However, they can't be degraded. And the standard for degrading outstanding waters is higher than the other use protections for other categories of water. And if Nicole was here, she could say it more eloquently than I. But it's somewhat, I kind of think about it similar to your in-stream flow program. It's a special tool designation for us.
And that's something you initiate as the
parties bring that to us usually, and the commission does make judgments on those. And I think we have a whole package headed our way, Jojo, in the next one of our next rulemakings that is coming our way.
Is follow-up question for you though, is that, are you looking at sort of these intrinsic values to the outstanding waters, or is there really kind of a source water protection element that's driving that program?
I think we're looking at the present day quality of the water. We're looking at a stream segment. Does it have outstanding values, and does it qualify for that highest level? And then if so, we're going to protect it in the future if we designate it as outstanding. So we're not sort of getting outside of looking at the actual stream segment that we're considering designating.
And if you can, Jojo, I mean, what's the magnitude of this program? You know, we have the thousands and tens of thousands of miles protected with in-stream flow, but I'm curious, like, how big is this? I don't think I've heard of this program before.
In Colorado, it's very limited. So we don't have actually that many segments in Colorado. I can pull up the number while we're looking, and I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Long.
So bringing us back down a little bit, I don't know how to frame this as an opportunity, but one of the reasons that I really wanted to have this conversation is because from a water quality perspective, we don't have a goal for the state. So taking the specifics of outstanding waters, we don't have an identified, wow, this would be great to protect these as outstanding waters. The way that the Water Quality Control Commission and the division works is very reactive. We're implementing regulations to protect uses. And so there's no vision for what is our water quality future. Like, how is climate change impacting it? What may happen? Like the same way that in the water plan, you know, or we have an idea of this is the gap that we're trying to reach. We're trying to protect our water supply or gain water supply so that we can support this. For water quality, we don't have a vision for, this is where we would like to be in 20 years with our state with water quality. These are the problems that we know are coming. How do we develop a plan to get there? And so I think one of the basic premises that I would like to put out there today is like, how do we get started? Is there a desire to get started on having a vision for our water quality future? And then to get really basic on it, I think one of the opportunities that we have is just in this ability to communicate with each other. I think that I'm not fully aware of where we're going to bump into each other. Like, I don't know that you all are aware of the regulations that may be coming and how they're going to impact water supplies. And I don't think we're fully aware of, you know, how we're looking for the ideas of the water quality restrictions are getting tighter in order to protect our quality of water. And so if that continues to crunch, we're going to look for water sources. We're going to be required to look for other water sources because some water sources are going to be too contaminated or unuseful for us. And so where are we going to bump into each other? And I really am looking for us to develop some kind of a communication plan so that we can begin to talk about that so that we're not just bumping into each other all the time without a proactive approach to how we're going to do that.
And Chair Felt, I was able to look that up. So roughly 7% of all waters in Colorado are outstanding water designations. And those, 7%. And those mostly occur in already protected areas like national parks or headwaters, all that. So.
All right, Director Brody, and then we'll go to Commissioner Weber.
So building off of the comments from April and Nicole, to me, it's crazy not to have a vision of where we want to be and at least some sketch of a strategy, because then we get boxed into solutions that may be suboptimal because it's a have to. To Patty's point, if we could help address temperature and nutrients through proactive measures, that might avoid the need for maybe not all, but some of the regulations that limit how we use our water, both today and in the future. And so to me, it's a huge missed opportunity for us collectively to not think about water quality as part of our strategy. You know, the CWCB's mission is to conserve, develop, protect, and manage Colorado's water for present and future generations. If water quality is not part of our vision for how we do that, we're not going to be successful.
Thank you. Commissioner Weber.
Thanks. I've been trying to sit back here and listen to everything, and I'm going to bring a different approach to this whole idea. And something that I think has really hit me through this discussion and some past work is kind of a resource sharing. Commissioner Long actually said it very well. We're very reactive. And I don't know if reactive is maybe the word that I would use, but we set regulation and then everything comes after the fact, where you guys are planning for the future and you're looking at what's going to happen into the future. My fellow commissioners might not agree, but whenever we go out to the regulated community, they're kind of like, well, what's coming up next? What are you going to do to make us react? Where you guys are going out saying, how can we help you get to that next level of what's going to happen? So I want to bring this back to resource sharing and saying that you guys actually have roundtables, IBCC, and I really appreciated what you said, Mr. Sakata, about how we can get into those groups where we have some groups that are like the EJ group and we're going out and communicating, but it's really what's looking at the future of what's coming from a reactive standpoint. So I want to find a way to bring all those pieces together and share resources to talk to our constituents and get them in the room so we can actually hear what they have to say and then implement something that's progressive into the future. I don't know if that brings everything together, but that's what I was trying to bring it all together with the resource planning from everything I've heard.
Thank you, Commissioner or Director Cloud.
So I'm going to build off of what you said, because that was kind of something that I wrote down two different items. One is to provide tribes an opportunity to also collaborate and participate, because that's different than the federal group. And so tribes come at the environmental aspect in a different way. We have a very, very spiritual connection with the environment, and ensuring that the water health that the water is healthy is, I think, a priority, because we pray with the water and we pray for the water. And so that's a component I think that is missing here. Another component that is missing, I wrote down, there should be a youth component. Creating some type of STEM program or something like that to bring the youth along with you to all of these different opportunities, because we're leaving this to them. This is their environment that they're going to be living in. So we're shaping this for them, and they need to be able to have a say on what it is that we're creating for them, because we're not going to be here forever, but they're going to be here, to benefit. They'll either have the benefits or the repercussions of whatever it is that we build. So they need to be involved.
Thank you. Who's next? Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess what comes to mind for me now then is both these entities can give grants, or is it just the division? The commission gives grants, or the division, or should we say it's one and the same? The division.
The commission has to, it kind of sets the priorities for the funding and approves those funding packages, but it's all implemented through the division. So
Okay.
it's kind of a partnership.
Thank you. I guess I was just thinking, both entities are granting, entities that give grants. And I don't know what the overlap, is there some Venn diagram of, right, where those projects overlapped, but should people get like bonus points if they're doing both?
Yes, I think so. So I think there are some success stories, I think, within the selenium management program in the Gunnison where I had a great partnership at the Water Quality Control Division to do, we figured out what the primary driver of selenium loading was, and that's irrigated agriculture and deep percolation. And so there was, although the Endangered Species Act was driving a lot of that, there still was water quality and there was water quantity concerns, and we were looking for those win-win situations. So the piping and the lining projects that were done made more water available because it wasn't just seeping through those mega shell soils that were high in salt and selenium. The producer could then take advantage of that water supply and now use it. And then I think on the water quality side, it was the bonus that you got by reducing selenium and salinity at the same time. So we accessed U.S. Bureau of Reclamation funding. The CWCB provided technical assistance funding that allowed us to get those pre-feasibility engineering and design and cost estimations done. That allowed us to go out and compete for more funding. That was an awesome partnership. I mean, we got so much done in the beginning years. And once people caught on to the benefits of that, it started to take off on its own. And I think that's why we've seen the 15-mile reach delisted or taken off the 303D list. That was a water quality quantity partnership. That was really great. So
Is that like it seems like a lot of these opportunities to bring these grants together is happening at the local level when local partners are identifying how to bring that together. So what's the opportunity you see for the board and the commission to come together on that?
I think when we got letters, I think, from the Water Quality Control Division, even saying that we're supportive of these type of projects, or we have, we've given money to this entity. And then the project then went to the CWCB for funding requests. But I think if there's cross communication or collaboration when you're out in the field and you learn about a project that has a water quality quantity benefit, just being aware of that, sharing that within your agencies and with your staff, I think that's really important. What's coming, what projects could come out there? What are the benefits? How can we help?
Commissioner Long, then Director Brody.
Thank you, Tracy. I think that is a great place where we share an opportunity is in leveraging our funding. We both allocate grants. But I think what's missing is that we don't talk about our shared priorities and shared strategies towards reaching a common goal. So if I can like go into a really specific example, when we think about turf replacement and the opportunities that that has in water savings, like kind of getting lost in the weeds, but a little bit, but like we were taught, you all heard presentations earlier, and we're talking about how expensive it is to do wastewater treatment. Do we want to continue? Wastewater treatment is not going to get cheaper. Do we want to continue applying water to lawns at like 40% of the water use being on lawns, and it's really expensive to treat it? Is that something that we as a state collectively want to continue to encourage? And if we think about talking about these a little more closely and having shared strategies, would you grant a program that does that? Or would you grant money? Could we collectively grant money towards a program that looks at what Steamboat is talking about writing land use codes that begin to eliminate the use of lawns as a indirect result of how much it's about to cost them to do wastewater treatment? And so I think that there's just more collective conversations that need to be had on what's happening with our water and where we're going with it.
Thank you. Director Brody.
Thank you. So if I had to maybe take a lot of these themes up a level, what comes to mind for me is applying one water thinking to our collective decision making. We heard from Dave Jula about some of the, really innovative things that Denver has done to not only address stormwater, but also provide amenities and other benefits along with it. If again, if we could maybe step out of our silos and think from a one water lens about how to solve salinity, for example, or how to address nutrients, we might come up with a different range of solutions that might be more cost effective and also provide some additional benefits beyond the immediate problem that we're trying to solve.
Thank you. Commissioner Arndt.
Thank you. I think just getting the board and the commission in one room is a great thing. Maybe we can make it annually. So I think just hearing from each other, I don't want to underestimate the power of that. And just knowing, we've known each other forever. We're like, oh, I didn't know you're on that board. You didn't know I was on it. So it's great. I do think Commissioner Long, if I might be, I think what you're talking about, the turf replacement, that there's a bill at the legislature about that. That would be funded through a fiscal note that would circle back around. So some of it is really just knowing where, sorry, I've just been doing this for a very long time, but how that comes around. I honestly don't think it's the role of our commission we are to interpret the law and as the regulating body and then the policy body to do that. I mean, obviously in our own time, we could, advocate for the bill or whatever, or through some other channel. But I think we get in a little slippery slope if we spend time talking or working on those issues in the context of this forum, just because there's a process for that in the legislature, and then the governor signs it, and the governor sets this policy direction through his boards and commissions that we're on, and then the legislature does their work through that other avenue. So I was just thinking that as much as it's tempting, or, I haven't been talking a lot because a lot of my suggestions are policy oriented or regulatory oriented, and neither is appropriate here. But that's how my brain thinks. So I'm just trying to stay right in like the work that we're trying to do in the scope of our roles on boards and commissions. Again, I think it's great to be in the same room, and there's probably work to be done, but I'm feeling a little sensitive towards staff and their timing or their time and their resources that are available to them. So we sit with staff, but I don't know if we're really, if it's really our role to direct their work stream in a way. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Jenny, are you talking about the way that we allocate funding needs to be directed by the legislature?
Well, sometimes it is, but
Okay.
it's not always. I mean, Nicole could probably speak to that. I think there's some leeway in there through the Water Power Authority and those sorts of things and those projects and the way they're selected, right? But I'm just saying that Nicole, do you want to talk to that?
Sure, I can try. I mean, I think, the legislature does really set our funding, right? I mean, we get general fund to implement our programs. We have cash funds that implement our programs that are paid by fee payers. And then we get funding from EPA through grant money, and that grant money comes with requirements of what we're supposed to achieve for that grant money. So it is fairly prescriptive.
Thank you. That was what I was trying to say.
And I think going back to you bring up a good point too, the consideration we had about recognizing capacity limits that you already have is important. Commissioner Chavez. And then we're going to take a break to go back to online and anyone else that hasn't spoken yet. So if you haven't spoken yet, get your wheels turning. Go ahead.
Well, I think just to maybe pick up just a little bit about where Commissioner Long left off. I think there is opportunity in knowing where we have low flow issues, stream temperature, water quality. Like if we understood that more between the different agencies and entities, that might help us prioritize our funding or projects that move forward. And so I think I hear what you're saying, and just better communication on where those priorities might lay and opportunities to collaborate. And then the second thing I was going to say, I think there is an opportunity also with the passage of the recent SB 23-270 on the stream restoration and legislation. Can we be doing more to restore and address issues like erosion or high temperatures, where you could use that reuse riparian restoration to help address water quality or temperature or things like that as maybe a more affordable or cost-effective thing to do versus treatment, especially maybe where you're getting close. And I think there's a lot of benefit to the protection of our gap waters in some of these intermittent stream systems and the benefits that they play both for our economy, water quality, and quantity. I think our organization does a lot of wet meadow restoration where we are trying to address erosion across the landscape, and erosion leads directly to things like, more TDS in the stream systems, loss of riparian areas. And so I think, shorten it up, I think there's opportunities with stream restoration, protection of gap waters, and restoration of our wetlands to help address quality and quantity. I know there's some doubt on the quantity side, but that's another area where I'd like to see more support for science to kind of back up some of the things and the hypotheses that we have and what we see when we do these types of things to shore up, and so that more people can do those types of activities. And I get that every basin is different and we might have to have more than one study, but it could be just a really great opportunity to learn and allow us to have another tool in the toolbox.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Sonia, when you use the term gap waters, what do you mean in this context?
I mean, these intermittent stream systems and gullies that you might find on, BLM land where you get this erosion that's happening across the landscape that you can kind of see going on. And, a stream that, used to be maybe a foot deep is now, 3 feet because of erosion, so if we can address that degradation of that stream or the aggradation of that stream system, maybe we can bring that groundwater back up and have healthier grazing lands. So we're not losing that important shallow groundwater source that we've relied upon, and then it helps to provide base flows within many of these systems because we're losing it.
So, but what's the gap? Do you mean?
It's
like
a gap water
incised?
because it is now not protected
Okay.
under the Sackett decision, right? It's
Oh,
those
gotcha.
continuously visible surface water connections. So
Gotcha.
in these intermittent systems where those systems remain unprotected, and they're incredibly important, especially up in the mountains and at high elevation for, addressing, stormwater flows, snow melt, fire. We're trying to figure out right now how we can help landowners in the Gunnison Basin, address some of the impacts from the low-lying fire using these low-tech process-based techniques. And it's going to be a learning process for us because we've never done it after the fact. We've been doing it as a preemptive kind of thing. You know, if we can keep green areas green, it might be able to help our firefighters slow fires down to some of those multi-benefit things.
Great. We just, when we say gap, we often are referring to, you know, projected supply and demand. So I was just
Yes,
just another
That is a great
differentiation.
clarification.
So thank you.
Sorry.
All right, we're gonna go to Director Brown and then I'm gonna swing it over to Commissioner Waters and back to Director Boucher online. Go ahead.
So in that example, I was part of a project that did just that on Forest Service land. Basically the exact thing that you just explained. We had a project like that and CWCB put in funding and there was funding received from other people. That was about 8 years ago. So what is the like, I mean, I kind of look at this and I feel like whenever we look at a grant application or our staff does, water quality is always one of the multiple benefits that we'll look at, right? It's always considered by our board as a beneficiary in the project. So what is the problem we're solving for with the example you just gave? What's preventing, what do we need to do differently that isn't available to us now? I mean, I'm trying to think of the water plan and when you were speaking, I thought, well, this would all, like any project that did this would be eligible under our water plan grants. And I mean, you know, we have a pathway for our funding to work on that. Can you help me understand what the barrier is?
The barrier in my mind is public perception about, are these projects going to impact water rights? And that's something that we've worked on very closely, you know, at how many structures are appropriate in a stream mile? How quickly do you put them in? Can you put 62 in at one point, or should you put 3 or 4 over a period of 5 to 7 years to help repair a stream while at the same time not impacting someone's private water right? So I think there's on the Western Slope, I think there is some perception that I hear a lot that I mean, I heard at a meeting the other day, like, why are we worried about protecting gap waters? You know, I think it's, you know, the perception about maybe restoration programs. I mean, that's a hurdle, that communication and that education and having the scientific data behind it to back up those projects, I think will help to allay some of those concerns or the perceptions that these types of projects are harmful.
So it's not a funding problem, it's an on the ground problem with
Education and research kind of need.
people like being supportive of the project.
Yes.
That landing? Yeah, please.
So you said in there, structures, you mean diversions? Like diversion structures in an area, like you can't put 72. What did you mean when you said like you could put 5 or 6, but not 72?
We've seen with some of our wet meadow restoration projects, if you get too aggressive on the landscape and the number of wicker wares that you use or one rock or BDAs or things like that, you can stop the water flow from getting to a downstream water right holder. So I think we needed, and it was an area that we were really unaccustomed to that had it actually had mixed shell soils, which are heavy in clay. So we basically ended up building dams, you know, and so you have to be careful. You have to be intentional. You have to know what you're doing. And I think not anybody can just go out and put these structures in. I think that expertise really needs to be developed within the state, and it will have, in my mind, both water quantity and water quality benefits.
Sorry, I like to solve problems, so that's my bailiwick. So is there prevention from someone, whether it was Upper Gunnison, coming to the CWCB with this grant request to do the study? That would be like, why can't someone go do the study?
Incredibly expensive. So
Okay.
if you want to get down to the level of detail of things that the CWCB looks at, right? What's the evaporative loss? If you're increasing surface acres of water, you know, what is that doing in terms, I mean, we're worried about consent of use, right? We talk about it all the time and, you know, meeting our compliance obligations and stuff like that. So if we start to do some of these types of projects, what effect does it have on the system in terms of water supply? Does that make sense? Jackie, did I answer that?
No. So why can't someone go do the study?
We can, and Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratories, we've got on board to do a large scale study in the Upper Gunnison Basin. It is expensive, so you will be seeing applications come to the CWCB and yeah, and it could actually fit really well within the Water Quality Control Division too.
So an opportunity to leverage dollars.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna move us on from this, but we'll flag this conversation. I want to make sure that people that haven't contributed yet have a chance. So Commissioner Waters, do you have anything to add on opportunities? I'm calling you out. You can pass.
I don't know if I got anything to add as far as opportunities, but you know, I can tell you when it comes from the ag community, when you start talking water quality, it scares the ag community because they're worried about it's going to affect our quantity. You know, you mentioned turning water out of the reservoirs to help with the temperature. Well, is that at the right time? Do we need that water later for irrigation season? You know, there's other concerns out there, and you know, everybody keeps saying ag's got all the water. Well, see, we do, I guess, at a point, but you know, we want good quality water too. Don't get me wrong. I need good quality water for my crops to raise them. I can tell you for a fact that I've seen the water quality that we're using on our crops go downhill over the last 30 years. And a lot of it's because of quantity. And there's some other issues I could bring up, but trans mountain diversions and using lower reservoirs, you know, like Wilford instead of Green Mountain, you know, that all affects us too. So it's just kind of a different point of view.
Yeah, but considering those unintended impacts and consequences and all of this discussion. So
yes.
Great. Director Boucher, are you still online?
Yes, thank you, Stacy. Hello again to everybody. I have to say I'm, you know, pretty floored and blown away at the quality of this conversation. And I think it was Commissioner Arndt, you know, that said that just being in the room together and having this dialogue to stimulate ideas, you know, just based on this conversation. I feel like I'm a student right now based on all of your professional backgrounds. When the question was first asked, being Headwaters community kind of person, Grand County, the forest health was the first thing that came to mind. You know, we saw in Grand County some of the earlier trouble of beetle kill, and then, you know, followed up in 2020 with East Troublesome and Williams Fork fires that we've been contending with for a long time. So I was grateful that Director Felt brought that up. My mind also went to, based on my background, you know, within some of the river restoration projects that we've worked on in partnership with the CWCB in Grand County, to really solidify that low flow channel, cool down water temperatures, but then also have multi benefits, including agriculture, recreation, and everything else. So I think that most of where my head is at has been covered, but I'm very grateful to be participating in this conversation and really a student of all of you listening in. So thank you for all of your incredible thoughts.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody else in the room? Okay, Director Vasquez, go ahead.
Thanks for your patience with me. There's one thing I wanted to put on the table for discussion, or at least thought process, and that is, as climate change continues to drive aridification, we're going to be driven harder and harder on reuse. And there can be unintended consequences of reuse to the final drop. We are reducing recharge to groundwater. We are reducing the quality of riparian corridors to support our wildlife and our human environment. And this is going to be a challenge as we move forward. What the solutions are, I don't have a proposal, but we have to be careful that when we're making decisions about driving reuse, we consider those unintended consequences. And it falls both to water quality as well as water quantity.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Yes. If I'm allowed to, I feel like as the director, I want to brag on our staff and agency a little bit and just say that I think one of the things that the CWCB really excels at is our work with stakeholders. I don't know what the verb is. I hear people say stakeholding. I don't love that, but working with stakeholders, I think is kind of our bread and butter because we are not regulators. We really rely on, providing good incentives, both financially and some, public shaming and peer pressure at times. But as a result, I think we have a really good social infrastructure built up. As Director Sakata mentioned, we do have roundtables and they're really kind of the point source. Can I use that? Can I borrow that from a water quality? Okay. For projects and ideas that come to this board and the Interbasin Compact Commission, which Rebecca Mitchell now is the director of. And I guess I would just encourage you all to kind of use that as an opportunity to share ideas. We also have what we affectionately refer to as PEPO, which is the Public Education and Participation Outreach, with our grants and coordinators that are run through the roundtables. And so that's also an opportunity to provide funding to get at the problem that I think Commissioner Long, you mentioned about just public awareness and how that can be a real barrier in having these conversations and generating good projects. That's something that, we can help leverage and provide resources to kind of get funding towards public education and outreach opportunities. So I just want to throw that out there, that feel free to borrow our social infrastructure. Great. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. And wanted to highlight that as well as a great opportunity that the roundtables provide. I think that the meat of that comes from, do we give the CWCB the information to share at the roundtables, or do we, the division, send staff to the roundtables for their meetings? Because then that gets into that staffing issue, right? And just real quick before you answer, I think we would be missing something if we didn't highlight the opportunity that the Colorado Water Plan provides for us all to begin to think of, or to always be thinking about our water future. And in the next version of the Colorado Water Plan, going even in more detail about our water quality future is an opportunity. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that I think it would be a great opportunity as staff and time allows to have representatives from the Water Quality Control Division or Commission attend those roundtable meetings, because I hate to be the carrier of your message, but certainly if there are programs or opportunities that you would just like us to share with roundtables, we can certainly incorporate that into we usually give a CWCB staff update, an update from the board if we have a board member attend those roundtables, which I think most of the directors here do a pretty good job of that. So, we're happy to pass along information, but I would hate to mischaracterize something that we don't have expertise in. So I would encourage you all to come if you have the time and resources, but if not, we're happy to just pass along information.
I'll just add to that, Commissioner Long. I think you recognized, the major barrier, which is I'm not sure Director Rowan's staff has the ability to go to all the roundtable. And so perhaps there's opportunity there. We actually do have a really good geographic diversity on our commission. And, unlike the CWCB who have representatives, we do a pretty good job of coverage. And so maybe there's opportunities there where we can develop talking points or information, provide that to you all as commissioners, because I know you all already attend the roundtables, right? You go to the Colorado, you go to the Gunnison. So maybe there's opportunities there.
And I'll just mention real quick that those meetings always have a virtual option. So it's pretty easy to just plug in for part or all of them. Robert Sakata knows that.
I was going to just add to that, speaking from the Arkansas Basin Roundtable, it is very common, probably at least quarterly, if not every couple months, that USGS attends. And a lot of the work they're doing, they do a lot with stream flow measurement and stuff, but they also do a lot of water quality work. And I mention that just because my impression of the audience, our Basin Roundtable is typically about 50 people show up in person or virtually. There's tremendous interest and appetite for learning more about water quality. So yeah, it might not be as big a burden as we think to tap in virtually and just periodically, you build out one report, maybe you can move it around the different basins, but you'll reach a really broad audience of people who are engaged in all different facets and levels of the water conversation in each basin. So it really is a tremendous resource if you have a message that you want to stay cold.
Director Vasquez.
Yeah, Director Riss, I'm wondering whether providing an opportunity to speak at the C9 Summit might be a way to engage both roundtable members and IBCC representatives from the basins and give you a one-stop shop for communicating with that community.
Yeah, we'll go back to Director Long and then, sorry, Commissioner Long, and then Director Boucher is online.
That's okay. You can just call me April.
Thanks.
I'm glad that you brought that up. I was at the C9 Summit this year and was able to take notes during their water quality quantity conversation in preparation for this meeting. And some of the notes that I have from that, if I can pull them up real quick, sorry. The suggestions that I had from that are the notes and comments, just to share them here in this forum, is that treatment is costly and energy intensive, and it creates waste and byproducts that have their own environmental impact. So this is a reason that we should be thinking about water quality and quantity ahead of time and be planning for it. If we do not consider our water quality and plan for it, then our citizens' trust is at risk. Let's see. There were comments around how disconnected the two conversations are, and the opportunities of the Basin Roundtables came up. There were conversations around investing in source water protection and notes that any kind of protection proves much more valuable than trying to restore or repair damage. There were notes about the General Assembly that I will not comment on since y'all told me not to. But there were ideas there. And then there was this one very interesting note that I think is appropriate for this conversation as an opportunity, but because we're collecting water quality data across the state to support our discussions and parties and stakeholders bring that information to us, it would be probably easy and helpful to have them at the same time collect flow data, and let's begin pairing that data always. So whenever we're talking about flow, we have water quality measurements with it. Whenever we're talking about water quality, we have flow data measurements with it. And that seems like kind of along what you were talking about with the USGS, they do that really well, but we have lots of data points throughout the state where we're not pairing that data, and that's an easy opportunity to correct. Thanks for reminding me all of that.
Thank you. Director Boucher.
Thanks, Stacy. For those of you who don't know, April Long, Commissioner Long, is now the chair of the Colorado Basin Roundtable. So April, I think you're in a pretty unique situation in talking about how, this can have a meaningful impact, within the roundtables moving forward, perhaps with the other chairs, and what the most streamlined, efficient way of doing this. I love talking about in the context of the C9 Summit, but I think it'd be pretty neat to get feedback from the roundtables too about how they envision, that working the best. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we're coming up on our break. Does anyone else have any other opportunities to add that they haven't heard yet? Director Brown, and then Director Sakata.
Because we just finished the water plan and we're kind of on this 10-year schedule, I wonder, I was thinking like, well, what would like a water quality addendum look like? Like if you guys in your commission, and I'm not trying to put it back on you, but could that be a thing that you envision so that there would be time for like our staff to look at it or our board to consider if water quality were to be part of the water plan, like where would you see it inserted and what kind of things would you want to see in there? So that we could slowly begin that conversation and preparation for finding those ways in which we could work together. But in my day job, I don't interact with our regulatory people all that much, except, they're never fun stories when you're talking about regulation. And so I don't have a lot of examples of like where this would sit besides, thinking, my idea when we did the paper was providing regulated activities with other proactive alternatives if those alternatives are faster and effective. But those are things that you can't do if you're already being regulated and told to do something in one way, right? So with the long lead time, how can we envision these things that you're saying, we might not know what's coming down the pike for more regulation. I absolutely do not know what that is besides what we hear at state affairs, right? So I'm just thinking like, if we're going to include this in our water plan, how do we get a better idea of what those items are? Because you guys seem to know better, obviously, what you're thinking and what those threats are and what those opportunities might be that we could then provide feedback on specifically. I feel a little bit like the blind leading the blind here of, how I engage. But I just also wanted to put in a plug where showing up to these roundtable meetings is, I think, a really big deal. And like the CWCB liaison position, so we're non-voting when we are there, but, position and name, there would be no reason why we couldn't think of the same Water Quality Control Commission liaison position. Like you don't vote, it's not threatening, but if it, makes you feel like it's more part of the group to have a name, that's something we could consider potentially. I don't know, I thought I'd throw it out there.
Director Scotta.
Thank you. I know one thing joining the CWCB board that I found really valuable was that our ex officio members. So it's really nice that we get a report from Parks and Wildlife, from the Commissioner of Agriculture, from state engineer's office, from Water and Power Authority. So it really helps us in developing policy. So I don't know if that's something the commission would entertain. I don't want to put more work on Director Riss or Director Davis or anything, but at least maybe updates from the other directors about what's going on and giving feedback to them might be a nice first step to see how we make more connections.
Thank you. All right, any other opportunities that you haven't heard? Okay, thank you. That was a great list. I tried to write them up. We're going to take a break, and what I would like you to do during the break, we don't have sticky dots. I'm sorry, but we have markers, and I would love for you just to take a marker and put a star up next to the opportunities that you see as most actionable for your board, commission, and just what are the things that you think when you're looking at those, what are the things that you think are most actionable or most meaningful that you would like to work on as the next step? And we'll talk about that as we come back together. Yeah.
So to me, most actionable and most meaningful or impactful might be two different things. Do you want stars for both, or do you want maybe a different symbol for actionable versus impactful?
You could put stars on both, but you can give 3 stars each on our system. Okay, so you can vote on multiple ones. We're just getting a general poll and sense from the room on where people are lying on both of those. Okay, we'll see you back here in about like 15 minutes, 4:05. Okay, we're gonna get started. So did everyone get a chance to put their stars up? Okay. I'm seeing head nods. All right. So let's take a look at what was starred. So the most stars came out at more water quality and IBCC roundtables and engaging local public. How we will engage in the future, having a communication plan that's proactive on things like temperature and nutrients. Applying one water thinking to collective decision making. Inviting federal partners to the table. Providing tribes opportunity to participate and collaborate. And healthy forests. Building recognition and progress on that key issue. And kind of a subset of that is better understanding forest systems and what happens as they change. And then we have some 1 stars all around too, which is great. Oh, and then having a water quality goal or vision for the state. So when you look at those, does anything stand out to you? Or do you have questions on any of those? Or do those all feel like pretty like, yes, that makes sense for our 2 entities to be collaborating on? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, the latter, it makes sense. But I think the one about maybe more connection with the roundtable and IBCC and CWCB structure seems like, I know we're worried about staff and issues like that, but just conceptually seems most to me like an easy win. And something that, you know, like we don't do much together. So notching an easy or early win, I think could do a lot. Just like was said, Jenny said, you know, just getting together, right? Just this group getting together is amazing. And I've come to find out it's more rare than I thought. But the idea of sort of collectively notching an early win might give us some of that momentum and a little bit of track record working together that would help with the more complex multi-star things that you read off.
Great. And I neglected to say the other multi-star one was kind of down on the right, like creating a strategy for that more engagement between the 2. And so are there other things that you would add to that action item? We said the IBCC, the roundtable, maybe having those cross updates, like updates here, updates at the Water Quality Control Commission. What else would you do? Yeah.
So I don't know who handed me this note, but I was going to talk about it anyways. And the note says the CWCB should get copies or summaries of their stream management plans they fund through the roundtables and share those with the Water Quality Control Division. And so this kind of goes along with the base roundtable work, and then reports from growing Water Smart at the CWCB meeting. So thanks.
Great. Yes.
I think this is in line with getting to roundtables and everything, but I know we threw out the idea of coming together. I don't know if every year is maybe feasible, but more frequently than we have been as a group, so we can actually converse and talk about things and really have this conversation. So if that is every year, great, but I know that that's probably not feasible. So more frequently than we have been in the past.
We're not going to join you for basic standards or nutrients, though.
Yeah.
I might suggest that I think an easy idea that came up was just having a representative from each of our bodies give a report out when the other is meeting. So I would be happy to come. I'm sure that JoJo would likewise be happy to come and just kind of give an update about what each of the bodies are up to with whatever frequency is helpful.
Great. Any other thoughts on that? What else would you add to this? Yeah.
Again, I'll just be a little wary of committing staff time to travel to any roundtables. I mean, ideally, aspirationally, I would go, but I cannot fit it into my schedule. And I'm feeling like that might be the case for others.
Mindful of limitations.
But the report seems doable about what the other one's doing. And then, we met with the Water Power Authority, or I'm the liaison there, and we said, well, if we have then we're like, well, if we had a joint meeting, when would it be? I'm like, we have to plan these when we are already meeting somewhere. So I think when we landed on, in conjunction with the annual summer Colorado Water Congress meeting. So I think sometimes you just have to use that time where we're already in a place, maybe we don't meet again, but we tell each other where happy hour is. That would be fine too.
Yeah, and using this conversation as a jumping off point, that you can be intentional with those future interactions that you each have.
I think just as a commissioner and serving on the boards, just having us think about any of the boards that we do serve on. And if you're going to be there at the meeting, can you have a standalone item that's just a quick water quality update, or vice versa?
Okay. Any other thoughts on this one? Yes. Oh.
I'll just echo Commissioner Arndt's concerns about staff time. I think the remote option may be possible, but I think we also need to think about what is our intent with going to those meetings, and what are we seeking input on? Is it just to provide information, let them know, hey, here we are, this is what we are regulating, this is what regulations are upcoming? Or are we truly trying to get feedback from the roundtables, which I think is a completely different thing and could be very resource intensive.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think using the roundtables, our commission should be using those roundtables as opportunities to get public input, especially on things like Waters of the US or the Dredge and Fill Permit Program. I mean, it's easy. There's a lot of people who attend it. And so I think we should take advantage of it if at all possible. And then the remote option is always there at those meetings.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that bucket of opportunities? Okay. So the next one was I would say I'll put these together, but they're separate, but inviting others to the table. Federal, tribal members, like how do we do that in this discussion?
I think Water Congress, again, is a great opportunity to do that.
I would just say, if you think it's hard to get this group together, also then trying to get leaders from EPA and Bureau of Reclamation or the Corps of Engineers would be another layer of complexity. But I agree, it's, if we all going to be in the same spot, maybe it would be easier to get on their calendar, but it's hard.
Anyone else have thoughts on that one? Especially those that voted on it, like what was that? Was it one of those actionable ones, or was it a really important but hard one? Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's just important to have those stakeholders here. And I think there's probably some other stakeholders that aren't listed there, but if this group could identify those key stakeholders, when we talk about One Water, I also think One Environment. Do we make changes in water that impact air quality? So are we also looking potentially at having Division of Air show up on occasion to coordinate on some of these, or at least hear what we're doing to make sure we're not making a mistake? So those are some things that I would recommend. To me, it seems like it's making sure we're engaging key stakeholders at some point.
At the right time. Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Okay. So another one that was starred a lot was this it was the vision for water quality. How do people view that as a opportunity for action?
I think that's where we stand to have the most bang for our buck. I think that if we're talking about our water future and we want to continue to be the great state that we are, not thinking about how we maintain and preserve the quality of our waters is a blind spot in that vision. And I think that Jessica said it earlier, maybe Nicole said it as well, that if we don't intentionally think about where water quality is going, we may create solutions or derive to quick solutions that have unintended consequences that are less impactful, less beneficial, that cost more money than if we do it with some foresight. And so I think that we stand to save, you know, money, to save the trust of our citizens, to work better together with more creative solutions if we have an understanding of what our current situation is and what the future may bring and how we hope to direct and drive intentionally into that future.
Okay. How do we approach that conversation? Go ahead, Director Brody.
So there may be many answers to that questions, but one approach might be just to call it out and identify it in the water plan as one of the dimensions of protecting state waters that we need to proactively think about and include as we think about our water future. That's just one avenue into it.
Okay.
Has anyone, to anybody's knowledge, done, you know, so within the water quality realm, we often look at, you know, say, okay, in the future with this many degrees of change, we're going to have this much less water. What does that mean for water quality? Can you take diminished flows and apply those concentrations, you know, within that realm to say, this is how much harder it's going to be for municipal discharges, or this is how much more, you know, phosphorus we'll see in our system or whatever. I mean, I think to be able to talk to people and make them aware of what that future looks like, maybe we'd get, you know, maybe there would be more action, you know, and there would be, I don't know, sometimes I think there's not, I mean, if we're in this and you're a municipality, you're looking at this very closely, but I wonder sometimes if our general public is really getting, you know, what that future might look like. I think we all have an idea in our mind, but are we communicating that to the public?
I think this morning we had the opportunity to hear from CSU that's done this one water study, and they were trying to do that. So they looked at the different scenarios, and during those different climate scenarios, then they started to look at what the impacts are. So I think taking a look at that and seeing if that's a useful tool to expand, I think would be an option.
To add to that, the scenario planning in the water plan has like the very nice infographic that shows the scenarios and how different aspects change. Water quality could be a row in those scenarios. And one way to get to that is to begin to identify the gap need to meet our environmental targets. And so we haven't done that yet. We don't know what the environmental goal is, and we don't know what how much water is needed to maintain those qualities or to preserve those qualities.
Thank you. Yes, Director Brody.
I was just going to add, you could also look at EPA's roadmap as additional inputs because that gives us some insight as to at least where EPA believes regulations are headed. So if we look at what's our current state, if we look at the impacts of climate change, and we look at the direction of regulations, that would help give us kind of multiple dimensions to understand where are those biggest gaps and the biggest opportunities for us to maybe get ahead of regulatory requirements and figure out what we can do proactively within our span of control, within the various grant funds that we all help oversee and administer to proactively improve our water quality future.
Great. Any other thoughts on approaching the conversation of a vision for water quality? Okay, you have another one? Go ahead.
Sorry to chime in too often, but I do think it's important to think about what resources are needed to help develop the data and help do that visioning work.
Great. Okay. Well, it kind of leads into the next one. Well, maybe in my head, but encouraging and incentivizing local communities to be proactive. So is that, you start with that conversation, are there things that you can do that you would need to build off of that vision to do, or are there things that you could start doing now that you see as an opportunity for incentivizing local communities and giving tools to local communities?
I always get the adjectives go with the nouns mixed up in the water plan, the four sort of visions, but I think it's resilient planning. Is that right, Russ? All right. I had a whatever percent chance. But I think we are, we're trying, my recollection is 2002-ish, with that first real taste of what was to come with drought. There was this recognition that there was basically no correlation between water supply and development. And so it really shone a light on how do we do more to educate land use planners who aren't necessarily directly working in the water space about, looking ahead at water quantity issues in particular. But I think the same thing that I was talking about near the beginning of this session about, how can we look at things that even exist right now, like the role of agriculture in supporting water quality. I recognize that we've heard some places where it may impact water quality, but how do we look at forest health? How do we look at development patterns and stormwater runoff? I mean, there's a lot of things there, and I feel like my experience as a commissioner working with CCI in particular, there is a tremendous, again, it's the right word, sorry, it's a pun, there's a tremendous thirst for more understanding, education. We shouldn't underestimate I think the openness that exists out there. Maybe we often run into oh, yeah, it's complicated, right? Like that's the patent response to any water question. It's like, or at least you start there. Well, it's complicated. You see if the person's eyes are still open, and then you proceed. I got to think it's even worse with water quality questions, right? I mean, I went to one of these meetings you have, it was nearly 20 years ago, and I was in an absolute daze. So anyway, point just being, I think there's a real interest in water quality info too. We have to work on how we package that and present it. But, I think it's sort of at our peril if we don't do our best to provide educational engagement opportunities at the county and the municipal level to help particularly elected officials who come from all kinds of backgrounds, and planning may not be one of them, that I think we'll find, a real receptive audience.
Do you see limitations? Like we ran into limitations on the action item with sharing more because of staff and capacity. Like what limitations do you see with amping up education or bringing that information?
I mean, I think there are entities already in place that can help with this, on the water quantity side. What I've been working on, we're working with Water Education Colorado to try to develop curriculum that will support elected officials, county commissioners in particular. And I'm not going to speak for them in terms of how they look at water quality versus quantity, but it seems like their magazine regularly addresses that. So, they're in place. Their name says it all, right? So I'm going to defer to April because I can tell she's got something to say, but I think there may be other entities too that could help deliver the message, and we don't have to rely on state employees to do that, or overworked or spread thin board members.
Yeah, I would just say one of those entities that you're talking about is the Growing Water Smart program by the Sonoran Institute that does package this idea of development and land use and water quality and water quantity and one water solutions all in one big package. And it's a workshop designed for elected officials and their staffs and their neighboring communities to begin to talk together about all of those issues as a region and as a collective.
Yeah,
And
great
to
point.
develop an actionable plan from it.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think a lot of that's the role of DOLA. You can leverage interdepartmental resources. And I know there's at least one FTE in DOLA that helps with water and planning. I did that, Bill. But we have something in Northern Colorado through our foundation, the Northern Colorado Foundation, called Water Literate Leaders, which is also in conjunction with the Water Institute. I see Jennifer Gimble here. And that has been training local electeds or interested parties for I don't know how many years now. And it has made a difference in Northern Colorado in people understanding water. It's been great.
Great, thank you.
Stacy?
Yes.
Water Education Colorado also does the water fluency program. And it's a great program, but I know the one thing I have heard from elected officials is that they can't afford to take that frequent amount of time out to participate in something like that, or the cost might be something that they have to deal with. So maybe it could be an intensive Water 101 kind of thing that maybe we can talk to Water Education Colorado about, a few hour kind of deep, well, maybe not so deep dive, high level dive into some of the issues in education.
Thank you.
We're actually having that conversation as far as county commissioners go right now to build maybe a half-day program or a 6-hour program. And you're absolutely right. It is, all it takes is one important meeting. It might only be an hour to screw up your whole day. And that happens almost every day. So a one-day program is so much easier to commit to than, kind of the series or the sequential type program.
Great. All right. So we have just a little bit more time left. Any last words on that education incentives idea? Okay. So the other one that had a lot of stars was the forest health, healthy forests, getting more information, understanding the impacts of forests as they change and climate change. How do we make that actionable? Or how do we address that in this group? Director Felt.
I think one thing that would be simple but maybe powerful is to maybe work towards some kind of joint statement. And just that alone, so again, we're not necessarily calling out anything specific, but making a joint statement to the governor, to the legislature, saying that, if we feel this way, that this is really a foundational issue that left inadequately addressed will kind of upend a lot of the other things that we would see as important too. Just put an emphasis on it. And I don't think that would take a lot of resources to do that.
And I think you guys are probably tired of hearing me say this at Water Congress. I think that the logging and the forest work that we're doing, it's all dependent upon the value of that wood product and getting it out. We can't just be continuing to work in those areas where there are so many areas across our forest system that need help and support. So finding some way to bring additional dollars, knowing it's going to be more expensive to get that stuff out, but we have to do it, especially when you're talking about protecting communities or source water protection. I've got a Superfund site just above the town of Crested Butte, that we're dealing with, and it was the highest ranking area in terms of wildfire risk in our entire Upper Gunnison Basin. And so, you know, I think asking our legislature, our elected officials and people to really, you know, talk to Congress about these challenges and things, and to see if there's something that we can do to prioritize some of these areas, I think is difficult. And I know the common thing that we hear too is just there's not enough staff within some of these agencies to do the NEPA clearing and the permitting and preparing all these areas for the work that we need to do. So I'm not sure if there's a quick actionable item there, but I think a statement may go a long way.
What did Director Brody, then Director Vasquez?
This may be an area where we can look at how do we pool resources? CWCB has some awesome staff that have been really encouraging communities to build their readiness plans, identify where those opportunities are for treatment. You know, I have been talking for a number of years about how we really, as water providers, need to think about our forests as infrastructure, and we need to invest in it just like we do our pipes, just like we do our treatment and distribution systems. And if we can think about the water quality element as well, I think that just brings, again, an additional dimension to the conversation about why this is important, why all of us who care about water and care about forest health need to be engaged in the conversation and engaged in the work. And once you have the plans, you know, there are opportunities to leverage both state and federal funding to help implement it. I know Director Felt's community has done this, as have others around the state. But if we can kind of look at our collective grant opportunities and our collective existing resources to figure out how do we make sure that we're doing that in as thoughtful a way as possible and getting those dollars to where they need to be, then maybe we can essentially have greater impact with the existing resources that we have.
Thank you. Director Vasquez, then.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to highlight the tremendous need for financial support for this work. Both the U.S. Forest Service and our state forest are supported in their work by the revenue from logging. And between beetle kill and fire, they aren't able to make the revenue they need to be able to do the service contracts that we're talking about. And I'm going to give you an example. In the North Platte, we had the state forest guys come to us at the North Platte Basin Roundtable. They ended up able to find funding from multiple sources, and CWCB gave them a grant to do some thinning. It's all service work to enhance the forest health. But the need is immense across the state and across the forests, and there needs to be some consolidated high-level financial plan to be able to address the need. And so it's bigger than us sitting around the table, as Commissioner Brody mentioned. And yeah, I think it's really important that we collectively focus on it. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Arndt.
And I agree. I just think that before we take any action items, that we see what we have, because I know we have a Forest Health Advisory Committee. I know that Colorado State University houses the Colorado State Forest Service. I know we got $23 million for the federal government for the Cameron Peak fire mitigation. You know, those are just the things I know about. I'm sure there's a lot I don't. And so before I just caution us not to reinvent the wheel, to use the existing structures that are already there. And if we have resources, we could add into them. But there's a lot of people thinking about this and working on it.
Yeah. Use and pool existing resources.
Pardon me?
Use and pool existing resources.
And
Yeah.
find out what they are.
Yeah, ID them.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Zeringer.
This isn't a specific comment about forest infrastructure, but I know Adams State University, through a very generous grant, has a water resource management class, and I think they're generous with scholarships. But I just want to touch back on what Director Cloud was talking about talking about our youth as a resource. And I think universities statewide are starting to embrace, water resource classes that focus on basins and infrastructure and forest health. And those classes are even available for us to take. I know I sat in on an entire year of it. So those classes can be found at, state level universities. And I know we even had the previous state engineer come down, Supreme Court justices come down to talk about water. So that's another resource that's out there for our youth, but also for us as adults who are trying to continue our education on all of this.
Thank you. Director Sakata, you had a...
Thanks. Yeah, just to follow up on what Mayor Art had to say was that I was having lunch with Director Gibbs yesterday and asked him about the Federal Wildfire Mitigation and Management Commission. I think somebody from Denver Water is on it also. So somebody to just keep on track with what may be coming on. They're supposed to be coming out with their first report soon, so we can monitor and see if there's things that we should be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on this forest health? Okay. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about? This is very open-ended, but we're wrapping up. So is there anything else that's up there that you think is particularly actionable or important to talk about before we close out this joint meeting? Yeah.
Just a question, I guess, Stacy, will we get something from you that shows all of this stuff? Like, we're not going to lose any of this, I hope.
No, it's recorded. It's recorded. Yes, I'll get you a report.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'll write a summary. And I think that's important to think too. Like, staff will get this and I'll get to mull on it and bring it back to your respective board commission and talk about what's next at a future time.
Yeah, because sometimes, you got 3 stars and you're looking at this stuff, but when you maybe get the chance to reflect and you have it in front of you and you start to see that some of these things are very closely related, we can sort of pull together, and maybe there's more than 3 or whatever, however many you have there that, get covered by a good integrated plan.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Sorry. I feel the weight of the pressure on all governmental and not-for-profit agencies in this effort. And I don't think we should I think we should keep in mind our private partners and incentivizing private partners who are also stewards, just like in ag. They're businessmen, businesswomen, they're stewards of that land. How do we incentivize improvements for water quality, water quantity, like I saw earlier in the day when I walked in on some of those presentations? I would say the same thing with, there's companies out there that need the wood. How do we work with private entities and use our market-based economy to help drive some of these changes? So that would be my 2 cents.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? Okay.
I'll add one last
Please.
thought. We talked a lot about communication, and I just wonder if there's a way for both entities to sort of capture, like, I don't know, every 6 months, like, these are our top 3 things that we're doing. Just bite size, so that the other agency can connect, or other board or commission can connect and say, like, oh, there's actually, like, some cooperative opportunities there. I think that's the most important imperative for communication. So if, like the board member was saying over there, with the takeaways that we get from this, if they can be sort of digestible and something that we can keep top of mind, I think that just starting with like a small level of communication would be a good start.
Great, thank you. All right, well, with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our chairs to kind of give your closing thoughts and wrap up the rest of the conversation.
Yeah, I guess I'll go first and I'll try and make it short. Before kind of closing remarks, I just want to say coming together as a group is just the first step in what we need to do. We used to always have the saying that EPA would never come to farmers until you told them, come listen to what they have to say and then go back and make an action plan. So we all came together today to listen to each other and get feedback from one another for something we can actually go and actually make progress with. Yeah, there are some things that are wild ideas that may never come out. And there are some things like going to a roundtable or just meeting up and getting to know each other. Those action items are really, really impactful going down the road. And just being here today, we got the chance to actually communicate, to listen, to create priorities, and look at a future that's brighter for the state of Colorado. And that's what we're here for. We're serving on a board for the state of Colorado. And I just want to thank everyone that came here. And thank you for listening and giving your perspective to everything we did today.
Great words, Mike. You really said a lot right there. So appreciate it. I appreciate you reaching out to me at times too, and just saying, hey, we should talk about this stuff. That's really important. I want to thank Commissioner Long and Poncelet Johnson. My understanding is you two were strong supporters of having this conversation, as was Director Brody. So very much appreciate it. And yeah, I think this is a first step. As Commissioner Hart said, just getting in the room. There's a lot of things we talked about today, obviously, that we never would have talked about if we hadn't gotten in the room together. I mean, it's so simple, but it is a really important first step. And it's almost impossible to think of a first step that doesn't lead to a second step and a third step. So I think there's tremendous potential on this. We've identified some things that are fairly simple to do. And I think we've opened up some pathways for future communication. Really look forward to getting a report from you, Stacy, that sort of frames this all up. Because, you know, we're all thinking on our feet and we're going through a sequence of thoughts. I mean, that's the thing with brainstorming. If you don't keep a record where you started, you end up somewhere, and it's good to be able to get back to the beginning again and think about how we got to where we did in the course of this session. So I really look forward to that. I think that'll be very valuable. And according to JoJo, she did some research, and apparently by her research, these two boards have never met. It's not just once in a long time. This is the sum total of our history of meetings just happened today. So you're all part of a historical new wave of integrating water quantity and quality going forward. So I think that's what I have to say. Thank you very much for joining us in the sense that you came to the space we were working in. Really appreciate it, and look forward to next steps evolving as we process what happened today. So thank you. What? It's time to celebrate in-stream flows. Yes, I think hopefully you all are aware we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of in-stream flow program. And Lauren, could you just outline what's going to happen next for those who'd like to stick around?
Yeah, thank you. So we do have a celebration of the 50th anniversary of our in-stream flow program. We have a short program, including a video that has been put together to help celebrate and tell the story of the in-stream flow program. We'll be doing that from this room. And then following that short program of us all talking, there will be drinks and appetizers provided, a cash bar, I believe, in the foyer. Okay, just outside this room. So everyone here is welcome to attend, and we welcome your assistance in celebrating such an important program in the state of Colorado. And I'll just echo the comments of the chairs here and thank you all for coming together and having this conversation today. And thanks also to staff for putting it together, Jojo, Russ, Anna, everyone who was involved at the staff level for planning this event. So thanks so much.
Director Cloud, you had something you wanted to add?
I do. I just want to say that this group is actually, you know, realizing it's the first time this group has ever met, but the amount of women at this table is fantastic. So I just wanted to point that out.
Quantity and quality.
Greg, the new minority.
Yeah. Good. Okay, I think we're adjourned.